Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The early morning air in London was thick with fog. Moisture clung to the stone paths as an 11-year-old boy walked quietly through the orphanage courtyard, his footsteps soft against the wet ground. His name was Ivan Ambrosius. Today should be the day. He had waited for this moment for 10 years. Moving quickly, he reached the mailbox and pulled out the letters inside, checking each one with the nervous anticipation of someone waiting for a life-changing prize. Nothing again. Ivan exhaled slowly, disappointment flashing across his face. Still no Hogwarts letter. Yes, the Hogwarts admission letter, because Ivan was not originally from this world. 10 years ago, he had awakened here as a baby abandoned outside an orphanage. The director, Mrs. Mina, had taken him in and named him after the engraving on a ring left in his cradle, Ambrosius. That ring was the only clue to his identity, but Ivan never cared much about his past, because he knew the truth. This identity had been arranged by the system. Like every proper transmigrator, Ivan possessed one system. Open attributes. A translucent panel appeared before his eyes. Ivan Ambrosius. Age 11. Race wizard. Gender male. Bloodline Ambrosius family. Talents metamorph magus. Prophecy magus. Obscurus host. Attributes. Scores. 1 ordinary right arrow 7 miracle. Soul 3. Magic 5. Constitution 1. Thinking 3. Mind 2. Will 2. Current potential points 0. The system had no name, no personality, and never answered questions. Even now, Ivan still didn't know how to earn potential points. The only thing it had ever given him was a beginner reward. A unique scroll that granted him the bloodline of an ancient wizard family and created a complete identity for him in this world. That was how he became an Ambrosius. As for parents or family, Ivan had no interest in strangers whose memories he didn't share. He was simply himself. The moment frustration flickered in his mind, the mist around him trembled. Cracks split across the ground beneath his feet, glowing red like magma as steam rose into the air. Magic surged violently. Calm down. Ivan inhaled deeply. Slowly the cracks sealed and the distortion faded. The dark power inside him quieted once more. It's getting stronger. Obscurus, a terrifying force born when a young wizard suppressed magic for too long. Ivan didn't understand why he had become one. His childhood wasn't tragic. Mrs. Mina had been kind and he had never been bullied. Yet at the age of 5, the darkness awakened anyway. The only explanation he could think of was simple: his magic was too overwhelming. 5 points in magic potential. Legendary rank? At first, Ivan thought it only meant he would be slightly more talented than others. He was wrong. The power inside him already felt comparable to the destruction he remembered from the strongest dark wizards in history. If he ever lost control, the result would be catastrophic. And it wasn't only raw magic. The Ambrosius bloodline gave him gifts beyond ordinary wizards. Metamorph magus allowed him to change his appearance at will. Age, height, even gender, all reshaped instantly without spells or potions. And prophecy magus. Sometimes, reflections showed fragments of the future. Like now, his gaze landed on the nearby window. In the blurred glass, he saw a vision. A white owl landing on his window, a letter tied to its leg. The image vanished as quickly as it came. I have to admit, prophecy is convenient. Ivan smiled faintly. Whatever secrets the Ambrosius family held, they were far beyond him for now. Right now, only one thing mattered: surviving the Obscurus. He had seen enough glimpses of his future to know he would live at least until 15. In one vision, he wore a prefect badge at Hogwarts. That meant he had time, 5 years to find a cure. With that thought, Ivan turned and headed back toward the orphanage. Half an hour later. Knock, knock, knock. A tapping came from the window. Ivan looked up. A snow-white owl waited outside exactly as he had foreseen, right on time. He opened the window and the owl fluttered inside, landing gracefully on his desk. Thank you for the delivery. He untied the letter and placed breadcrumbs in front of it. The owl hooted softly and began to eat. Ivan turned over the envelope. A wax seal. a shield bearing a lion, eagle, badger, and snake. His heart beat faster. He opened it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dear Mr. Ambrosius, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ivan read every line carefully, unable to hide his smile. So it finally begins. Then, ding! A system notification echoed in his mind. You have received your Hogwarts acceptance letter. Reward, potential point +1. Ivan froze, then shouted so loudly the owl nearly fell off the table. Finally, realizing his mistake, he coughed awkwardly, sorry. The owl stared at him with professional patience clearly used to excited first-year wizards. Ivan quickly opened his status again. Soul, 3+. Magic, 5. Constitution, 1+. Thinking, 3+. Mind, 2+. Will, 2+. Potential points, 1. Only magic lacked the plus sign. System, why can't magic increase? For the first time a response appeared. Magic upgrade failed. Insufficient experience value. Experience value. So raising magic beyond legendary required something else entirely. Interesting, but that could wait. Right now he had something more important to decide. How to use his very first potential point. Outside, the fog slowly lifted as dawn fully arrived, and for the first time in 10 years, Ivan felt his future begin to move forward. I don't know where the limit of attributes ends, maybe 7, maybe even higher. In the wizarding world, the number 7 carried special meaning. 7 Horcruxes, 7 years at Hogwarts, 7 players on a Quidditch team. Even the Weasley family had 7 children. If other worlds treated 9 as the ultimate number, then here, 7 symbolized magic itself. Assuming each attribute caps at 7, Ivan quickly calculated in his head. I currently have 16 total points. If the maximum is 42, I'm still 26 points away. That meant every choice mattered. He had played enough games in his previous life to understand one thing clearly. A specialist always outperformed a generalist. 10 birds in the forest aren't worth 1 in your hand. Instead of spreading points evenly and becoming mediocre at everything, it was better to focus on strengths. My highest attribute is magic. The next highest are soul and thinking at 3 points. According to the system, 3 points meant outstanding. Ivan wasn't certain what an outstanding soul represented yet, but the benefits of thinking were obvious. His memory, reaction speed, and mental calculations were already far beyond normal humans. He could read a 10,000-word paper once and recite it perfectly. The downside was that this near-perfect memory faded after about a day unless he reviewed it repeatedly. Even so, it bordered on photographic memory. If 3 points already does this, 4 points might mean true total recall. The thought made his decision easier. System, add points. The newly earned potential point flowed into his soul attribute. His priority right now wasn't power, it was survival. The obscurus inside him was a ticking bomb, and among all attributes, the soul being listed first by the system couldn't be meaningless. Add point successful. Soul 3 right arrow 4. Ivan waited for some dramatic change. Nothing happened. Strange. He opened his panel, attributes. Soul 4 rare. Magic 5 legendary. Constitution 1 ordinary. Thinking 3 outstanding. Mind 2 excellent. Will 2 excellent. Potential points 0. Rare. He refused to believe a rare level soul did nothing. In any world the soul was mysterious. In the wizarding world it was fundamental. An idea surfaced. Maybe his prophecy magus talent was tied directly to the soul. A stronger soul meant sharper perception, clearer visions. Almost instinctively, Ivan glanced at the small mirror beside his bed and wondered which Professor Hogwarts would send to guide him. The mirror's reflection rippled. A stern old woman in dark green robes appeared, square glasses perched on her nose. Professor Minerva McGonagall. Ivan's eyes widened. So I can predict intentionally now. Before, his visions came passively. Random flashes with no control. Now he could guide them, but limits appeared immediately. A heavy pressure filled his mind as if warning him. Predicting fate felt like staring into an abyss. Push too far and the abyss would stare back. A silent understanding formed in his thoughts. 3 rules. First, the predicted result could not be changed. Second, fate should not be casually revealed. Third, be cautious when predicting your own future. Ivan frowned. The second and third rules made sense. Fortune-tellers rarely spoke plainly and few dared read their own destinies. But the first rule bothered him: future events can't be changed. It reminded him of time travel in the wizarding world. The time turner never altered history, it only fulfilled what had already happened, a closed loop. Voldemort and Harry, fate pulling both toward a fixed conclusion. The more he thought about it, the colder his spine felt. Fate in this world is terrifying. He stopped himself before thinking further. Some truths were dangerous when you lacked the strength to face them. Still, he didn't fully accept inevitability. Maybe it only looks unchangeable because I'm not strong enough yet. That thought calmed him. If his soul continued to grow, perhaps he would eventually see deeper into destiny itself. Then, something caught his eye. Tiny glowing particles floated in the air. Huh. Ivan blinked. At first they looked like dust illuminated by sunlight. But as he focused, his vision magnified, sharpening like a microscope. The particles transformed into tiny winged creatures, delicate like butterflies but moving like insects. Not quite fairies, more like magical parasites. He waved his hand through them. No reaction. Even stranger creatures appeared nearby. A small horned beast floated lazily, bubbles rising from its nose. The moment Ivan looked at it, drowsiness crept into his mind. He immediately turned away. What are these? He closed his eyes and forced his breathing steady. When he opened them again, the creatures were gone. So it can be controlled. He nodded slowly. A new ability, soul perspective, a way of seeing things ordinary people couldn't perceive. Magical microorganisms. The theory made sense. If magical beasts existed, why wouldn't microscopic magical life exist too? The wizarding world suddenly felt deeper than he had imagined. Transfiguration that ignored conservation laws. Spells that reshaped reality. Magic that bent time and space. Everything humans knew might only be the surface. Ivan looked out the window. The white owl carrying his reply had already vanished into the brightening morning sky. A smile tugged at his lips. A real magical world. His excitement grew stronger with every passing moment. I'm starting to look forward to this even more. With the expectation of Professor McGonagall, Ivan spent a few more days in the orphanage. No unexpected situation happened. Everything was as peaceful as usual. That day, a figure appeared at the door of the orphanage. It was Professor McGonagall that Ivan predicted a few days ago. Seeing someone visiting, the children who were playing in the orphanage stopped immediately. They began to tidy up their clothes and tried their best to show their best side to each other. Obviously, the children regarded Professor McGonagall as their hope to leave the orphanage. Professor McGonagall tried not to let herself see those poor children. She walked straight to the building in the orphanage and happened to see the young girl who was cleaning. "Good morning, I have an appointment with Mrs. Mina here, is she there?" The young girl saw someone visiting and quickly brought Mrs. Mina over. Mrs. Mina was a kind old woman about 60 years old. She was thin, with white hair, and her eyes were full of surprise in her reading glasses. "Hello." Mrs. Mina didn't remember who she had met before. "Excuse me, who are you?" "I am the vice principal of Hogwarts School, Minerva McGonagall. I think you should have known it, right?" Professor McGonagall was very capable and had prepared all kinds of information with confusion spells cast on it early in the morning. "About Mr. Ambrosius's admission to our school." "Ugh." Mrs. Mina took the information and was stunned at first, then said happily, "Ah yes, but I didn't expect that you, as the vice principal, would come here in person. We occasionally provide necessary guidance to children with excellent talents." Professor McGonagall took back the information. In fact, there was nothing written on these materials, almost like a blank sheet of paper. But in the eyes of muggles like Mrs. Mina, these materials contain all aspects and can perfectly dispel any doubts in her heart. "Excuse me, can I see Mr. Ambrosius now?" "Oh, of course." Mrs. Mina treated Professor McGonagall as a distinguished guest and enthusiastically took her to Ivan's room. Along the way, Madame Mina praised Ivan generously. In her words, Ivan was a kind and intelligent child. Not only was he well-behaved and sensible, he also often took care of younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage, sharing a lot of pressure for the volunteers. "Your school will not regret choosing little Ivan." Listening to Madame Mina's praise, Professor McGonagall was not impatient at all. She was a very responsible teacher. If she could get more information about Ivan, she could guide him better and help him adapt to life in the magic world as soon as possible. Okay, this is little Ivan's room. Madam Mina called twice. Ivan opened the door, and Professor McGonagall's figure immediately came into view. After finishing her work, Madam Mina turned and left, leaving the space for the two. Hello, Professor McGonagall. Ivan naturally invited Professor McGonagall into the room, and then poured her a cup of tea. Sorry, I only have boiled water here. It's okay. Professor McGonagall looked at Ivan with some confusion. Sorry, I mean, you seem to know me. Rather than knowing, it's better to say that I knew in advance. Ivan sat opposite Professor McGonagall and said, according to the description in the admission letter I received, Hogwarts School is a magic school. Yes. Professor McGonagall nodded and said, I am the vice principal of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall, and also your professor of transfiguration. Transfiguration? Ivan knew about transfiguration, and he did not hide the fact that he knew it. Can you show it to me? Professor McGonagall did not refuse. She took out her wand and turned the cabinet beside her into a cat in front of Ivan and then changed it back. Wow! Although Ivan had seen it many times in the movie, he had also seen Professor McGonagall's appearance in class through uncontrollable prophecies before, but seeing this magical scene with his own eyes still surprised Ivan. Such a big cabinet turned into a cat. The changes here are enough to subvert any scientist's three views. It's nothing. Professor McGonagall smiled and said, you can learn these at Hogwarts. That's great. Ivan was indeed looking forward to it. You must be wondering why I knew your name in advance. By the way, I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation with Mrs. Mina. But since you are a professor at a magic school, you should be able to understand my situation. Right. Ivan pointed to the mirror placed aside and said, for example, when you look at reflective objects such as mirrors, water surfaces, and glass, you can see certain images. Images? Professor McGonagall frowned and asked, can you tell me in detail? Of course. Ivan said, just like in a few minutes, Mrs. Mina will come with snacks. Through prophecy, Ivan told Professor McGonagall the future he saw. He accurately described the types and quantities of snacks, as well as Mrs. Mina's reaction when she entered the door, and even how Professor McGonagall would respond, all described clearly. Professor McGonagall was obviously confused by Ivan's speech. You mean, you saw the future and made a prediction? Professor McGonagall naturally knew about the prophecy, because it was a kind of magic. But the problem is that Professor McGonagall has always been repulsive to such imprecise things as prophecy. Just like she didn't like Professor Trelawney of the prophecy class, she thought that the other party's so-called prophecy was nonsense. Knock knock. However, at this moment, Mrs. Mina knocked on the door. Next, Mrs. Mina placed several plates of snacks in front of the two people, and what she said was exactly the same as what Ivan had described before. Excuse me, is there any problem? After Mrs. Mina finished speaking, she saw Professor McGonagall staring at her blankly, a little puzzled. Ah, it's okay. I just feel a little. Professor McGonagall. At a loss. After the voice fell, Professor McGonagall realized that her reaction was exactly the same as what Ivan had just told her. How is that possible? Professor McGonagall quickly looked at Ivan and saw the boy smiling as he picked up a cookie and put it in his mouth. I'm glad you don't mind. Mrs. Mina smiled at Professor McGonagall and closed the door. Well, excuse me. Incredible. Professor McGonagall's eyes were full of surprise. She already believed that Ivan had the gift of prophecy. You know, she reacted almost subconsciously just now, and this was exactly what Ivan predicted. How did you do it? Is there any problem with this? Ivan asked. I think my talent should be the magic you mentioned, Professor. No, Mr. Ambrosius. Professor McGonagall saw that Ivan was normal and everyone in the magic world would have it, and said seriously, your talent is extremely rare even in the magic world. As far as I know, only one person has a similar ability. Who is it? Sorry, I can't say the name of that person directly. Professor McGonagall apologized. That person once brought unimaginable changes to the magic world. Of course, believe me, Mr. Ambrosius, this has nothing to do with your talent, you are a good kid. To this day, whenever Professor McGonagall thinks of Grindelwald, she still feels terrified. McGonagall here uses the timeline of Fantastic Beasts, so he is several decades older than in Harry Potter. Ivan knew that the person Professor McGonagall was talking about should be Gellert Grindelwald. However, Professor McGonagall obviously would not associate Ivan with Grindelwald because of similar predictive abilities. Your talent is called Prophecy Magus in the magic world. It is a natural and extremely rare magical talent. Professor McGonagall thought that this time to guide the new students was just a very ordinary little thing, but she never thought that she would pick up such a big treasure as Ivan here. A prophecy magus, a natural prophet, believe me, Mr. Ambrosius. McGonagall said seriously, you will definitely achieve something in the future. Thank you, and you can call me Ivan. Okay, little Ivan. Professor McGonagall had a very good impression of Ivan. This was not only because of his special talent, but also because the boy in front of him was indeed as well-behaved and sensible as Mrs. Mina said. Thinking of Ivan's life experience, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but feel sorry for the child in front of him. In Hogwarts, Muggle-born wizards are not uncommon, but orphans or Muggle-born orphans, if they were placed in Slytherin, they would definitely be at the bottom of the food chain. Pureblood family origin pureblood, half-blood, mudblood, dependent mudblood. Well, Ivan belongs to the last one, a mudblood among mudbloods, a little stronger than Muggles but not much stronger. This child shouldn't be sorted into Slytherin. Professor McGonagall is very clear about the criteria of the sorting hat. Slytherin generally only accepts pure blood. Although there are occasionally ambitious half-bloods and Muggle-born little wizards, they are all low-probability events. Ivan is a Muggle, and this alone has eliminated his hope of being sorted into Slytherin. As for the other three colleges, Professor McGonagall thinks they are all okay. Of course, it would be best if they were assigned to Gryffindor. As the head of Gryffindor College, Professor McGonagall felt that she could give Ivan the best care. Wait a minute. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall was suddenly stunned. Is this child really born from a Muggle? A natural prophecy magus, such a talent is rare even in the magic world, but it was born among Muggles. Professor McGonagall was a little confused. She was not a racist, nor did she support the theory of bloodline, and she was a half-blood wizard herself. However, from a purely academic perspective, the probability that Ivan's parents are wizards is much higher than that of Muggles. Ambrosius. For this surname, Professor McGonagall did not think of any family in the magic world with the surname Ambrosius. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall asked Ivan about his life experience. I don't know either. When Ivan traveled through time, he had no token to prove his identity except a piece of paper with his name on it. He also gave the ring on his hand to McGonagall. The latter checked it and did not see anything from the ring. Sorry, kid. Professor McGonagall returned the ring, his eyes full of apology. I haven't seen the emblem on this ring. It's okay, I'm not interested in my own life experience. Ivan said calmly. In comparison, I am more curious about the world of magic. By the way, Professor, where can I buy the things mentioned here? Ivan smiled slightly, then took out the list in the admission letter. I once saw a magical alley in the reflection of the lake. Is it there? Is this also your prophecy? Professor McGonagall was more and more surprised at Ivan's ability to predict. It's an incredible ability. Yes, we call the alley you mentioned Diagon Alley, which is the largest wizard market in the UK. And you don't have to worry about tuition fees. Professor McGonagall signaled Ivan to get ready. Studying at Hogwarts is free and food and accommodation will be provided by the school. In addition, we will give young wizards like you a certain amount of galleons as scholarships. In order to prevent Ivan from not understanding the concept of galleons, Professor McGonagall explained the currency of the wizarding world to him. 1 galleon is equal to 17 sickles, which is equal to 493 gnats. Shall we set off to Diagon Alley now? I know you are very curious about the wizarding world, but I still need to guide another freshman. Professor McGonagall came out this time. Not only Ivan, a little wizard, needs to be guided. Compared with Ivan, she also has to talk to the parents of another freshman to make them believe in the existence of magic. After all, Professor McGonagall has never met a few young wizards like Ivan who can master wandless and silent spells before entering school. So, Professor McGonagall set a time with Ivan. and she would come again in the afternoon to take him and another freshman to Diagon Alley to buy the items on the list. With the departure of Professor McGonagall, Ivan was the only one left in the room. Ivan had already thought clearly about exposing his prophetic ability. It was not easy to travel through time once, and Ivan did not want to live in fear. Ivan has read a lot of Harry Potter fan fictions, in which the protagonists often regard Dumbledore as an imaginary enemy, and from the beginning they think about how to prevent the old bee's legilimency, fearing that their identity as a time traveler will be exposed. It's not that we shouldn't be wary of Dumbledore. It's true that old Dumbledore is highly respected and has a bottom line, and it's true that he won't pry into other people's privacy at will. But it's important to be on guard against others, and it's definitely right to be more careful. What really makes Ivan speechless is that these time travelers, while guarding against Dumbledore, don't take Snape to heart at all and even take the initiative to approach him. You know, Snape's brain occlumency can even deceive Voldemort. Even if his attainments in forging memories, hiding emotions, and exploring secrets are not as good as Dumbledore, for a first-year wizard, both of them are irresistible. Ivan doesn't ask himself if he is a high IQ talent. He chose to tell Professor McGonagall about the gift of prophecy magus because it could cover up the fact that he knew the plot. In addition, legilimency is not a psychic power in Marvel that can see through the other person's entire memory at a glance. In essence, legilimency is mind reading, which can only read the superficial thoughts and ideas. To truly explore a person's memory, you need to take out the magic wand and use legilimency to extract the memory from a person's brain. However, such a thing, let alone Dumbledore, even Snape would not do it. Performing legilimency on a little wizard in Hogwarts obviously violates the principles of the professors and is a great offense to the privacy of others. Brain occlumency is a magic that must be learned. Before I find a way to learn this magic, even if someone reads my memory, I can explain it with prophecy. After a hard time traveling through time, Ivan didn't want to intrigue with others. He was eager to explore the mysteries of magic, to appreciate the charm of this world, and then live a wonderful life. As for whether to get involved in Dumbledore's savior training plan, Ivan was not sure. He would not deny the original work and engage in conspiracy theories because of preconceived impressions. Similarly, Ivan would not shamelessly make friends with Harry and Ronald because of familiar names. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. Ivan ate snacks and drank tea. Other people's future has nothing to do with me, I just need to do my best. In this way, time quickly came to the afternoon. The morning mist had dissipated. Today was a good day, the sun was shining, and Ivan felt much better. It's time to come. Ivan glanced at the wall clock and waited at the location he predicted. Pie. Soon after, with a small sound, two figures suddenly appeared from the air. They were Professor McGonagall and another freshman she was going to guide. This was a little girl about 10 years old. She had brown eyes and thick, fluffy brown hair, and her big front teeth were quite conspicuous. He cough cough cough. It's the first time to apparition, this is normal. Professor McGonagall gently stroked the girl's back, but the little girl straightened up and took a deep breath to suppress the discomfort caused by apparition. I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable. Well, okay, I'm fine. As if to show her strong adaptability, the little girl raised her head stubbornly, with a feeling of swell up her face and pretend to be fat. Puffy. Hearing the sound, the girl looked in the direction of Ivan and found that it was a boy of the same age as her who was holding back his laughter. Mr. Ambrosius, it is not gentlemanly to laugh at a lady. Professor McGonagall was not surprised that Ivan would wait here specially, and it was obvious that the other party had predicted this in advance. Sorry, Professor McGonagall. Ivan had already recognized the identity of the girl. The other party was Hermione Granger, one of the original Iron Triangles. The original novel of Harry Potter is also known as Hermione and Her Two Useless Men, and Ivan felt that it made sense. Because without Hermione, Harry and Ronald might not even be able to enter the door of the first part. Who are you? Hermione stared at Ivan dissatisfiedly and was very dissatisfied with him for laughing at her. Ivan Ambrosius. Ivan smiled and said, like you, I am also a freshman at Hogwarts this year. Also, I apologize for my rudeness just now. Hermione looked Ivan up and down. She was not the kind of person who liked to judge people by appearance, but I have to admit that Ivan's appearance and temperament are really good. Just thinking of Ivan's sneer, Hermione was embarrassed. Maybe I didn't perform well just now, but I believe it's only temporary. Ugh. Ivan didn't quite understand the child's train of thought, seemed to be a little competitive. Hermione Granger. But out of politeness, Miss Beaver still extended her hand. Nice meeting, Mr. Ambrosius. This also meant that Hermione accepted Ivan's apology. Just call me Ivan. Then you can call me Hermione too. Hermione asked curiously, are you a wizard? I mean the kind that's different from me. Miss Granger, Mr. Ambrosius is a muggle-born wizard like you. Yeah. Ivan nodded, then pointed to the orphanage not far away and said, just to add, I live there. Huh. Hermione saw the sign of the orphanage and instantly realized that Ivan was an orphan. She quickly apologized to Ivan, I'm sorry Although Miss Beaver wanted to prove herself, she was more worried about suddenly entering the wizarding world from the muggle world and was afraid of doing worse than others. This inferiority complex made her a little domineering and she subconsciously put on an arrogant attitude. However, when she found out that Ivan was an orphan without even parents, Hermione immediately felt sympathy. It doesn't matter. Ivan said he didn't care about his background. He said to McGonagall, Professor, shall we go to Diagon Alley now? Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall asked about Hermione's physical condition, and the latter immediately straightened her chest. I'm fine, we can go now. Okay then. Seeing Hermione so determined, Professor McGonagall could only say, hold my hand. Hermione quickly put her hand on Professor McGonagall's arm and at the same time reminded Ivan that the feeling of apparition was not very good, so he should be prepared. Swish. Ivan naturally knew the process of apparition. The next moment, he only felt that his body was forced into a certain place and then he was forced to pass through a very tight rubber tube. When Ivan regained consciousness again, he had already appeared in front of a very old and shabby bar. Cough, 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 tilde, tilde. After 2 consecutive apparitions, Hermione's face turned pale, but she still looked at Ivan firmly. But after finding that Ivan didn't seem to react at all, Hermione widened her eyes in surprise, her eyes full of confusion. Aren't you a muggle? Why don't you react at all? Not only Hermione but even Professor McGonagall looked at Ivan curiously. To be honest, there are talented little wizards, but for magic like apparition, most wizards will have some adverse reactions when they are not proficient. It's indeed the first time I have done this kind of shuttle. As for why I didn't feel anything. Because I exercise regularly. Ivan thought it was because he was an obscurial. He found that the shuttle process just now was very similar to the feeling of turning into an obscurial. However, Ivan didn't intend to expose the obscurial here. If it was Dumbledore in person, the identity of the obscurial would definitely be a plus point, which could greatly win the sympathy of Dumbledore. As for not telling Professor McGonagall, it was because the power of the obscurial was too dark and powerful. Letting an obscurial enter Hogwarts is tantamount to playing with the lives of all the little wizards. Once Ivan goes berserk, not to mention the young wizards, even the adult wizards will be easily crushed. Professor McGonagall may allow werewolves to become students and professors at Hogwarts, but can she accept a time bomb like Ivan? Ivan has not seen this answer in the prophecy yet. However, there is one thing that Ivan can be sure of, that is, he cannot tell this secret to a young wizard like Hermione. After all, once the Obscurus is exposed, Ivan will inevitably be expelled from school. The parents of young wizards will not tolerate an Obscurus staying with their children. Even if Dumbledore guarantees it and the professors prove that Ivan has the ability to control the Obscurus, adult wizards will not accept the existence of a dangerous monster like Ivan in Hogwarts. A strong body can indeed reduce the adverse reactions of apparition. Professor McGonagall guessed that Ivan was hiding something, but she would not explore Ivan's secret. On the other hand, Miss Beaver's eyes were almost overflowing with unyielding. What else could Ivan do? He really didn't expect Hermione's competitive spirit to be so strong. Let's go. Professor McGonagall led the two into the leaky cauldron. Unlike the mystery that Ivan and Hermione imagined, the interior of the leaky cauldron was just like its name, dark and dirty. When the wizards in the bar saw Professor McGonagall, they all greeted her. The owner Tom even asked eagerly, "Professor McGonagall, would you like something to drink?" The owner of the leaky cauldron was hunched over, with a pointed head and no hair on top of his head. To Ivan, he felt like an old bat without hair, very weird. Hermione was frightened by Tom approaching and instinctively shrank behind Ivan. Only after realizing that her behavior was a bit embarrassing, Miss Beaver mustered up the courage and separated from Ivan a little. "Oh, two little guys I haven't seen before." Standing behind the bar, Tom leaned over and smiled at the two of them. "Are you freshmen at Hogwarts this year?" "Yes, Tom." Professor McGonagall nodded to old Tom and walked forward with Hermione and Ivan. "Also, it's not convenient to drink during work. Haha, if Hagrid hears this, it will be very interesting." Ignoring old Tom's teasing of Hagrid, the three of them walked through the bar and came to the patio surrounded by walls on all sides where a trash can and some weeds were placed. "Remember, count 3 bricks upwards and 2 bricks horizontally." Professor McGonagall motioned Ivan and Hermione to watch her count the bricks, then took out her wand and tapped the wall 3 times at the places she had counted before. Gala la tilde tilde. The next moment, under the eyes of Ivan and Hermione, the bricks on the wall began to move, revealing a small hole. The hole became bigger and bigger, and soon a wide archway and a street paved with cobblestones appeared in front of the two. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." The pedestrians who kept coming and going on the street, dressed in simple and strange clothes, attracted the eyes of Ivan and Hermione. Especially the latter, who was completely attracted by the scene in front of her and could not look away. Wizards and magic have a huge appeal to little girls like Hermione. Who hasn't imagined themselves as a little princess? The three walked along the archway, and when Hermione looked back, she saw that the archway suddenly narrowed and soon turned into the original solid wall again. Diagon Alley is the most prosperous commercial street in the British wizarding world, and many first-line brand stores in the wizarding world have flagship stores here. Ivan glanced at it, and one by one, the stores he remembered in his previous life or had never seen came into his sight. Ollivander's Wand Shop, Hopping and Playing Magic Joke Shop, Florin Fosco Ice Cream, Jishu Stationery Shop, Thrift Store, Horror Journey Wizard Travel Agency, Quidditch Boutique, Flourish and Blots Bookstore. Madame Malkin's Robe Shop, Partridge's Cauldron Shop, Magical Creatures Shop, Toffin's Finished Products Shop, Weziker's Magical Supplies Shop, Ella's Owl Shop, etc. The real wizarding world is much wider than what we see in novels and movies. In Ivan's sigh, Professor McGonagall took Hermione and Ivan to Gringotts first, where they were going to exchange Muggle currency for gold galleons for Hermione. For young wizards from Muggle families, there is a certain limit of Muggle currency exchange for wizard currency every year. Hermione's father is a dentist, which is a high-income group in Western countries. If the exchange rate of 5:1 between pounds and gold galleons is followed as Rowling said, Mr. Granger might be able to exchange tens of thousands of galleons for Hermione on the spot. What a magical place! Hermione grabbed Ivan's hand, and it seemed that she had forgotten to let go since she met Tom. Miss Beaver was already nervous when she first entered the magical world. At first, she might have wanted to compare herself with Ivan, who was also born in Muggles. But facing an unfamiliar environment, it is human nature to keep warm together. Ivan came from the same place as her, and Ivan behaved so steadily, which inevitably made the little girl subconsciously want to rely on him. Yes. Ivan pinched Hermione's little hand, indicating that she didn't need to be nervous. "I think living in such a world must be very interesting. Aren't you afraid at all?" Hermione admired Ivan's character. They were obviously the same age, but Ivan was so mature. "Maybe it's because I have been living in an orphanage." Hermione whispered, "I'm sorry, I'm not. It's okay, I don't think it's a painful memory." Ivan's attitude made Hermione feel ashamed. "By the way, I just saw a bookstore. After exchanging wizard currency, we can buy together and then read it alternately. This should save a lot of money." "Yeah." Hearing about books, Hermione immediately became energetic and returned to the somewhat proud Miss Beaver's posture. Professor McGonagall looked back at the two little wizards and was happy that they could gain friendship before entering school. Soon, the three of them came to a snow-white building that towered above the surrounding shops. Beside the shiny bronze door there stood a figure wearing a scarlet and gold uniform. The other person was a head shorter than Hermione and Ivan, with a dark face that exuded intelligence and a pointed beard. Ivan found that his hands and feet were particularly long. When they entered the door, the goblin bowed to them. "What are they?" "Goblins. Professor McGonagall, they work for Gringotts and keep the wealth for wizards." Hermione didn't react to this, but Ivan couldn't help but frown. He didn't know the specific relationship between goblins and wizards, but he thought it was stupid to hand over the bank to goblins. Ivan remembered that when he read the setting of Harry Potter in his previous life, goblins should be the losers. However, the losers could actually control the economic lifeline of the wizarding world, which was incredible. "What's wrong, Ivan?" "Nothing." Ivan didn't say it directly. He knew that such words were not suitable to be said here. So the three of them passed through the second door again. The door was silver and the following words were engraved on both doors: "Come in, stranger. But beware of the consequences of greed. If you only ask for something that never belonged to you, you will be punished most severely. So if you want to take a share of our underground vault that never belonged to you, you have been warned, thief, beware of the consequences of bringing evil instead of treasure." Tusk. Ivan read these warnings, his eyes narrowed slightly. These goblins are an eyesore. The two goblins in front bowed to them and led them into a tall marble hall. There were about 100 goblins sitting on high stools behind a long row of counters, some weighing coins with copper scales, some examining gems with eyepieces, and hastily recording them in a large account book. There were countless doors in the hall leading to different places, and many goblins pointed bows to lead people in and out of these doors. "How can I help you?" The goblins behind the counter stood on high stools, which allowed them to look down at the visitors. "Professor McGonagall." Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration in the British wizarding world. Her magic level is only second to that of Dumbledore, a great wizard in the world, and is definitely at the top level. With decades of teaching, it is not an exaggeration to say that her students are all over the UK. Even the goblins in Gringotts dare not be too arrogant in front of Professor McGonagall. "I want to apply for currency exchange service for this year's freshmen." "Oh, is it time again?" The goblin behind the counter propped himself up and looked down at Ivan and Hermione standing next to Professor McGonagall. He looked at the two and asked, "Excuse me, who needs to exchange wizard currency?" "It's Miss Granger." "Sorry, Professor." At this time, Ivan interrupted and said, "I wonder how much this money can be exchanged for." "Ugh." Professor McGonagall looked at Ivan in confusion, and the latter blinked at her. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment and said to the goblin, "Miss Granger and Mr. Ambrosius need exchange service. Although Hogwarts has scholarships for helpless little wizards like Ivan, those scholarships are only enough for Ivan to complete the purchase of basic materials and school supplies. Therefore, Ivan chose to give up the scholarship and apply for Muggle currency exchange service instead. "Ivan, do you have enough money?" Hermione brought about £2,000 this time, which can be exchanged for about 400 gold galleons at the current exchange rate. Of course, this is theoretically. In fact, young wizards from Muggle families can exchange up to 100 galleons per year, and this exchange rate will change at any time. For example, if someone exchanges a large number of galleons with Muggle currency in a short period of time, then the exchange rate of 1/5 may become 150 or even 1/500. Goblins do not need Muggle currency. To them, Muggle currency is no different from waste paper. So the best way to exchange should be to buy gold in the Muggle world first and then exchange gold for galleons. Although this exchange method will also lead to the depreciation of gold, resulting in fewer and fewer galleons that can be exchanged, the goblins' love for gold has been high since ancient times. With limited global gold reserves, goblins don't mind taking all the gold in the Muggle world at the lowest price. Anyway, they are the only buyers. If Ivan could really produce several tons of gold, the goblin would make him realize the dangers of society and directly devalue gold to cabbage price. "How many galleons can these gold be exchanged for?" Ivan took a box of gold out of his backpack and then put it on the counter with the help of Professor McGonagall. He knew that he would carefully control the output of gold so as not to let these ugly goblins take advantage of it. Gold. The goblin opened the box and saw a row of small yellow fish neatly placed inside. Oh, it's really these golden little cuties. Mr. Ambrosius right. The goblin held up his glasses. According to the current gold exchange rate, you can exchange them for 250 gold galleons at Gringotts. Ugh. Hearing this price, Ivan's eyes turned cold. Obviously, there is definitely a lot of deductions here. Okay. Ivan did not bargain and directly accepted the deal in the surprised eyes of Hermione and Professor McGonagall. He silently kept this account in his heart. Now, let these goblins be proud for a while. On the other side, Hermione also exchanged 80 gold galleons, and after the three of them left Gringotts, Professor McGonagall asked Ivan about the box of gold. Professor, all my gold was purchased with legal income. Ivan told Professor McGonagall that when he was a child, he had predicted the lottery results in the newspaper and successfully won the third prize to improve the life of the orphanage. In addition, Ivan would also use his savings to buy sports betting. He did not dare to use the prophecy to make money at will, and he would control the amount within a certain range every time. Of course, Ivan concealed some things. For example, he changed his appearance by using the disguise magus and opened several bank accounts in the Muggle world to prepare for his future life after leaving the orphanage. Similarly, it was also with the help of disguisemagus that Ivan could keep himself safe and hidden even though he had a lot of wealth. Great, amazing. Hermione widened her eyes, amazed at Ivan's divine ability. In the past, when it came to the ability to predict the future, I always thought about whether I can predict the lottery results. I didn't expect to meet a prophet today, and he did it. Even Professor McGonagall didn't know what to say. In the end, Professor McGonagall could only tell Ivan to be careful not to be discovered by Muggles and not to indulge in gambling, and then let the matter go. The three of them left Gringotts. Professor McGonagall asked them to take out the shopping list, and Miss Beaver recited the contents of the list directly. Uniform. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 1 plain peaked hat for daytime, wear black. 1 pair of protective gloves, made of dragon skin or similar material. 1 winter cloak, black silver buckles. Note: all student clothing must be attached with name tags, textbooks. Standard spells, elementary. History of magic. Magic theory. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. 1000 magical herbs and fungi. Magical potions and liquids. Fantastic beasts and where to find them. Dark arts. A guide to self-defense. Other. 1 wand. 1 crucible tin standard size 2. 1 set of glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope. 1 brass balance. Students may bring 1 owl, 1 cat, or 1 toad. Parents are kindly reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. After the voice fell, Hermione looked at Ivan and Professor McGonagall with great energy. The latter smiled and praised, "It seems that our Miss Granger is well prepared." Professor McGonagall likes little witches like Hermione who love to learn. As for the desire to show herself, Professor McGonagall, who was born of mixed blood, was similar to Hermione in the past, and also wanted to prove that she was no worse than those pure-blood wizards. Ivan, how about we go buy the textbooks for this year first? Hermione has a strong desire for knowledge. The only shortcoming is that she believes too much in what is written in the books and regards it as the truth. Okay. Ivan and Hermione went to Flourish and Blots, and they were completely attracted by the piles of books in the store. At the same time, Professor McGonagall asked the two to stay in Flourish and Blots, and she went to help them buy crucibles, gloves, and other supplies. McGonagall, who has been a professor at Hogwarts for many years, knows the ins and outs of this. By checking it personally, she can not only keep the price to the lowest but also ensure the quality of the things. Professor McGonagall is such a good teacher. Hermione sighed, it would be great if all professors at Hogwarts were like her. Professor McGonagall, who is serious and old-fashioned in the eyes of others, is actually a proud cat girl who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside in the eyes of Ivan and Hermione. Well, this cat girl is a little old. Let's go pick out the first-year textbooks. Hermione couldn't wait to pull Ivan towards the rows of bookshelves. They didn't choose to buy second-hand books. Some people may think that the notes of senior students on second-hand books can better assist learning. However, for the two, second-hand books are really unnecessary except for saving money. Especially Hermione, she needs new books because it gives her more space to take notes and highlight key points. Please pack Miranda Goshawk's Standard Spells Elementary, Standard Spells Level 2, Level 3, Level 4 for me. Ivan bought all the textbooks that the little wizard would need in the next few years at once, which made Hermione envious. Unfortunately, Hermione's gold galleons were not enough for her to be so generous. Fortunately, Ivan promised the little witch that he would lend her those senior textbooks, which greatly improved Hermione's favor and completely let go of the last bit of grudge in her heart. Both of them were born as muggles, but Ivan was more talented than her. Not only that, Ivan's modesty, gentleness, strength, and wisdom won the little witch's admiration. Ivan had read the original book and knew the little witch's personality. Hermione at this time was a typical person with high IQ and low EQ. She was domineering and rigid and didn't know how to adapt. Fortunately, Ivan had his own way. As long as he regarded the little witch as a little willful sister, Ivan felt much more acceptable. For a little girl, it's no big deal to be a little coquettish. Ivan, you know a lot. If it were someone else, Hermione might not be so obedient. But facing Ivan, a boy of the same age who was better and more mature than herself, Hermione instinctively chose to believe him and correct her own problems. Because Professor McGonagall hadn't come back yet, Hermione stayed in Flourish and Blots with Ivan to read books. However, for the same content, Ivan's learning speed is faster than Hermione's. Whenever the latter encounters difficulties in understanding, she always gets a simple and clear answer when asking Ivan. Of course, the little witch is not always guided by Ivan unilaterally. The two have different styles and focuses. Hermione prefers to recite the whole article, not missing any clues. In contrast, Ivan chooses to grasp the key points and only remember the core, which also allows Hermione to always find the details that Ivan missed at the first time. In this way, the relationship between the two became closer and closer, and they became good friends who communicated and studied together. Ahem. I don't know how long it took Professor McGonagall, who came back from shopping, saw this warm scene. She coughed twice and smiled. It seems that you get along well. Yeah. Ivan praised, Hermione is the smartest girl I have ever seen. Ugh. Being evaluated as the smartest by Ivan, even Hermione blushed a little. The little witch suppressed her shame and said proudly, obviously, Ivan, you are the smartest one. Growing up, Hermione had never admitted that there was anyone smarter than herself, and Ivan was the only one. Okay. Professor McGonagall was very happy that they could become good friends. My clever little sir and lady, pack up your things, and now it's time to choose our first wand. Wands are props used by wizards to assist in casting spells. One of the biggest differences between wizards in the Harry Potter world and those in other worlds is that they need wands to cast magic. Of course, the need here is not inevitable. The role of the wand is to guide the wizard's magical power so that it can better follow the heart and get the desired results. Professor. Ivan followed Professor McGonagall and asked, can't you cast spells without a wand? Many young wizards will have the same question as you. Professor McGonagall glanced at Ivan and said, the technique of casting spells without a wand is called wandless casting, which requires a very high level of magical attainments. In Professor McGonagall's explanation, the young wizard is like a newborn child. The magic power in his body is the ability to speak, and casting spells with a wand is like mastering a language. In simple terms, if wand casting is compared to communicating in the mother tongue, then wandless casting is learning a foreign language. The same is true in reverse. When African wizards who are used to casting spells with gestures suddenly pick up the wand will not only fail to make their casting smoother but will also risk losing control. Casting spells without spells and wands is the essence of magic in this world, which is the highest realm of making your wishes come true. With Ivan's current magic level, he is not qualified to think about the real wish coming true. He is a bit too ambitious. Ivan, you have to know that not every little wizard can master such power. Professor McGonagall warned, compared to the convenience of magic, we need its safety and stability more. There is a risk of magic getting out of control. Even adult wizards have the tragedy of being killed by a spell. I remember, Professor. Although Ivan's magic power is huge except for the Obscurus and those blood magics, he can only do some simple tricks at most, such as taking objects from the air and making certain things disappear. Professor McGonagall looked at Ivan with relief. She liked this smart and sensible child very much. Only then did she change her seriousness when facing other little wizards and carefully instruct them. Soon, the three of them came to a small and shabby store. The golden sign on the door had peeled off and it read, Ollivander, making excellent wands since 382 BC. In the dusty window, a wand was placed alone on the faded purple cushion. The shop was small, with nothing but a bench. Oh, good morning, Minerva. In the dim little room, a soft and old voice came from the wand box that was almost piled up to the ceiling. The old man came to the counter and smiled. 9.5 inches fir wood dragon heart tendon hard texture. He was talking about the wand that Professor McGonagall bought here that year. Your memory has always been so good, Garrick. Memory? No, I always think that it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Mr. Ollivander sighed. I still remember that day I just took over my father's job and then I met a picky witch. Isn't this a good memory? Hermione complained in Ivan's ear and Ivan coughed dryly, indicating that Ollivander was looking at them. The frightened little witch stuck out her tongue and lowered her head. It looks like two more energetic guests. Ollivander took out a measuring tape. Who will go first? You go first, Hermione. Ivan asked Ollivander to measure Hermione first. The old man first asked Hermione about her dominant hand, and then began to measure the size of the little witch. From shoulder to fingertips, from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measure the circumference of the head. Each Ollivander wand has a super powerful magical substance which is its essence, Mr. Ollivander said while measuring. We use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon nerves. Each Ollivander wand is unique because no two unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes are exactly the same. Of course, if you use a wand that should belong to another wizard, it will never have such a good effect. Sorry, sir, Hermione asked. I don't quite understand why you need to measure your body data when buying a wand. After all, our bodies will continue to grow. Will the wand be replaced like clothes at that time? The little witch had no ill intentions, she was just simply curious. In fact, if Hermione was alone, in order to leave a good impression in front of Professor McGonagall, she would never ask such a question. However, because of Ivan's appearance, Hermione really couldn't suppress her curiosity. Ah, good question. Mr. Ollivander was not angry but said with excitement, Remember what I said just now, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. The wand is not only a tool in the hands of wizards but also a companion who can accompany them throughout their lives. The wizard's body will change, and our wand will also grow. Mr. Ollivander. Hermione looked confused. You are talking about it as if the wand has its own life. Of course the wand has a life. The old man laughed but did not explain any more. Instead, he picked out a wand from the countless boxes and handed it to Hermione. Try this one, 10.25 inches willow dragon heartstring. Hermione took the wand, but as soon as she touched it, the old man shouted loudly. No, not this one. In Hermione's panic, Ollivander snatched it back and he looked like he had encountered something dirty. The little witch looked confused. She thought Ollivander might have something wrong. Did I touch the wand just now? What happened? Hermione looked at Ivan, her eyes full of confusion. The latter smiled and said, I think the wand has the ability to identify the magic of wizards. Didn't Mr. Ollivander just say that the wand has life? Yes. Ollivander looked back at Ivan and smiled. Every wand is unique, just like there are no leaves in the world that are exactly the same. Many wizards regard wands as tools, but they don't know that they are the best partners of wizards. Wands will change as wizards grow up. They are part of the wizard's life. The wand is obtained when the little wizard enters the school, bound to their magical characteristics, and grows with them. And when the wizard's life comes to an end, the wand will die soon. Otherwise, with Ollivander's 2,300-year history of wand-making, there must be thousands or even tens of thousands of wands left in the world, if not tens of thousands. But the problem is that there are not so many wands in the wizarding world because wands are closely related to the lives of wizards. Well, it should be this. Ollivander searched for a long time and finally found a new wand in the back. Try this one, 10 3/4 inches vinewood dragon heartstring. Hermione took the wand, and the moment the little witch grabbed it, an inexplicable sense of intimacy arose. Wonderful. Ollivander laughed at this. Grapevine wands are very rare. They usually choose those who have lofty pursuits, foresight, and will do things that shock their friends who think they know them. I feel like it is an extension of my arm. Hermione waved the wand gently, leaving a little fluorescent light in the air. This kind of lightness like finger-arm is like untying the heavy shackles on the body. He. Ollivander looked at Hermione's love for it and was happy that his work could meet the right owner. Sincerely, 7 gold galleons. The first wand of the little wizard will receive a certain subsidy, so only 7 galleons are needed. Hermione paid and bought a set of wand care tools. Next, Mr. Ambrosius. Ollivander read Ivan's last name several times and seemed to think of something. Your last name reminds me of a legendary family. Legendary family. Hearing this, not only Ivan and Hermione but even Professor McGonagall, who had been standing silently beside them after entering, couldn't help but become interested. Garrick, what family are you talking about? The surname Ollivander is very old, and it is listed as one of the 28 sacred families in the British magic world. Professor McGonagall was very curious about Ivan's life experience and didn't expect to get a clue from Ollivander. Minerva, you should know, right? After all, we always say that, Ollivander laughed and then jokingly said. Merlin's beard. Merlin's. Oh, Merlin's beard. Suddenly, Professor McGonagall realized and looked at Ivan with shock. Merlin Ambrosius. In this world, Merlin is a wizard with powerful magic. He is a natural prophet and has the ability to transform into anyone's appearance. Ollivander noticed McGonagall's gaze and then looked at Ivan, who was also a little surprised. The old man's face changed slightly and he asked in disbelief, Excuse me, Minerva, I want to ask this child, it should be just a coincidence, right? Professor McGonagall wanted to say that this was a coincidence, but thinking of Ivan's bug-like prophetic ability. I'm sorry, Garrick, I think this child is likely to be the descendant of the only one left now. Merlin's beard. Ollivander's eyes widened and he stared at Ivan for a long time. The great eternal family, I didn't expect that there would be someone who could bloom such a noble bloodline in this era. Ambrosius means eternal and immortal, so in the wizarding world, people who inherited Merlin's bloodline are usually called immortal descendants. As for the surname Ambrosius, it has left a legend of the eternal family in the wizarding world. But I heard that the bloodline of the eternal family was cut off 1,000 years ago. No, it's not cut off. Ollivander said. It was scattered. There is no Ambrosius family in the wizarding world today because this family disappeared 1,000 years ago. As for the reason, it was not a disaster but simply because the male heirs were extinct. As the female descendants got married, Merlin's bloodline was scattered among the families, and only those who awakened both the prophecy magus and the metamorphosis magus at the same time could be called the immortal descendants. Hermione was confused by the two peoples, catshock.jpg from the beginning. Sorry, do you mean Ivan is the descendant of Merlin? Who is Merlin? I guess no Yinguo people don't know. He is a legendary figure who must appear when mentioning King Arthur. Thinking carefully, Ivan does have a strong ability to predict and is a prophet, but Ivan doesn't seem to have the ability to become someone else. Hermione is not jealous of Ivan, she hopes that her little friend is good enough. It's just that the title of eternal descendant sounds very troublesome. The little witch doesn't want Ivan to be in danger. Well, according to what I saw in the bookstore just now, I should still be a natural transfiguration magus. After Ivan finished speaking, he turned into Hermione, Professor McGonagall and Ollivander in front of the three people. The whole process was done in one go, so fast, without any pause, and the three people who watched were stunned with unbelievable eyes. This is the first time I've seen such human transformation. Professor McGonagall had seen transfiguration magus before, but those transfiguration magus could only transform their appearance to a certain extent. But Ivan could change his body shape, voice, and body details. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Professor McGonagall would definitely think that he had stuffed a bottle of polyjuice potion in his throat in advance. Amazing magic. Ollivander felt honored to be able to witness the blossoming of a descendant of Merlin. He trembled and stretched out his hand and shook hands with Ivan. Welcome back, great Ambrosius. Ivan didn't have much experience. His Merlin bloodline was given by the system when he traveled through time. Before today, he didn't even know what the surname Ambrosius meant in the magic world. Oh, sorry, I'm too excited. Ollivander's fingers trembled as he began to look for a wand suitable for Ivan. Now let me see which wand is honored to serve you. Facing the descendant of Merlin, who is considered a legendary figure in the magic world, Ollivander called choosing a wand serving, which shows his inner restlessness at this time. Partner, please, is it aggrieved to be Merlin's knight? It is such an honor for a wand to fight side by side with the greatest wizard. If you don't want to serve, there are wands. If you want, Ollivander's wand shop has no shortage of wands. Let's try this first. Ollivander handed a wand to Ivan. Elm Thunderbird tail feathers 9.5 inches. Elm wands are usually chosen by owners with grace, outstanding magical talent, and innate noble temperament, Ollivander introduced. Its wand core comes from an extremely powerful adult Thunderbird. Although wands with Thunderbird tail feathers as wand cores are difficult to master, they usually have very powerful power and are especially precious to transfiguration masters. The same material, just like lightning wood, is divided into hundreds and thousands of years. There is also a gap between elm and elm. The wand that Ollivander took out was his masterpiece. The elm and Thunderbird tail feathers used were the top of the two materials. Its price has long exceeded the level of 7 galleons. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is priceless. Buzz tilde tilde. When Ivan held the wand in his hand, a strange magical wave came from the wand. Ivan tried waving it and found that the flow of magic power in his body became particularly easy. I feel that my magic power has suddenly become 10 times lighter. However, just when Ivan thought he had found a suitable wand, Ollivander shook his head. No, not this one. The old man looked very disappointed, as if his craftsmanship had not been recognized by the customer. Why? Seeing Ollivander turn around and continue to look, Ivan asked in confusion. Ollivander told Ivan that this wand did not choose him but chose to surrender under the pressure of Ivan's powerful power. Although Ollivander's original intention was to choose a squire knight for Ivan, he couldn't just choose one casually. If Ivan is the king of a country, then the wand should be a loyal minister under the king. The elm wand is too flattering. Its so-called service is just to please its master, a complete treacherous appearance. Of course, this does not mean that the elm wand is not good. Ollivander believes in the excellence of his own wand, but such words are just deceiving himself. Thinking of his own elm wand's flirtatious behavior after approaching Ivan, Ollivander felt that he had lost face because of it. Choosing a wand is not about giving the best to someone. There was no other way. The old man could only comfort himself by saying the Ollivander family's principle in making wands: the most suitable is the best. The implication was, my level was not good enough, so I had to ask the ancestors for help. This wand is my father's last work and his most proud work. Ollivander picked out a wand with a black body and a silver-white handle. The wand body is made of ebony, which has an impressive reputation and appearance. They are very suitable for all types of offensive magic and transfiguration. Ebony usually chooses those who have the courage to be themselves. They don't follow the crowd, are independent, and like to immerse themselves in the state of being outsiders. In addition, the perfect partner of the ebony wand is those who can ignore external pressure and stick to their beliefs. Not only that, the handle of this wand is made of fairy mithril, a very precious alchemical material in the wizarding world. Ollivander's willingness to take it out is the greatest recognition of Ivan. The wand core comes from the tail feathers of a phoenix. Wands made of this kind of material are the most picky and the most difficult to tame. Come on, try it. Ivan handed the wooden wand to Ivan, who felt the excitement from the wand as soon as he got it. If the previous wand made Ivan's spell casting smoother and easier by 10 times, then this one can at least make it 20 times. The 20 times here does not mean that the power is increased by 20 times. Ivan himself has the talent of wandless casting, but the feeling of blockage will have a great impact on his control and casting speed. But after owning this wand, Ivan can easily cast magic that he originally had difficulty in casting. For example, assuming that the difficulty of casting the luminescent spell is 1, the difficulty of the armor bodyguard is 5, and the difficulty of perfectly releasing the fiery spell controllable is 20. Ivan's wandless casting is only about 2. This means that he cannot break the magic blockage and cast the armor bodyguard without a wand. The wizards in the Harry Potter world do not have the concept of magic value. In Ivan's view, the magic in this world is not so much energy-driven, but more like using the so-called magic power to adjust the rules to achieve what he wants. Theoretically, as long as the wizard's mind is focused enough, they can even cast magic continuously for a whole day. Of course, mental fatigue is inevitable. After all, even if humans do nothing, they will be extremely sleepy at night, let alone casting spells like doing homework. How do you feel, Ivan? Hermione saw Ivan's happy face and knew that he had found a suitable wand, so she was very happy for him. Ambrosius family, eternal bloodline, descendant of Merlin. These titles were too far away for Hermione. She only knew that Ivan was the first little wizard she knew and her friend. Very good. Ivan told Hermione about his feelings. He did not look down on the little witch because of his identity as a descendant of Merlin. He smiled and looked at Ollivander. Sir, thank you for choosing this wand for me. I think my father will be honored to receive your praise. But I'm sorry to tell you that this wand is not the most suitable for you either. Ollivander stretched out his hand and motioned Ivan to hand him the wand. Like the elm wand just now, it is too humble in front of you. Flattering ministers are not good and servile servants are even more unworthy. What a terrible talent! Putting down the wand, Ollivander looked at Ivan with great emotion, his eyes full of shock. Garrick, sorry Minerva, I lost my temper. Ollivander's magic attainments are not profound. Even in the British wizard world, he is not considered a master. In today's wizard world, if wizards are divided into levels, the top ones are great wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort. Compared with other wizards, it is not an exaggeration to say that the two are another kind of creature. Facing these two, the number of people is meaningless. Even if they face dozens or even hundreds of powerful wizards at the same time, the two can easily defeat them. Below them are magic masters like McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. Most of them have extremely high magic attainments in a certain field and can fight one against many in battle. They are the best in the wizard world. Ollivander can barely be regarded as a master of alchemy. But in terms of magic attainments, he has not reached the level of Professor McGonagall and can only be regarded as an elite wizard. Young wizards, senior wizards, adult wizards, elite wizards. There is no specific division between the four. The only difference is how much magic they master and whether they have a special skill. As for Ivan, Ollivander can only describe him in one sentence, that is, a natural wizard. You know, Voldemort was able to reach the level of Dumbledore, but he had to undergo more than one dark magic transformation and even lost his handsome face for this. What about Ivan? He had just entered Hogwarts and he already had the magic talent that Voldemort wanted at all costs. Next, Ollivander selected more than 20 wands that he thought were extremely powerful. Unfortunately, without exception, these wands were not very suitable for Ivan. It's really distressing. Ollivander rubbed his somewhat sour eyebrows. How long has it been since I met such a picky guest? At the same time, Ollivander said a little "oh yeah" in his heart. It turns out that he is not the only one who is not good at it. His father is just as bad as him. Many things need to be compared. Ollivander felt much better all of a sudden. His thoughts became clearer and his mood became much better. And Ollivander was ready for a long battle. He was so happy to have such a picky guest. Mr. Ollivander. Ivan saw Ollivander's eyes light up and hurriedly said, "If you really can't find it, this oak wand is good. Among so many wands, a wand with oak as the wand body and dragon heartstring as the wand core has the highest degree of fit. Described in data, it is 25 times smoother. With Ivan's powerful magic, he is confident that he can successfully perform almost all known magic." After dozens of failures in succession, Ollivander's excitement came up completely. So Ollivander began to frantically search through boxes and cabinets and then constantly replaced wands for Ivan to try, from his father to grandfather to great-grandfather. In half an hour, Ivan had the illusion that he had quickly passed through Ollivander's ancestors. No, no. There must be more, there must be more. Wait, little Ivan, wait a little longer. Ollivander came and went countless times, and now he was sweating profusely. Ivan looked at the pile of wand boxes on the side. He only had one thought now, that is, he hoped that Ollivander would not faint from exhaustion. Ivan was really afraid that he would have to kneel down and beg him not to die. What's the big deal? Ivan smiled bitterly to himself and then looked at Hermione beside him. The little witch had begun to be immune to his unusualness. I remember it was placed near here. Ollivander seemed to be in a trance. He liked this kind of picky guests the most, because the more picky the little wizard was, the more it could prove his excellence. And Ivan, even in the records of the Ollivander family, was uniquely picky and had broken their ancestral record of choosing wands. Ah, found it. Suddenly, Ollivander found a box from some corner. He excitedly returned to the counter and carefully pushed the wand in the box to Ivan. Come on, try this. Ahem. Ivan opened the box and looked at the wands placed inside. The wand was like a piece of charcoal left after burning with pits and bumps on it. If Ollivander hadn't taken it out himself, Ivan wouldn't even be able to tell it was a wand. This wand. Hermione felt that Ollivander was teasing her. This was not a wand at all, it was just a piece of burnt wood. Ivan didn't say anything but silently took the wand out of the box. For some reason, the moment he saw the wand, Ivan felt the cry of an unknown bird which was very pleasant and melodious like a song. Crack, crack. The next moment, golden lines like lava appeared on the wand and the surface of the wand began to break and black wood chips kept falling. Kai. Ivan held the wand upright in front of him, watching the flames flying out from the tip. They turned into phoenixes with gorgeous tails singing around Ivan. Perfect, too perfect. Ollivander was so excited when he saw this scene. The old man had disheveled hair and looked like an old beggar who had just crawled out of a garbage dump. But on that dirty face, a pair of extremely bright eyes silently told of his joy. This is the victory of the Ollivander family. It was proof that he, Garrick Ollivander, had defeated the picky Ambrosius after 1,000 years. Is this the wand choosing the wizard? Ivan couldn't let go of the wand in his hand. This wonderful feeling was indescribable. As Ollivander said, the wand is the best partner of the wizard. It will accompany them throughout their lives and grow with them. In addition, after the soul is clicked to 4 o'clock, Ivan can open a very special vision. In this vision, Ivan clearly saw the small figure resting on the wand in his hand. It was a very beautiful phoenix singing a cheerful song. Kai tilde, Kai tilde. The phoenix vaguely sensed Ivan's gaze. He tilted his head and jumped to express the joy of awakening his little master. Cute little guy. Because there were outsiders here, Ivan did not interact with the little phoenix but just blinked at him. Every wand is unique, and this one is the most special one even among all the wands made by the Ollivander family. Then, Ollivander told Ivan the origin of this wand. A long time ago, my ancestors went to Bhutan, where the Oriental magic originated. That day, the phoenix landed on the phoenix tree on the top of the mountain in Bhutan. He turned into flames and died with the ancient tree. Sorry, I said, Feng Huang, can you understand? Yes, Ivan nodded and said, I know some Huxia. Your erudition is amazing. Ollivander's pronunciation was not standard, but he still tried his best to introduce it to Ivan. This magical creature from the east, the phoenix, is a sacred bird from the east. According to the books published by the Huxia Ministry of Magic in Guilin, this magical creature has been extinct many years ago. If nothing unexpected happens, it is likely to be the only phoenix left in the world. Ollivander continued. Unlike the phoenix here, the phoenix in the Huxia magic world does not have the ability to be reborn, but in contrast, they have almost eternal life. Many wizards from the east believe that the phoenix has immortal qualities. Ollivander is not very familiar with the phoenix, so he is not clear about the specific information of this sacred bird. My ancestor found the last remnant from the embers of the fire and used superb alchemy to make it into a magic wand. It is neither a wand body nor a wand core, but a fusion of the two. But it is not complete because there is still one last step. Ollivander always thought it was just a legend in the family, but he didn't expect that someone could really wake it up. The last step. Rebirth. Ollivander said, the powerful and pure magic will give the soul sleeping in this wand a new life. In the eyes of the old man, this wand has gone beyond the scope of a wand. It is a work of art and a miracle. I feel very honored because I have witnessed the miracle that my ancestors have been looking forward to. Ollivander firmly stated that he would not charge any fees for this wand. He slowly pushed the wand in Ivan's hand to the boy. I believe that this wand will achieve unprecedented achievements in your hands.
Hey.
Ivan didn't know what to say, but Ollivander was right about one thing. This wand is indeed a miracle.
Chirp.
The phoenix on the wand is in tune with Ivan. It flutters its wings and lands on its owner's shoulder, as if expressing its closeness to him in this way. This phoenix is very different from the Dumbledore family's fox that Ivan saw in the movie. First of all, Fox's scientific name should be Phoenix, which means the immortal bird. The wand in Ivan's hand comes from the phoenix. In the Harry Potter world, the phoenix and the immortal bird are both divine birds born with flames, but they are not the same creatures. The immortal bird has the ability to be reborn from the ashes, and its tears can heal pain and disease, while the phoenix is a rarer magical creature than the phoenix. Ivan doesn't know whether the phoenix really existed in his previous life, but in the wizarding world, the so-called phoenix, red bird, and immortal bird of muggles are actually the same magical animal, the phoenix. The phoenix is the king of birds and can control flames. Although it does not have the ability to be reborn from the ashes, it can devour flames and magic power, thereby gaining eternal life. In addition, the phoenix will bless humans and bring them good luck. Its beautiful singing voice has the power to revive all things and save souls. Chi tilde chi tilde. The little phoenix spread its wings again and flew around Ivan. The flame-like color and 5 tail feathers contained different colors and magic, which made it look particularly sacred and majestic. It is indeed a divine bird called auspicious. It is so beautiful. Ivan kept praising it in his heart, but it was a pity that the people around him could not see this scene. In their eyes, the magic wand in Ivan's hand was magical, but it was still just a magic wand. However, when Ivan looked at the mirror placed in the room, he saw a young man riding a huge phoenix and soaring in the sky. It was his future self. It seems that the phoenix is not dead. Ivan had a hunch that as long as he continued to provide magic power to the magic wand, the sleeping phoenix in it would be able to return from death and be reborn. Go back first, little guy. The little phoenix could hear Ivan's inner voice. He circled the wand for a few times, then rushed into the sycamore wand and disappeared. By the way, there are these. Ollivander took out another set of the latest wand care tools and gave them to Ivan for free. This made the little witch envious. Even Professor McGonagall complained in a low voice that she was ripped off by Ollivander's father when she bought the care tools. Come to think of it, where is the profit from a wand that costs 7 galleons? If you really want to make money, you have to sell peripherals. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander. Ivan did not refuse the old man's kindness. I like this wand very much. After leaving Ollivander's wand shop, Ivan carefully put the wand into his sleeve. There was a bag he specially sewed there which could ensure that the wand could be held in his hand as quickly as possible. Next, the three went to Madame Malkin's robe store to buy wizard robes. During this period, Ivan asked Madame Malkin to help him modify the wizard robe, shorten the dragging skirt, and make a place in the sleeve to store the magic wand. After seeing this, the little witch wanted to imitate it. Unfortunately, she was afraid that being unique would attract too much attention, so she only modified the sleeves. The purchase of the magic wand is the biggest expense. In addition to books, wizard robes, and instruments on the list, first-year freshmen can also bring a pet. Owls, cats, and toads, these are 3 pets that little wizards can choose. Because he had enough money, Ivan chose to buy a cat and an owl as pets. Owls are good companions for wizards and they have strange magic. As long as you think of the name and appearance of the recipient, the owl can accurately deliver the letter to the other party. Of course, the premise is that there is no shielding spell around the recipient. So beautiful. Outside the pet shop, Hermione looked at the pure white snow owl in the cage through the glass, and the idea of buying it kept coming up. However, she just spent a lot of galleons on books, which made the financial situation of the little witch in her first school year not optimistic. I still have a lot of galleons on hand, you can exchange some with pounds from me. Ivan found Hermione's desire for pets and made this more reasonable suggestion. Although the two have known each other for a short time, they have already regarded each other as their first friend in the magic world. Hermione is not unacceptable to helping each other. Forget it. Hermione hesitated for a long time and finally shook her head. In the first year, I plan to focus more on studying. Pets will distract me. She planned to adapt to life in Hogwarts first and then consider the issue of pets. Okay, Ivan walked into the magical animal store. The interior was cast with a traceless extension spell and the interior space was much larger than it looked from the outside. But even so, the store was still very crowded. The walls were densely hung with cages, poisonous orange snails, big turtles with gems on their shells, sleek and smart black mice, owls, ravens, cats of various colors, cattails, shape-shifting rabbits, etc. Ahem. Ivan gently fanned his nose. The smell here is really a bit ahem. Because a large number of animals are crowded here, the air is filled with all kinds of smells, which really puts a lot of pressure on people's noses. Hermione frowned, looked at Ivan in agreement, and whispered, "The environment here is really bad." Fortunately, Ivan has a clear goal. Hogwarts first-year students cannot choose pets at will. After excluding the owl they already have and the toad that Ivan thinks is very anti-human, the two little witches walked straight to the cages where many cats were locked up. Ivan turned on his psychic vision, which allowed him to better perceive the magical fluctuations emanating from the cats. "Ivan, what do you think of it?" Hermione pulled Ivan's sleeve and pointed to a cage above. Ivan looked up and saw a Persian long-haired cat with fluffy and soft ginger hair, bow legs, and obviously a little pigeon-toed feet. In addition, it has a weird persimmon face as if it had hit a brick wall headfirst. Seeing Hermione noticed it, the strange cat immediately looked at the little witch with its yellow eyes, shaking its big furry tail like a bottle brush, as if it was eager to get her favor. "Isn't it beautiful?" "Ugh." Ivan's mouth twitched slightly. He really couldn't understand the little witch's aesthetic taste, because in his opinion this strange Persian cat was so ugly that it was not an exaggeration to say that it lowered the overall appearance of cats. However, Ivan did not refuse directly but called the female clerk to ask about the specific situation of the cat. The clerk told them that the cat was called Crookshanks and had been in the store for almost a year. It has some cat Kneasel blood, but because it looks too weird, customers are reluctant to buy it. According to the female clerk's estimate, Crookshanks may be difficult to sell in another year or two. "Oh, that's too pitiful." Hermione really likes this big cat named Crookshanks. When he heard Crookshanks' name, Ivan completely confirmed the other party's identity. It was the birthday gift Hermione bought in the 3rd grade. Ivan suggested that Hermione buy it. He still made the same suggestion as before, exchanging pounds for some galleons from him. If Hermione felt it was unfair, she could raise the exchange rate. Anyway, for Ivan, pounds could also buy things in the Muggle world. Okay. Finally, under Ivan's persuasion, Hermione bought Crookshanks. There was no way. Hermione felt sorry for Crookshanks's experience. He was so beautiful, why didn't everyone like him? To this, Ivan could only say, "As long as you like it." Next it was Ivan's turn. He picked out a gray and white kitten from the pet cats. The other party looked less than 2 months old. From the perspective of bloodline, it looked a bit like Ivan's ragdoll cat in his previous life. It had sapphire eyes and exuded a magical halo that ordinary people could not see. Ivan didn't know what these lights meant, but among the many pet cats, its magic power was obviously stronger than other pet cats. "Excuse me, how much is this ragdoll?" "Ragdoll." The female clerk didn't know what ragdoll cats were. Ivan explained, "It's a domestic cat bred by Americans around 1970. According to my understanding, this cat has been in Wying country for less than 10 years. "Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean, sir." The wizarding world is closed to information, especially when it comes to changes in the Muggle world. Almost no wizards will know too much. The female clerk told Ivan that the ragdoll cat he was talking about was also the offspring of a catkin in the store, just like Crookshanks. The catkin is a magical creature, and if you want to keep it, you need to get approval from the Ministry of Magic. But this ragdoll, a ragdoll cat, is different from Crookshanks, and it doesn't inherit much catkin blood. The female clerk said, "If you like it, sir, I can sell it to you at a low price." Obviously, in the female clerk's concept, although this cat is beautiful because the catkin blood is thin, it is actually not as good as Crookshanks in terms of price. Well, that's it. In the end, Ivan spent nearly 30 galleons in the magical animal store, 25 of which were used to buy Crookshanks, and the poor little guy was only worth 5 galleons. Ivan checked Yumi's gender and found that she was a female cat. Yumi was the name Ivan gave to the ragdoll cat. It came from a game Ivan played in his previous life, Magic Cat Yumi. She didn't have a magic book, but she had a master who could do magic. Ivan, thank you. Let's not talk about Crookshanks first. Ivan's promise to lend the senior spells textbook to Hermione saved Hermione a lot of galleons. We are friends, aren't we? Ivan touched Hermione's fluffy hair, which made the little witch a little embarrassed. But Hermione didn't refuse. It must be admitted that Ivan's appearance alleviated the various uneasy emotions that Hermione had when she first entered the magic world. They are the same kind from the same place and are the only friends. This concept is like a seed that took root in Hermione's heart. Before leaving Diagon Alley, the two agreed to learn magic together. There are still 2 weeks before Hogwarts starts. Hermione plans to learn some magic in advance to avoid being bullied by those little wizards from wizard families after school. During this period, Ivan also asked Professor McGonagall about the trace. Tracking Thread is a tracking spell that can locate the approximate location of underage wizards and detect magical activities within a certain range around the underage wizards. When an underage wizard uses magic in front of a muggle or someone around him uses magic, the Ministry of Magic's improper use of magic office will be notified immediately. This notice will carry a contract magic to monitor underage wizards. Your wands have not been set with tracking threads yet. Professor McGonagall explained. Tracking threads are not set on wands, but a kind of contract magic. At the end of the first year of Hogwarts students, they will receive a summer vacation notice stating that young wizards are not allowed to cast spells outside the school, and students are required to sign their names. In the wizarding world, the name itself contains magic, and this notice is also a contract which, to a certain extent, constrains every underage wizard studying in a magic school. In addition, when a young wizard violates the rules and casts a spell outside the school, the Ministry of Magic will receive a notice. The existence of the notice is based on the magic contract, so it will mark the location and time when the young wizard violates the rules. As for what magic was cast and who cast the magic, Trace could not judge. I see. Ivan nodded and decided to review the spells in the textbook with Hermione in the next 2 weeks and exchange experiences. Afterwards, the three of them had lunch at the Leaky Cauldron. McGonagall used apparition to send the two home and then returned to Hogwarts Academy through the Flu network. In the headmaster's office of Hogwarts, an old man stood behind the glass window. A head of silver-white hair, waist length so long that it could be stuffed into the belt, and blue eyes seemed to have magic as if they could see through people. The old man's nose was very long but twisted, and it seemed to have been broken at least twice. He is the headmaster of Hogwarts, the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world today, Albus Dumbledore. Albus! Suddenly, Professor McGonagall walked in from the headmaster's office. I have something to tell you. Professor McGonagall did not keep him in suspense and directly told Dumbledore all the things about Ivan, including what happened to him in Ollivander's wand shop. In order to be as detailed as possible, they even used the pensive to observe Ivan more clearly in McGonagall's eyes. Ambrosius. The blood of the eternal family. Dumbledore listened to all this patiently. He naturally knew the legend of Merlin's descendants. It seems that our school will welcome another talented little wizard this year. Albus. Professor McGonagall widened his eyes, as if puzzled by Dumbledore's calmness. Okay, I know. Dumbledore calmed Professor McGonagall's emotions. He opened a glass jar on the table, took out a struggling cockroach from it, and asked, Would you like some? Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. No, thank you. Although the cockroach pile was not real cockroaches but made of enchanted syrup, the feeling of struggling in the mouth and the sound of bursting after biting, Professor McGonagall really couldn't accept this kind of weird candy. Crack. Dumbledore chewed the cockroach pile and said calmly, It seems that you care about that child, Minerva. Yes, I am worried. Professor McGonagall did not continue, but Dumbledore knew what she meant. However, the old man shook his head and said, "They are different, Minerva. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Professor McGonagall has a good impression of Ivan. But it is precisely because she likes this child very much that she hopes that Ivan can take the right path. To put it bluntly, Professor McGonagall is under too much pressure and is worried that she is not capable enough to teach Ivan well." She told Dumbledore about the matter just to let the old man give Ivan more guidance to avoid Tom's problem again. "Don't belittle yourself." Dumbledore looked into Professor McGonagall's eyes and smiled. "You are the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts, my best transfiguration professor." The old man could understand Professor McGonagall's mood at this time, just like when he found Tom Riddle. He was happy and worried. "And we have to admit it," Dumbledore said. "Tom is an excellent wizard, isn't he? Putting aside external factors, Voldemort's achievements in magic are indeed amazing." So Dumbledore comforted McGonagall a few more words before sending her away. Ivan Ambrosius. After Professor McGonagall left, Dumbledore sat down slowly. The old man looked at the night sky outside the window, but the figure of Gellert Grindelwald emerged in his mind. Ambrosius's bloodline will bloom among the descendants of Merlin, and the last person who inherited part of the bloodline of the Eternal Family was Grindelwald. Of course, Grindelwald could not make accurate predictions and human body deformation at Ivan's age. The other two were not related by blood. After all, the descendants of Merlin were distributed all over Europe. This awakening was more like a miracle that magic randomly gave to wizards. "He is better than you." Dumbledore marveled at Ivan's talent, but he did not consider whether this child would bring good or bad changes to the wizarding world. The only thing they could do was to give Ivan some experience as an elder, nothing more. Standing at the door of the orphanage, Ivan felt as if he was in another world. Next to Ivan was a cart, on which were placed all kinds of things he bought in Diagon Alley. The two cages on the top held an owl and Yumi respectively. Compared to the dull owl, Yumi was looking at the Muggle world all the way with curiosity in his eyes. The fluffy little guy attracted many people's attention as soon as he arrived. Especially that agility, it was really lovable. "Okay, we're home." Ivan pushed the gift into the orphanage, and after greeting Mrs. Mina and the staff, he went straight back to his room. Opening the cage, Ivan took Yumi out of the cage. The little guy didn't struggle. She was very smart and knew that Ivan was her master. Meow tilde tilde. After a cute cry, Yumi fell beside Ivan meekly. She looked around but finally shook her head regretfully as if she was a little disgusted with this shabby room. "Well, the conditions are really bad." Ivan doesn't understand cat language, but the intuition brought by the 4-point soul vision allows him to understand what Yumi means. "Don't worry, I will have someone arrange a new house while I study at Hogwarts. When we come back from Hogwarts, we can live in the new house." Ivan has changed into someone else's appearance more than once in these years, and made primitive accumulation through football betting and gambling. Now, the money in his hands is enough for him to live a comfortable life. Not only that, Ivan also created a non-existent rich man out of nothing through various insurances, bank accounts, real estate funds, and cash flow. In Ivan's plan, he will be adopted by this rich man and then move into a villa under the name of the rich man. This is what Ivan said, that he will leave the orphanage after the 1st grade. Meow tilde tilde. "Are you hungry, little guy?" Ivan took out the snacks he bought in Diagon Alley from the box, poured some for Yumi, and took out the 1st grade spells textbook and started reading. Professor McGonagall said that the trace was cast during the first summer vacation of freshmen at Hogwarts. This means that in the next 2 weeks, Ivan can learn magic without any scruples, without worrying about being discovered by the Ministry of Magic. But you still have to be careful. The obscurus in Ivan's body is too powerful, and a careless move could cause great damage. Although he has a wand and can bring him amazing magic fluency, how to control magic is still a big problem. Let's try it first. Ivan opened the standard spells elementary. He read the book very quickly, almost 10 lines at a glance. Spells are different from transfiguration spells. Spells add specific properties to an object or creature, while transfiguration spells will turn it into something completely different. In the first-year spells textbook, a total of 9 spells are recorded, namely: softening spell, cutting spell, unlocking spell, levitation spell, locking spell, repairing spell, repulsion spell, wand illumination spell, and fire spell. It doesn't seem that difficult. After reading the book, Ivan recalled it several times in his mind, then listed the key information and understood it in different categories. Let's try it first. Start with the simplest one. Theory is theory after all, and the specific effect of the spell still depends on the actual result of casting. Ivan pulled out the wand from his sleeve, turned the book over to the part recording the illumination spell, and then chanted the spell. Luminescent flash. As the voice fell, a silver-white light lit up from the tip of the wand like a small light source, bright but not dazzling, and with a sense of security that could illuminate the soul. Success. Ivan was not happy about his successful spell. He was not unfamiliar with magic, as he could cast spells without a wand and control the Obscurus. Ivan was more concerned about the novel experience brought by this first spell with a wand. Just as I thought, the magic power in this world is not a kind of energy, but a force. In short, magic is like objects with different weights, and magic power is the strength needed to lift them. Take the spell Luminescent Flash as an example. The magic power it requires is extremely weak. Low magic power requirements mean that the magic power is weak and the difficulty of release will be relatively reduced. So how about this? This time, Ivan did not use a spell but cast a spell without a spell. Almost at the moment when the magic wand was swung, Ivan knew that he had successfully cast the spell. However, with the successful casting of the spell, Ivan felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. I seem to have used too much strength. No. Meow. So, amid Yumi's screams, Ivan felt a dazzling white light blooming in front of his eyes. His eyes were stung by the white light, and even Yumi, who was eating, jumped up in fright and hid at Ivan's feet at the first time. Ah, sorry Yumi, are you okay? Ivan was dazed for a while, rubbed his eyes, and recovered after a while. Looking at Yumi, who was climbing up by grabbing his trouser legs, because of the previous commotion, snacks were scattered all over the floor and the little guy was staring at Ivan with resentment, his eyes full of grievances. Well, that life is ever-changing, we have to get used to this and that unexpected situation. In other words, cat, you will forgive your owner, right? Yumi didn't understand human language, but she could understand Ivan's perfunctory attitude. Meow. The cute little cat meowed in dissatisfaction, venting its dissatisfaction with its scumbag master. It was just an accident, I promise. Ivan smiled apologetically and understood the risk of the spell getting out of control. He picked up Yumi and put her on the table and poured her a lot of cat food as an apology, and then licked her master's fingers again as if saying, "Bad master, Yumi forgives you." This little foodie. Ivan secretly complained, and his thoughts returned to the wrong spell just now. Just as I thought, the magic of the illumination spell cannot use too much magic power, otherwise it will cause unpredictable changes in the spell. Failure mistake. Ivan frowned slightly. No, I think this is more of an expansion, an improvement on the magic of fluorescent flashing. Low-level spells do not require high magic power, which means that if Ivan wants to cast the spell successfully, he needs to control his magic power. This is extremely difficult for him who has powerful magic powers. If the magic index of the successful casting of the illumination spell is 1, then Ivan was using 10 magic to cast this magic. Before, Ivan couldn't do this because he didn't have a magic wand. But now, with the help of the Phoenix Wand, as long as Ivan can understand it, let alone the illumination spell, even the 20th level of the fiery spell, or even the magic with a difficulty of 30, Ivan has the confidence to perfectly control it. Yumi, close your eyes. Thinking of this, Ivan took out a pair of sunglasses from the cabinet and closed the curtains again. Yumi got the hint from the master and quickly lay down and cutely covered her eyes. Everything was ready, and Ivan picked up the magic wand, recalled the feeling of casting without a spell just now, and waved the magic wand again. Buzz. Still silent, the light like a flash bomb still bloomed in the room. However, this time, because of the advanced preparation, neither Ivan nor Yumi was affected by this spell. Interesting. Ivan took off his sunglasses and smiled. Just as I thought, as long as you remember the feeling when casting this spell, you can use it again. But what is this? Flash spell or eye disease spell? Although he only tried one spell, Ivan successfully discovered that the same spell would have various changes due to different magic power. First of all, one thing can be confirmed: the effect of the spell is not proportional to the magic power strength. In short, the magic in this world is different from those in fantasy games. There will be no changes such as injecting more magic power into a small fireball, and the small fireball will become a big fireball or pyroblast. In fact, even if there is only a slight change in magic power, the release result of the same spell may be completely different. Just like the illumination spell, releasing it with a magic power of 1 is the illumination spell, and releasing it with a magic power of 10 is the flash spell. But this does not mean that the change in magic power from 1 to 10 is a change in brightness. The soul of up to 4 points warned Ivan as if intuitively warning him not to change the magic power strength of a spell at will. If it just fails, it's fine. If something unexpected happens, it's over. There is a clear record in basic spells elementary that a wizard named Barruffio said S instead of F, and found himself lying on the floor with a bison standing on his chest. This shows how dangerous it is to lose control of the spell. With Ivan's current magical attainments, it is easy to hurt himself if he modifies the spell at random. If he just takes the risk himself, Ivan is not afraid. As a silent person, even if he is hit by the blasting spell in the face, Ivan can be unscathed. But what about others? Yumi, the owl, and this room, and even the friends and staff of the entire orphanage. These factors make Ivan have to be cautious. If you really want to start the experiment, either find an empty place or make full protection to prevent accidents. Come to think of it, I remember Harry Potter had a classmate who seemed to cast an explosive spell no matter what spell he cast. How did he do that? Ivan still couldn't understand the specific reason. The only thing he was sure of was that the reason why this little wizard was like this was definitely not as simple as an excess of magic power. In short, it's a bit exaggerated to increase magic power 10 times at once. Master the first-year spells first. Soon, relying on the magic wand to comb the magic power, Ivan easily cast the 9 spells in the first-grade textbook. There were no accidents all in one go. It was as simple as instinct. In this process, Ivan successfully remembered the magic strength when these spells were successfully released. He did not try immediately but chose to continue reading and spent an afternoon to firmly imprint the contents of the first-grade textbook in his mind. After dinner, Ivan began to read the second-grade spell textbook. There are a total of 6 spells recorded in the second-grade textbook, namely the dance spell, the expansion spell, the freezing spell, the universal breaking spell, the forgetting spell, and the creaking spell. Like the spells that need to be learned in the first grade with the help of the magic wand, Ivan successfully released these magics in just one time. Among these spells, Ivan took out the freezing spell separately. He used the magic wand to release the freezing spell over and over again in order to more clearly experience the magic power required to release this spell. During this process, Ivan discovered another interesting aspect of magic, which is that using spells requires a firm will. The role of the will attribute is to stabilize the output of magic power, which is specifically manifested in being able to cast spells smoothly and ensuring that magic does not get out of control. For example, the freezing spell, this magic is more like reducing the speed of molecular movement in the scientific theory of the previous life than the freezing spell. Of course, it is not completely the same, but it is somewhat similar. The effect of the freezing spell is to slow down the movement of objects. Its manifestation is a bit like time deceleration, allowing the life and non-life under the spell to move at a slow speed. So when casting this spell, you need to unswervingly slow things down. Ivan felt that the essence of the spell was probably a psychological suggestion to strengthen his heart. Casting without spells is because you are skilled enough and have integrated the spell into your instinct. Just like your mother tongue, when you see the word horse, you can immediately think of the animal horse. In the final analysis, it is still the basic cognition of people, if that's the case. Ivan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then raised his wand. Yumi, who was standing by, saw this scene and immediately slapped the empty snack box on the table. This was exactly the cooperation and help that Ivan asked Yumi to give when he was learning the freezing spell. Slow down. Ivan opened his eyes and waved the wand in his hand, providing the magic power needed for the freezing spell while concentrating all his will. Who tilda. So silently, the box just floated in the air. If you look closely, you will find that the box is falling bit by bit at an extremely slow speed according to the original trajectory. Successful. Ivan's eyes lit up and his hand holding the wand tightened slightly. Just as I thought, the essence of the spell is a strong psychological suggestion. The 3 words "slow down" that Ivan just silently recited in his heart were in his mother tongue in his previous life, that is, Huxia. No, it cannot be said to be Huxia. To be correct, it should be his understanding and need for the concept of slow down. So, Ivan succeeded and successfully cast a silent freezing spell rather than silently reciting the spell. However, Ivan was not satisfied with this achievement. He continued to practice, hoping to analyze the magic power required for the freezing spell through repeated casting. The second-year spells are indeed more troublesome than the first-year spells. Ivan found that he only cast the first-year spells once and analyzed what kind of magic power was needed to successfully cast these spells. However, the second-year freezing spell is more complicated than the first-year one. It took him a full hour to master the magic strength of releasing the freezing spell. If the magic power of the illumination spell is 1 scale, then the release of the freezing spell requires 3 scales, and in this process, it is necessary to maintain a clear cognition, that is, to concentrate. Ivan has an adult soul and has lived 2 lives. Therefore, his will is much more determined than those little wizards in the 1st and 2nd grades. In addition, the scale here is compared with the illumination spell as the basic unit. According to Ivan's feelings, if he gives up the sycamore wand, he can only release magic below scale 2. If there are more, Ivan's magic power will be out of control and then various accidents will occur. Is it because of lack of proficiency? Next, Ivan began to practice the silent freezing spell over and over again and only put down the wand when he felt that he was almost there. At this time, the sky outside the window was approaching dusk. Calculating the time, Ivan actually practiced the freezing spell silently for more than 4 hours alone. Tilda. Ivan relaxed. Fortunately, wizards in this world have no concept of mana. As long as they are energetic, they can cast spells endlessly. Thinking of this, Ivan put the wand into his sleeve and put it back to the easiest place to take it out. Puh. Ivan clapped his hands a few times and took a few deep breaths to completely relax his body and mind. Then now, let's try the wandless casting of the freezing spell. For this, Ivan also divined for himself once. The result, Ivan didn't see the scene of his successful casting, but he saw himself eating breakfast safely the next day. Beside him, Yumi was also happily eating. Very good. Ivan got the answer he wanted. Then let's start. Yumi. The ragdoll cat saw Ivan's hint in his eyes and immediately slapped the already tattered box away. This time, Ivan did not use a wand or make any gestures. He just stood there staring at the flying box. Quickly stop. Ivan focused his attention and then recited the spell of the freezing spell with great accuracy. Who tilda. Silently, the box that was still falling quickly just stopped in midair. If you look closely, you can find that the box did not stop completely but was still falling. This effect is exactly the same as the freezing spell. It really worked. Ivan was extremely excited by the success of the wandless spell. Sure enough, Ivan thought to himself, the proficiency of spells is like muscle memory. Not only silent spells but also wandless spells can be cast silently and without a wand. But Ivan felt it and frowned. It seems that there is only the magic of the freezing spell. Ivan's wandless spellcasting level is still at the 2nd scale, which is the limitation of his own attributes. The difficulty of the freezing spell is 3 scales, which is 3 times that of the illumination spell. But because his proficiency is high enough, Ivan relied on his current level to perform exceptionally well. This also means that even if Ivan does not add points, as long as he can improve the proficiency of each subsequent magic, he can complete the casting without a wand. This can be regarded as solving a problem. The wizards in the Harry Potter world rely too much on the wand. Ivan must be prepared to lose the wand or fight without a wand. After dinner, Ivan fed Yumi and the newly bought owl again and then picked up the wand again and started practicing other spells in the spell textbook. This time, Ivan practiced the skills of wandless casting. He did not choose the magic that was beyond his tolerance in the second grade, but chose the safer levitation spell in the first grade spell. The levitation spell is the most famous spell in the Harry Potter world. The spell, Wingardium Leviosa, is something that almost everyone who has seen the movie has heard of. The magic scale of the levitation spell is between 2 and 3. Ivan discovered something interesting, that is, the smallest unit of the magic scale does not seem to be the illumination spell, because the levitation spell has a decimal. Not 2.5 but 1/3. In terms of data, to release the levitation spell, you need to use 2.3 scales of the illumination spell. Similarly, this is also a magic that exceeds Ivan's current wandless casting ability. Fortunately, after repeated hard practice, when Ivan was able to control floating objects at will while holding a magic wand, he successfully mastered the wandless casting technique of the levitation spell. But soon, Ivan noticed something that made him unhappy. Ivan originally thought that he could practice some magic with a magic wand and then continue to push it towards the state of wandless casting. But soon he found that the wandless spells he could remember were limited. Of course, the limitation here is not the limitation of skill bar and spell slot, but Ivan's magic memory, which is similar to muscle memory and has an upper limit. When Ivan is proficient in some magic and can cast it without a wand, if he adds more, the previous memory will gradually become blurred. Ivan summed it up and found that he can remember about 10 magics and cast them without a wand. In addition, Ivan is currently unable to cast magic without a wand for magic with a difficulty of more than 5 scales. Is it because the 3 attributes of thinking, will and mind are too low? Ivan opened his attribute panel. System, open my attributes. Attributes. Soul 4 rare. Magic 5 legendary. Constitution 1 ordinary. Thinking 3 outstanding. Mind 2 excellent. Will 2 excellent. 1 point is in the category of ordinary people, while 2 points are evaluated as excellent by the system. As far as I can guess, the strength of magic power determines the upper limit of a wizard. Ivan sat on the bed, holding Yumi in his arms, petting the cat and thinking. If you don't have enough magic power, no matter how hard you try, you can't release powerful magic. Just like Ivan, he doesn't know the limit of the scale that the magic power brought by the 5-point magic attribute can move. Because there are too few reference spells, Ivan can't determine the limit of his Magic 5 attribute. The difficulty of the freezing spell is just over 3 scales, and the magic with the highest mana requirement in the basic spells from grades 1 to 4 is only about 10 scales. For example, the armor spell is not among the basic spells but a spell that can only be learned in the 5th grade. Ivan, who has read the original Harry Potter, remembers the spell of this magic, Protego. Thinking about protecting your beliefs in your heart and then reciting the spell, an invisible transparent shield will condense in front of the wand to resist attacks from the front. Armor protection. Standing up from the bed again, Ivan waved his wand, but the result was a bit regrettable. He failed to cast the armor spell. Ivan tried several more times, but without exception they all ended in failure. What's going on? Ivan frowned. My magic power is definitely enough, but why can't I cast it? Suddenly, Ivan thought of the description of the armor spell. You need to have a strong belief in protecting yourself. Strong protect yourself belief. Yumi. Ivan thought of a way. He picked up the box on the ground and threw it in front of his cute ragdoll cat. Come on, hit the box towards me. Meow. Yumi didn't quite understand what Ivan wanted to do, but the obedient cat followed the owner's order obediently. The ragdoll cat waved its claws and slapped the box towards Ivan's forehead. Armor protects me. Seeing something flying towards his face at a high speed, Ivan waved his wand reflexively, and a faint white light emerged from the tip of the wand, which quickly disappeared. Pop! The next moment the box collided with the air in front of Ivan as if it had hit an invisible wall. Success! Ivan couldn't help but curl up his lips. He picked up Yumi and laughed. No wonder the armor curse failed. It turns out that this kind of magic needs to contain emotions to be cast. Ivan was very satisfied that he could comprehend the armor curse on his own without a teacher. You know, this is a magic that even many Aurors in the Ministry of Magic cannot cast proficiently, and Ivan is just a little wizard who has not yet entered school. So he continued to work hard, and Ivan began to consolidate the magic of the armor curse. He first spent 2 hours practicing wand casting and another hour practicing silent casting techniques. Unfortunately, the requirements of the armor curse were too high, and Ivan could not memorize it as his own wandless magic for the time being. According to estimates, the magic power of the armor spell is about 10, which is 10 times heavier than the illumination spell. The wand is a great invention. Ivan put the wand down, then picked it up again to experience the effect of the wand. As mentioned before, Ivan's sycamore wand is very suitable for him. Ivan can successfully release most of the textbooks from grade 1 to grade 4 after trying a few times. Of course, the effect and power are definitely not guaranteed. This requires sufficient proficiency and attributes that Ivan does not know. That's all for today. Ivan glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. Unknowingly, it was almost 9 o'clock. This means that Ivan has practiced magic for nearly 8 hours since he came back. There is no change in my body, but I am a little tired mentally. Ivan feels that casting a spell is like solving a problem. Although the body will not be tired, the mental consumption is extremely serious. Meow tilde tilde. Even Yumi seemed to be affected by Ivan and began to yawn. Ivan rested well that night. In addition, Ivan found that after he cast a series of spells, the violent Momo in his body seemed to be much calmer. How should I put it? It was like finding an outlet for the Momo, who was usually somewhat unsatisfied, to vent. Ivan didn't know if this would ease the threat of the Obscurus, but he had nothing else to do now. Practicing spells and learning new spells were what Ivan was very interested in. In contrast, the calmness of the Obscurus was a pleasant surprise. Suddenly, Ivan, who was washing in the public bathroom, saw a picture in the mirror in front of him. It was an owl. There was a letter tied to its claws, and Ivan saw Hermione's name on it. Obviously, this was a passive trigger of divination. Hermione's letter to me. Ivan quickly took care of his personal hygiene. He returned to his room and then opened the window next to him. After waiting for a while, Hermione's owl arrived as expected. Q tilde tilde. Ivan took the letter down, and then, without using a wand, he used the levitation spell to summon a bowl of cereal, indicating that the owl was welcome. Soon, Ivan finished reading the letter sent by Hermione. The little witch invited Ivan to visit her home. After learning about Ivan's existence, knowing that he was also born as a Muggle, and that the orphanage where Hermione lived was not far from their home, Hermione's parents hoped that Ivan could live in the Granger family for a few days. Obviously, Hermione had her own intention. The little witch seemed to be planning to make up for her magic knowledge before the start of school at Hogwarts. Ivan was a descendant of Merlin. Hermione was proud, but the little witch knew that her talent was not as good as Ivan's. Of course, this was nothing. Facing a learned person, Hermione would not be jealous but would work harder to learn humbly. Although the two were of similar age in Hermione's eyes, Ivan was like a talented, humble, and gentle senior who was worthy of her serious study. Boarding for a while. Ivan thought about it and felt that Hermione's proposal seemed good. First of all, he had to practice magic, but the house in the orphanage was too small. In addition, Ivan was worried that he would be seen casting spells, and he didn't want to cast the forgetfulness spell on familiar people. Living in Hermione's house, not only can he communicate and study with the little witch, but the space for casting spells will be much larger. In short, this invitation can save Ivan a lot of trouble in the 2 weeks before school starts. Thank you for your invitation. After making a decision, Ivan immediately wrote a reply, and then waited patiently in the orphanage according to Mr. Granger's request. At about 9 o'clock in the morning, Mr. Granger drove to the orphanage where Ivan was. Mr. Granger showed his dental qualification certificate, and Ivan agreed to stay at Mr. Granger's house for a few days because he and Mr. Granger's daughter were admitted to the same college. The two of them studying together can better adapt to the upcoming college life. Mrs. Mina only thought for a moment, and after asking Ivan to call her every day to report safety, she agreed to their request. Great, Ivans. In the car, the little witch excitedly shared with Ivan the various magical knowledge she had seen yesterday. Those books are really well written, especially the basic spells for first graders. I successfully cast a spell yesterday. Magic is so amazing. Thinking of the surprised expressions of her parents after she successfully cast a spell, Hermione is now a little bit unbelievable. Yeah. Ivan nodded, and he looked at Mr. Granger in the driver's seat. Thank you for your invitation, Mr. Granger. I feel lucky. Mr. Granger's tone was also a little excited. By the way, can I call you Ivan? Of course. Little Ivan. Mr. Granger. I heard from Hermione that you have mastered a lot of magic. When we get there later can we? Mr. Granger, I am just like you, an ordinary person living in this world. Ivan told the other party not to be so polite and just treat him as his daughter's classmate. But as for magic, I do know a lot. Just like Hermione said, the spells in the textbook are not difficult. Really? Mr. Granger smiled happily, but the little witch was a little depressed. Ivan, how many magics have you learned? I only learned the lighting spell and the repair spell. Well, Ivan did not intend to hide his talent. As I said, Ivan planned to live a more relaxed life in this life. Snap! Ivan snapped his fingers, and some small objects that were originally placed behind Hermione and Ivan flew up one after another. So, in the astonished eyes of Mr. Granger, Ivan controlled these things to fly and chase in the back seat area of the car, which made the father and daughter quite incredible. Mr. Granger was surprised because he had never seen such magic. As for Hermione, she was half an expert, so she knew what Ivan had just done. That was wandless casting. No, Ivan, you cast the levitation spell without even chanting the spell. Hermione exclaimed. Oh my god, Ivan, you can cast this magic silently and without a wand. If Ivan's talent was only slightly higher than Hermione's, the little witch would still feel pressured. However, Ivan's talent was really amazing. The boy in front of her was so powerful that Hermione could not compare him. Is this amazing? Mr. Granger did not know the value of silent and wandless casting. He just simply thought it was amazing. Very impressive. Hermione looked at Ivan and asked if he could tell his father about his bloodline. Actually, it's no big deal. Seeing Mr. Granger's puzzled look in the rearview mirror, Ivan smiled and said, I only found out where my talent came from when I bought my wand yesterday. Talent? Dad. Hermione said with great pride, Ivan is a descendant of Merlin. What? Mr. Granger was stunned for a moment. Merlin is that Merlin, the one in the legend of King Arthur. That Merlin. Hermione, I was also shocked when I heard it for the first time. That's really amazing. For Mr. Granger, wizards and magic alone are already very impressive. Descendants of Merlin, Granger couldn't imagine what this concept was. It's not that exaggerated. Ivan found that Mr. Granger looked at him as if he was looking at a mythical figure, such as the Son of God, Jesus, which made Ivan very embarrassed. But the little witch did not explain but continued to deepen her father's impression of Ivan. Even in the wizarding world, the descendants of Merlin are just a legend. No wizard has ever seen. I think Ivan may become the Merlin of this era in the future. What is Ivan's unremitting praise? This is it, we are here. Mr. Granger parked the car beside a clean and tidy street. Welcome to visit Ivan. The Granger family is a 3-story villa surrounded by bushes, and not far from the street is their dental clinic. In England, dentists are high-paying jobs, so the Granger family is in good financial condition, a well-off family. Mrs. Granger is a typical British lady and she warmly welcomed Ivan's arrival. After Ivan put his luggage in the room prepared for him by Mrs. Granger, the 4 of them had a sumptuous lunch together. During the period, Ivan performed many magic tricks for the 3 people, which opened the eyes of the Granger couple and also won the praise and envy of Hermione. In the afternoon, the little witch began to ask Ivan for magic knowledge. Ivan shared his understanding of magic, and with his help, Hermione soon successfully cast the basic spells of the first grade, which made her very happy. At dinner, Hermione also showed off her wand in front of her parents, causing the couple to exclaim repeatedly, "We have a smart little witch in our family." In this way, time flies, and it is the last day of August in the blink of an eye. According to the ticket in the admission letter, Mr. Granger sent Ivan and Hermione to King's Cross Station. Really don't need dad and mom to accompany you. The Granger couple wanted to accompany Hermione, but the little witch told her parents not to worry. With Ivan, there is nothing to worry about. After nearly half a month of getting along, the relationship between Ivan and Hermione has made great progress, and they have almost become good friends who can talk about anything. In addition, both of them are from the Muggle world, so it is not an exaggeration to say that they are childhood sweethearts. Uncle, aunt. Ivan said seriously, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Hermione. Then I'll leave it to you, little Ivan." Hermione, listen to little Ivan when you get to school. The couple had a very good impression of Ivan. In their eyes, Ivan was obviously more reliable than Hermione. Got it, got it. Hermione waved goodbye to the two of them in dissatisfaction. The little witch pulled Ivan over and started to enter the station with her luggage. Seeing that their daughter did not look nostalgic at all, the Granger couple looked at each other and they were quite amused. Platform 9 3/4. Looking at the platform written on the ticket, Hermione looked at Ivan in confusion. "Ivan, have you seen this platform? There are platforms 9 and 10, but there is no platform 9 3/4. Ivan naturally knew where this platform was. Even if he didn't know, with his sole attribute of 4 points, as long as he opened his spiritual vision, he could find traces of magic around. Look at them. Without waiting for Ivan to remind her, Hermione noticed several people dressed strangely, rushing into a wall with their children. It seems that the platform should be between platforms 10 and 9. The two looked at each other and imitated those people, rushing into the wall one after another. Ivan only felt that his body passed through a thin film of nothingness. When they opened their eyes again, they saw a crimson steam locomotive parked next to the platform full of passengers. The sign on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The two looked back and saw that the place where the ticket gate used to be had now become a wrought iron archway with the words, "Platform 9 3/4 written on it. The thick smoke from the steam locomotive lingered above the chattering crowd, and cats of various colors darted around under people's feet. Amid the buzzing of the crowd and the noise of dragging heavy luggage, owls also hooted harshly, one calling the other. "Ivan, I'm a little nervous." Hermione kept looking around, her attention mainly focused on the little wizards who were similar to them. The little witch was very worried that her magic level could not keep up with the teaching at Hogwarts, and she was also afraid that the little wizards from wizard families would look down on her. "You have to believe in yourself, Hermione." Ivan smiled and said, "You are very good, definitely not worse than them." Ivan said this from the bottom of his heart. The half-month of getting along with each other allowed Ivan to see Hermione's talent. In his estimation, if Hermione's talent is revealed in the form of attributes except for the soul, mind, and physique which cannot be judged, Hermione's best attribute should be thinking attribute. The little witch's memory and logical analysis ability are extremely amazing. Even Ivan, who has 3 points of thinking attribute, can't compare with her. From this, it can be inferred that Hermione's thinking attribute is likely to have reached 4 points. You know, reaching 3 points of attribute is outstanding, which means 1 in a million. And like Hermione, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is rare to see someone like her in the magic world for decades. Except for thinking, Hermione's magic power should not be high but only reach 2 points of excellence. However, Ivan thinks that Hermione's magic talent should also be in the forefront among the excellent ones, close to 3, but not reaching the level. Then there is the attribute of will. Ivan thinks Hermione's self-discipline is amazing. Think about it, a person who can spend all his time on studying and thinks that doing exercises, taking exams, and reciting are fun. Ivan just wants to say that her perseverance is so terrifying. Ivan can spend time learning magic, but Hermione is a super student who can memorize every book she has read. Anyway, Ivan can never do Hermione's level. Even if he has 2 lives, Ivan's willpower in his previous life is not that strong. Therefore, he doesn't think there is anything wrong with not being as good as Hermione in terms of will. In addition, the attribute is fixed, and it will not happen that the will of 12-year-old Hermione's enrollment age is 12 years old is 3, and the willpower increases after adulthood. 3 points of will refers to growth, not the current value. For example, suppose Hermione and Professor McGonagall both have a thinking attribute of 4, but the latter's thinking ability is obviously stronger than the former. Similarly, Ivan's magic power is 5, but he can only say that he is stronger than the 11-year-old Dumbledore. Thinking 4, magic 2, will 3. Such attributes have surpassed most wizards, and Hermione in the original book finally became the Minister of Magic, which is a manifestation of her excellent talent. But I'm still a little worried. Hermione began to recite the textbooks she had read before so as to make herself forget the terrible future of being crushed by other little wizards. This scene made Ivan laugh and cry. Let's find a seat. Ivan and Hermione pushed the cart forward on the platform, ready to find an empty compartment. The first few carriages were already crowded with students. Some of them leaned out of the window to talk to their families and some were playing in the seats. Soon the two found a compartment with only a round-faced boy sitting in it. "Excuse me, can we sit here?" Ivan manipulated the levitation spell to make the gift float behind him. Hermione poked her head out from behind him and looked at the boy in front of her carefully. "Well, he doesn't look very smart." "Yes, you can." The boy sat inside shyly, lowering his head and looking very shy. "Ivan Ambrosius, this is my friend Hermione." "Hermione Granger." After the two sat down, they introduced themselves. "My name is Neville." Neville said timidly, "Neville Longbottom." "Hello." Ivan said to himself that the boy in front of him was the hidden savior in the original Harry Potter book, the Gryffindor Sword Master. Thinking so, Ivan manipulated the gift to let them float to a high place by themselves and piled his own cage, Hermione's owl and Crookshank's cage, in the corner of the carriage. Amazing. Neville was stunned by this scene. "How did you do it?" "I mean, Neville, you can do magic." Hermione was confused. She asked in confusion, "Are you from the Muggle world like us?" "No, my family are all wizards." Neville's voice was not loud. He looked at Ivan, his eyes full of envy and admiration. "But I can't do magic." According to Neville's description, his talent was very poor, which made many members of his family think that he was not qualified to go to Hogwarts. Once, Neville's uncle threw him out of the window, but he bounced up by himself without causing any harm, which made his family very happy. When they received the admission letter from Hogwarts, Grandma and others were very happy. Neville has a good personality. Ivan and Hermione quickly became friends with him and then began to share each other's experiences and family information. Neville had no aversion to the fact that the two were born in Muggle families. Although the Longbottom family is pure blood, they are not opposed to half-blood and Muggle wizards. "Ivan, you are amazing." "This is the nth time Neville has said this," Hermione asked. "Ivan is of course amazing, but haven't you seen a little wizard as smart as Ivan?" In Hermione's opinion, children from wizard families must be very amazing. They must have learned magic since childhood and each of them is a knowledgeable genius. Well, except Neville. According to Neville, he doesn't know any magic. Hermione thinks this should be an exception. "I've never seen it." The Longbottom family also has relatives and friends, but Neville has never seen a little wizard like Ivan who has mastered magic before entering school. Especially when Ivan casts a spell, it seems that he doesn't even use a wand. "How did you do it just now?" Neville asked curiously. "I heard from my grandmother that you need a wand to cast magic, but even if I get a wand, I don't know how to cast magic." "That's wandless spellcasting," Ivan said and then gestured to Hermione, saying, "Although Hermione can't do it yet, she has mastered a lot of magic." "Really?" The little witch raised her head proudly, then elegantly drew out her wand, ready to show off in front of Neville. After all, she was the first little wizard from a wizard family they knew, and Hermione wanted Neville to evaluate whether her level was qualified. Repair as good as new. Hermione noticed the cut on Neville's clothes that had been cut at some point, and she waved her wand and used the repair spell to restore the damage. Thank you." Neville hurriedly thanked him and praised, "Hermione, you are also very good." Not bad. The little witch lowered her head shyly. She just didn't want to lose to those little wizards from wizard families not really like to show off. Suddenly hearing Neville's heartfelt praise, even Hermione felt a little embarrassed. While the three were talking, the train had already left London. There was a loud noise of click, click in the aisle, and a smiling woman with dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, "Dear, do you want to buy any food on the bus? I want a licorice wand." Neville touched his pocket and began to look for the pocket money given by his grandmother. Hermione, who was sitting next to Ivan, also had bright eyes. She was very curious about the food in the wizarding world. "Hello." Seeing this, Ivan took out a few galleons directly. "Please give me some." "Ivan." Hermione thought Ivan was a bit wasteful of money, but Ivan said that he was very interested in wizard food and wanted to taste as much as possible. "We can take it to Hogwarts if we can't finish it, so it won't be wasted." Soon, all kinds of food were piled up between Ivan and Hermione. Bibi multi-flavor beans, puff super bubble gum, chocolate frog, pumpkin pie, crucible cake, licorice wand, and some strange foods that the two had never seen in Diagon Alley. These things cost Ivan 13 silver sickles and 4 bronze nuts. How to say it? The prices in the wizarding world are really not expensive. "Child, do you want more?" On the other side, Neville was in trouble. He didn't know where the money his grandmother gave him was. "Let's eat together." Seeing this, Ivan invited Neville to share the snacks around him with him, and by the way, solved the problem that Hermione wanted to pay for her share. This time, it was equivalent to Ivan paying for 3 people to eat. Even Hermione couldn't refuse. "Thank you." Neville looked at Ivan gratefully, thanking him for helping him out. "My memory has always been bad, and I always forget things." Ivan knew that Neville's memory problem was most likely because he was cast a forget spell when he was a child. However, Neville is not without talent, but it is not the time for him to make a breakthrough. You know, Neville will become a professor of herbology at Hogwarts in the future, which fully proves his talent in herbology. "Let's eat first." Ivan and Hermione only had a few slices of bread in the morning and were already hungry. They each picked a bag of snacks. Ivan chose chocolate frogs. He was quite interested in this wizard candy when he watched the movie. Hermione chose the licorice wand. She thought that Neville, who came from a wizard family, would choose it and it must taste good. "This is quite interesting." Ivan opened the box and the chocolate frog inside jumped out impatiently. Unfortunately, Ivan just stretched out his finger and froze the chocolate frog that wanted to run around in midair. It was the freezing spell in the 10 wandless magic he recorded. Wow. Neville was once again impressed by Ivan's show. The round-faced boy opened his mouth wide and didn't even notice that the half-eaten pumpkin pie fell on the table. "Wake up." Ivan waved his hand in front of Neville's eyes, then tapped the chocolate frog floating in the air with his finger and asked, "How do you eat this? Put it in your mouth directly?" Yes, just eat it directly. It feels weird." Ivan didn't care about Neville's surprised look. He played with the chocolate frog for a while, thinking about what magic was cast on it and put it in his mouth. As if anticipating the fate of being eaten, the chocolate frog kept struggling in Ivan's mouth. That feeling made Ivan frown. Well, it would be better to bite off the head first. This is the experience of Neville, who has eaten countless chocolate frogs and is known as the chocolate frog killer. Tilde. Hermione, who was eating a licorice wand on the side, frowned slightly. She knew that Neville was kind, but this statement made people feel a little sick. Crunch, crunch. Ivan accepted Neville's advice and chewed quickly. Ivan had a vague feeling that as the chocolate frog was bitten, the magic on it began to disappear, and with it, a rich sweetness spread in his mouth. "It tastes good. I have never eaten chocolate of this flavor." Not only in this life, Ivan has never eaten it in both his lives. It can only be said that the food in the wizarding world is indeed unique. In this way, the three of them talked and laughed, sharing interesting stories about the wizarding world and the muggle world with each other. Meow tilde. The cat's cry attracted the attention of the 3 people. Hermione looked at Ivan. "Ivan, you seem to have forgotten to release Yumi." Ugh. Ivan slapped his forehead, and then used the levitation spell to move the cat bag placed high in front of him. Meow tilde. After breaking free from the shackles of the backpack, Yumi, who saw the light of day again, called Ivan a few times with resentment. The latter apologized. "I will treat you to snacks, please forgive me, Yumi." The ragdoll cat grumbled for a while, then swung its fluffy tail and began to pick food that suited her taste on the sofa. "Yumi, come here." Hermione waved at Yumi, who did not hesitate to pick up a snack and jumped into Hermione's arms. After half a month of getting along, Yumi had already become familiar with Hermione. Compared to Ivan, Hermione is more like Yumi's master. The little witch also released Crookshanks. At once, a ragdoll cat as pretty as a fairy and a big-faced cat with a face like a persimmon appeared in the carriage. Crookshanks is a female cat like Yumi. It is older than Yumi, and when it was at Hermione's house, it took good care of the petite Yumi. Your pets are so cute. Seeing the two cats, one big and one small, Neville couldn't help but think of his pet Toad. But when Neville was about to introduce his own riff to the two, the boy's face suddenly changed because he found that his pet Toad had disappeared. Live. Neville's shout startled Hermione, and the little witch asked, "What?" "My Live is missing." Looking at Neville's anxious look, Hermione wanted to know what Live was. "Live is the toad I raised." Hermione felt creepy when she heard someone keep a toad as a pet, but the little witch didn't question it. After all, it's normal for wizards to keep some strange things, which is completely in line with the stereotype of muggles about wizards. Don't worry, think carefully about when you last saw it. Hermione was a helpful person, and when she saw Neville in trouble, she immediately started to help him find a pet. Neville was their new friend, and seeing the shy boy looking like he was about to cry, even Ivan joined in. However, the three of them searched for a while, but they couldn't find Liv in the carriage. "Ivan, don't you know the flying spell?" Hermione remembered a magic that Ivan had mastered, which was a spell that only seniors could learn, and she had only seen Ivan use it a few times. But the kind of magic that could instantly summon what you want was not suitable for the current situation. "Sorry, Hermione, this spell cannot be used to summon creatures." The flying spell is also known as the summoning spell, and the spell is something flies. Although in the movie, the flying spell often shows things flying towards the wizard. But in fact, the flying spell can make the summoned things appear in front of the wizard instantly. In addition, the flying spell cannot be used on large buildings and most living things. Although it can be summoned by flying through the container or carrier where the creature is located, it is likely to cause harm to the summoned creature because the moving speed is close to the speed of light. Ivan felt that if he cast this magic, Rive might not die, but he would definitely become miserable. And with continuous practice, Ivan found that there was a reason why this spell had two names. If the object is not in sight, it is a summoning spell, otherwise it is a flying spell. The summoning spell cannot summon living creatures, but the flying spell does not have this restriction, such as the flying spell in Fantastic Beasts. The current situation is obviously not suitable for casting this spell. Is that so? Hermione has never seen the senior spell textbook that records the flying spell. Then what should I do? Riff. Neville was very cowardly, and when he found that Riff could not be found, he became even more at a loss. Ivan did not blame Neville for his behavior. What could Ivan ask of an 11-year-old child? Finally, seeing Neville start to drop small pearls, Hermione really couldn't bear it and decided to go out and ask others if they had seen Neville's toad. Ivan did not go but stayed in the carriage to comfort Neville. However, he sent his own Yumi to accompany Hermione and her Crookshanks. I remember that in the original book, Neville's toad seemed to appear at the end of the semester and later joined the same kind in the Black Lake. Ivan shook his head. He felt that Neville's toad had run its course with him. As the saying goes, it's better to part ways amicably, so it's better not to interfere. Of course, if this is the plot of the movie, Rafe should return to Neville before the sorting ceremony. Ivan. Soon after, Hermione walked in excitedly from outside the carriage. As soon as the little witch sat down, she excitedly said, "Do you know who I saw just now? It's Harry Potter. The boy who survived." Just like in the original book, Hermione met those two useless men. Ivan actually had some feelings for Harry Potter. A child in his teens had the courage to fight against the killer and faced three-headed dogs, basilisks, dementors, fire dragons, dark wizards, and other terrible creatures, and finally defeated his fateful enemy. To be honest, if any other child were in Harry's position, who could say that he could be stronger and braver than Harry? At least Ivan couldn't do it himself, so Ivan never looked down on Harry. This is a good child who is kind, simple, brave, and sentimental. From the perspective of making friends, Harry is definitely a good choice. The only problem is the conspiracy theory mentioned in the fanfiction Ivan had read before, such as Harry is a pawn of Dumbledore and has been calculated all his life. Well, this needs to be paid attention to. Ivan didn't want to get involved in Dumbledore's script. If possible, he wanted to pull Hermione out of the quagmire and turn the original story into The Two Useless Men. Wanna go and see it? Hermione was like a little girl who wanted to share toys with her friends. She even forgot to help Neville find a toad. At this time, Ivan glanced at Neville and found that he was completely immersed in the food. Poor Leif. Ivan mourned for Neville's toad and then followed Hermione to the compartment where Harry was. Ivan and Hermione walked in the aisle and soon came to the compartment where Harry was. However, there were 3 little wizards standing outside the compartment at this time. The leader was a pale blonde boy and the other 2 were sturdy, but they looked a little weird. Did this scene happen here? Ivan immediately recognized the identities of the 3 people. The blonde boy was Draco Malfoy, and the boy standing next to him like a bodyguard should be his right-hand man, Crabbe and Goyle. In the movie, the first meeting between the 2 was put before the sorting ceremony. But in the novel, Harry had a life if life could be seen against the first time meeting with Malfoy on the train. Wait. Hermione wanted to step forward but was pulled by Ivan. The little witch looked at him puzzled but heard Ivan say, "They seem to have something to say, let's not get involved." Okay. Hermione trusted Ivan very much and immediately leaned against the window obediently, giving up the aisle position to avoid causing trouble to others. At this moment, not only Ivan and Hermione but other little wizards also noticed the movement here and looked out. Is it true? Malfoy enjoyed the attention of the crowd, and he said with a hint of sarcasm, "People on the whole train are talking about Harry Potter in this compartment. So it's you, right?" "Yes. Harry has seen too many people who come here because of his reputation, and he is almost used to it. It's just that Malfoy gave Harry a bad impression. That arrogant and superior attitude made Harry think of a word, pretentious. To be honest, Harry didn't want to contact people like Malfoy. However, looking at the 2 big and strong goalkeepers standing next to Malfoy, Harry decisively chose to follow his heart. Oh, this is Crabbe, this is Goyle. Malfoy found that Harry was looking at them and introduced them casually, and then said solemnly, "As for me, my name is Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Puffy. Ronald coughed lightly to avoid laughing out loud. Draco Malfoy's face darkened. He looked at Ronald and said dissatisfiedly, "Is my name funny?" Draco means dragon in English. If Malfoy's name is placed in Daxia, it would probably be like Long Yashin, Li Hongjun, Du Liudao, and Chen Nishan. It's like putting the words from online novels into the real world as names, which seems particularly second year. Especially with his last name, Malfoy, evil, sin. Ivan dared to use evil dragon to name his child. Ivan really didn't know how big the heart of old Malfoy was. In addition, Ivan prefers to call him Drajan, no need to ask who you are. While Ivan was thinking about it, Malfoy had already started his verbal offensive. My father told me that the Weasleys all have red hair, freckles all over their faces, and they have too many children to raise. You will soon find that some wizard families are much better than others, Potter. Malfoy turned to Harry and said, "You don't want to make friends with people who are different, do you?" Ivan felt that the old Malfoy was probably jealous. Although the Weasleys are pure-blood traitors, they are really fertile. One family, nearly 10 wizards, how can this be played? Maybe the Weasleys are poor, but their ability to have many children will definitely make the purebloods in the wizarding world envious. I can help you with this. Ignoring the bystanders around him, Malfoy reached out to Harry, but Harry didn't answer him. I think I can tell who is different myself, thank you. Draco Malfoy's pale cheeks did not turn red, but only a faint blush. Watching this scene, Ivan could roughly guess what Malfoy was thinking. This kid should have come to make friends with Harry, but because he didn't know how to get along with others, he seemed aggressive. In Ivan's words, it was Tsundir. He clearly wanted to make friends with others, but he had to act superior, as if making friends with you was a charity for you. So Malfoy, who was angry and embarrassed, threw his father's instructions behind his head. If I were you, Potter, I would be especially careful. Malfoy said slowly, you should be polite, otherwise you will follow the same path as your parents. If you hang out with people like the Weasleys or Hagrid, you will also be affected. Harry and Ronald stood up, and Ronald's face was as red as his red hair. Say it again. Ronald couldn't stand being insulted like this, and it involved curses about his parents, family, and bloodline. He clenched his fist tightly, wishing he could smash the mouth on Malfoy's stinky face. "Oh, you want to fight, don't you?" Malfoy sneered. He didn't care about the anger of the two people at all. His father was the director of Hogwarts, and he was the heir of the Malfoy family. Even if it was the savior Harry Potter, so what? Others regarded him as the savior and received his favor, but the Malfoy family followed the Dark Lord. To be honest, Harry not only did not bring any benefits to the Malfoy family, but also ruined their investment in Voldemort. At this time, Malfoy had no idea how terrible Voldemort was and how humble the Malfoy family was. He only knew that the Death Eaters were handsome, and his father, who had been the right-hand man of the Dark Lord, was even greater. "Get out right now, you're not welcome here." Although Harry was a little scared, after all, he had never fought with anyone in his life, and he had always been bullied since he was a child. To be honest, Harry's heart was not as brave as his appearance, especially with Crabbe and Goyle standing next to Malfoy. These two guys were much bigger than him and Ronald. "Are you ordering me?" "Why? We won't be scared by the legendary savior." Malfoy was going to teach Harry Potter a lesson, and he noticed the snacks in the carriage. "We've eaten all the food, but you seem to have some here." As soon as he finished speaking, Goyle quickly reached out to take the chocolate frog next to Ronald. Seeing this scene, Hermione could no longer suppress her dissatisfaction and immediately prepared to step forward to defend Harry. Hermione saw the whole process, which was purely Malfoy's unilateral fault-finding. Harry did nothing wrong and Ronald did the same. No one can stand being humiliated for no reason. "Are you going to fight with them?" Ivan asked Hermione curiously. The little witch looked back at him in surprise and said in disbelief, "How can we fight? That's wrong." Well, Hermione is a good kid. She just stopped the fight and told them that fighting is not good. However, before Hermione could act, Ronald in the carriage suddenly jumped forward. "Ah!" The next moment Goyle screamed. This confused Ronald, who thought he didn't touch this guy at all. When they looked up, they saw a fat rat hanging on Goyle's finger. It was Ronald's pet rat, Scabbers. The sharp little teeth bit deeply into Goyle's flesh. Goyle screamed and waved his hands to shake off Scabbers. Crabbe and Malfoy retreated in fear when they saw this scene. Peter Pettigrew. Ivan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. "Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. There is no need to make trouble for the time being." However, Ivan did not intend to get involved, but it did not mean that others would not notice him. "Is it funny?" Malfoy suddenly turned his head and stared at Hermione beside Ivan. The little witch was startled and at the same time realized that her behavior of laughing secretly was very impolite. But the problem is that Malfoy and the other two took the initiative to provoke Harry, but now they were scared by a mouse, which surprised Hermione, who had high expectations for those pure-blooded little wizards. "Sorry, we didn't mean to laugh at you." Ivan stepped forward and stood in front of Hermione. He looked at Harry and Ronald in the carriage and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Harry Potter. I am Ivan Ambrosius." Compared to Malfoy's arrogance, Harry's impression of Ivan was obviously much better. "Hello." Harry extended his hand and shook hands with Ivan, which made Malfoy quite dissatisfied. They both came to make friends, but Harry's attitude towards Ivan was so different from his. The most important thing was that even though he was still standing there, Ivan seemed to ignore him and started talking to Harry. "Enough." Malfoy stared at Ivan. "Who are you, Ambrosius? I have never heard of such a wizard family in Wying." Ivan ignored Malfoy and asked Hermione to walk into Harry's compartment. Harry would not stop him, of course. He could see that Ivan was very friendly to him. As for Hermione, the little witch had just helped him repair his old glasses, and Harry had a very good first impression of her. "See you again, Harry." Hermione held Yumi and sat opposite Harry and Ronald. Yumi seemed to have noticed something and stared at the mouse Banban next to Ronald. "Hey, pay attention to your cat." Ronald quickly protected Banban, fearing that Yumi would pounce on his mouse and eat it. "Yumi." Ivan knew Banban's true identity. Yumi's reaction was probably the same as Crookshank's in the original book, where the Catkin bloodline reminded her that Pettigrew was not a good thing. However, Crookshanks was left by Hermione with Neville, so this task fell on Yumi. Meow tilde tilde. Yumi didn't know what was going on with Scabbers. She just silently warned her master that there was something wrong with this mouse and she should be careful. Don't worry about it, Yumi. Ivan didn't know cat language, but his meaning was clearly conveyed to Yumi, telling her not to act rashly. Enough. Suddenly, Malfoy outside the door growled with a gloomy face. Being ignored by Ivan and left aside by Harry, Malfoy had never suffered such humiliation. Is this your answer, Harry Potter? Malfoy said arrogantly. Weasley's poor bastards, 2 mudbloods, you are just like your stupid parents, and sooner or later you will follow their old path. Harry rushed forward directly because of the inexplicable personal attack, which also involved his own parents. Malfoy was startled, but his left and right Kong, Goyle, and Crabbe stopped Harry in time. Ronald saw this and planned to help Harry with Scabbers. Disappointing. Ivan couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he waved gently at Goyle and Crabbe. The next moment, the two were lifted up by an invisible force, and then, in Malfoy's horrified eyes, they flew backwards and fell outside the carriage with Malfoy. Ah! His tilde tilde. Idiot! You're crushing me. Get up. The 3 of them were huddled together like a pile of pyramids with Malfoy at the bottom. The weight of Goyle and Crabbe almost crushed him to death. This. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, obviously not understanding what was going on. You should learn to respect others. Ivan looked at Malfoy with a gloomy face and he dragged his hand upwards, and the 3 little wizards screamed and floated up. In addition, I don't want to hear the word just now for the second time. Remember. Ivan's tone was calm and gentle, but it sounded like the devil's whisper to Malfoy and the other 2, making them tremble. Huela. As Ivan lifted the magic, the 3 fell from the air, but because of their unstable footing, they stumbled and fell to the ground again. Pah! Ivan shook his head in disappointment, snapped his fingers, and closed the door of the carriage before the seniors came over. Ugh! On the other side, Harry and Ronald stood there blankly, watching the door of the carriage close automatically in front of them. With a bang, the 2 suddenly woke up from their confusion and then looked at the calm Ivan with an incredible look. How did you do it? Ronald sat back tremblingly. I mean, that just now, was it magic? Although he was not targeted, Ronald was really scared by Ivan. He didn't even dare to look directly at Ivan now and sat in a corner timidly, holding Banban in his arms, fearing that Ivan would be dissatisfied and kill his mouse. What kind of stupid question is that? Hermione covered her face subconsciously. She couldn't say that she had a good impression of Ronald. She could only say that she was disdainful, just like a top student facing a poor student. Of course it's magic. Wow. Harry looked at Ivan with admiration and said sincerely, you are so amazing. Can I call you Ivan? Of course. Ivan smiled and said, just now I used the levitation spell and the repulsion spell. They are not amazing spells, you can learn them in the 1st grade. As he said that, Ivan showed off in front of the 2 of them again, sorted out the snacks scattered on the ground and let them fall between Harry and Ronald. Awesome! Ronald's praise for Ivan made Hermione very happy. She flattered him unabashedly. Ivan is the best little wizard I have ever seen. Ivan, don't you need a wand to cast magic? Compared to Ronald, Harry noticed the key. He found that Ivan didn't take out his wand the whole time but just waved it casually, and he did those magical things. Wandless spellcasting, Ronald exclaimed. You can actually cast a spell without a wand. What is that? Harry had just entered the wizarding world and did not know the value of wandless spellcasting. It was not until Hermione proudly explained the difficulty of this magic skill to the 2 of them that he suddenly realized it. This also led to Harry's admiration for Ivan even more. Not burdened by fame. Ivan nodded secretly. As expected of the protagonist of a fairy tale, the princess is kind and beautiful and the knight is just and loyal. Of course, Ivan was not belittling Harry Potter, he was just sighing at Harry's excellent character. If someone else suddenly became a rich second-generation inheritor of a billionaire from an orphan who dared to say that he could do better than Harry, Harry had enough wealth and was even more famous. But he did not lose himself because of this, but clearly realized his shortcomings. He is Harry, just Harry. He is not that powerful at all, and he doesn't even know magic. Instead of indulging in those illusory things, Harry wants to improve himself and prove himself. Well, it's not as bad as Hermione said. Ivan patted Hermione's head and straightened her messy hair, making the little witch blush and blush. Like Hermione, I come from the Muggle world. Ivan told the two of them his origins, while Hermione and Harry were extremely confused by Malfoy's behavior just now. The two asked Ivan what was going on with Malfoy and why he was so arrogant. I've heard about his family. Ronald said gloomily, they were the first group of people to return to us after the disappearance of the mysterious man. They said they were controlled, but my father didn't believe it at all, Ronald. He said that Malfoy's father didn't find any excuses at all and he easily fell to the side of the dark magic forces. Hearing that the Malfoy family was related to the Dark Lord, Harry showed disgust on his face and Hermione was a little scared. The little witch came from a society ruled by law. In her opinion, the Malfoy family was like street bullies, always bullying ordinary people. She was afraid of being troubled by the Malfoy family and she didn't want Ivan to be affected. It's okay, Ivan smiled and said, Hogwarts is the safest place in the whole country of England. There, the power of the Malfoy family is useless. As for the identity of the old Malfoy school director, this kind of thing is meaningless. Who in the whole of England doesn't know that Hogwarts is Dumbledore's territory? Only the second generation like Malfoy, who was spoiled by his parents, would think that he could do whatever he wanted in Hogwarts. That's right, Ronald said. Ivan is so powerful that he beat the evil Malfoy away in just a few moves. They should be afraid of you. Ivan's casual handling of Malfoy and his followers made Ronald like him more. No fighting, Hermione interrupted directly. We should abide by the school rules of Hogwarts, study hard, and go to teachers when we encounter difficulties, instead of solving problems in a barbaric way. After that, Hermione looked at Ronald with a vigilant look, fearing that Ivan would be led astray by this rude barbarian. She had decided to stay away from Ronald, and Ivan too. Hermione felt that she had an obligation to protect Ivan. Malfoy's words were actually not wrong. As the saying goes, if you keep company with a red man, you will be red, and if you keep company with a black man, you will be black. Hermione had already labeled Ronald as stupid, poor student and reckless, and was determined not to let Ivan mix with such people. Ronald and Harry were embarrassed by Hermione's words. One of them lived in a cupboard under the stairs all year round, and the other was a fool who had only received family education before the age of 11. How could they understand Hermione's thoughts? Is she your girlfriend? Ronald looked like he was asking for help, and even Harry looked at Ivan for help. There was no way the two of them really couldn't keep up with Hermione's train of thought and couldn't understand her so-called idea of being a good boy. What? Hermione jumped up excitedly, her face flushed, and she glared at Ronald fiercely. The train will arrive at Hogwarts in 5 minutes. Please leave your luggage on the train and we will take you to school. At this time, the train began to broadcast the arrival of the station. Ivan, we should go back. Hermione, who was almost depressed by the word girlfriend, immediately took Ivan's hand and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she reminded him. You should also change into wizard robes quickly. Don't wait until you get off the bus to rush. Ivan gave Harry and Ronald a helpless look and then returned to his compartment with Hermione, leaving Harry and Ronald looking at each other. I think they should be a couple. Ronald ate the candy and Harry nodded. Ivan is really amazing. Not only is he highly skilled in magic, but he also has a girlfriend. Although the two children don't know what a girlfriend is, they still understand that it's cool to have a girlfriend. And Ivan is so pitiful. Ronald hates Hermione. That Miss Beaver with big front teeth, the look in her eyes just now seems to treat us as idiots. Harry actually wanted to say that Hermione just treated Ronald as an idiot and was quite kind to him. But Ronald was Harry's first friend and he didn't want to ruin their friendship. Are you guys not done yet? At some point, Hermione appeared outside the carriage again. She seemed to hear Ronald calling her Miss Beaver and was staring at him with cold eyes. I forgot to ask you, are you ready for the Hogwarts entrance test? This is related to which college we will be assigned to. Hearing this, not only Ronald but even Harry's face changed suddenly. Especially Ronald. Before coming to Hogwarts, he was scared by his two brothers. For a moment, Harry was so nervous that his stomach turned upside down. He saw Ronald's face turned pale under his freckles. The two stuffed the remaining candies into their pockets and followed the crowd in the aisle. What happened to them? Ivan, who had changed into wizard robes, saw Hermione come back and noticed the expressions of Harry and the others. He didn't understand what happened, nothing. Hermione was not really trying to scare them because even she herself was a little nervous. Ivan, do you know the content of the entrance test? This. Ivan nodded and smiled. I heard a little about it. What is it? Is it difficult? Hermione didn't expect Ivan to really know. Where did you see it? I looked through a history of Hogwarts and the content of the sorting was only briefly mentioned. Ivan knew the ambiguity here, it was just the bad taste of adult wizards. With your ability, Hermione, you should consider which house to go to instead of worrying about whether you can pass. The two had discussed this issue before. Ivan didn't care while Hermione was hesitant between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. What about you, Ivan? I can do either. Ivan didn't want to interfere with the sorting ceremony which only happened once in a lifetime. If this experience was mixed with scheming and trickery, it would make his Hogwarts journey flawed. Therefore, Ivan's mentality was very casual anyway, it all depended on the sorting hat. No matter what the result was, Ivan could accept it. My grandma wants me to go to Gryffindor. Neville, who was following behind the two, said timidly like a little transparent. But I just hope to pass the sorting ceremony. As for where I will be sorted, as long as it's not Slytherin, it's fine. The train slowed down and finally stopped. The little wizards pushed and shoved and rushed to the door and got off to a small, dark platform. The cold night air made everyone shiver. Hermione subconsciously moved closer to Ivan as if this would keep her warmer. First-year students? First-year students, come here. Harry, come here, are you okay? Accompanied by a thunderous shout from the front, Ivan and Hermione looked over. A huge bearded man holding an oil lamp appeared in front of them. It was Rubeus Hagrid, the key keeper of Hogwarts. Good, so high. Hagrid suddenly appeared from the darkness, which really scared many young wizards. Ivan even found that Neville was sobbing softly. He shook his head helplessly and could only pat Neville's back like taking care of his younger brother and comforted him not to worry too much about the sorting ceremony. Next, the team split here and the senior students went to the other side to take the carriage to the auditorium, leaving a group of young wizards crowded here, waiting for Hagrid's arrangement. Watch your feet. Okay, come on, follow me. First-year students, follow me. The rough voice plus Hagrid's loud voice, every young wizard at the station can hear his words clearly. Ivan looked at the road ahead. It was a steep and narrow path and the road was dark on both sides, which was a dense forest. Hermione and Neville on the left and right got closer. Not only them, all the young wizards were a little scared. Ah! Suddenly, a little witch screamed. It turned out that the muddy ground under her feet was too slippery. She accidentally tripped and almost fell. Ivan shook his head. He really couldn't bear to watch it. Light up the way ahead. Ivan took out his wand and gently waved at the lantern in Hagrid's hand. The next moment, the light of the lantern in Hagrid's hand kept swaying and dots of light fell from it. On the originally dark mud road, golden footprints illuminated the road behind Hagrid. Wow, Tilda, what is this? The footprints are glowing. Is it the magic of the big guy? But soon, with the explanation of Neville, Hermione, and others around Ivan, the little wizards knew the origin of this magic. For a while, all the little wizards looked at Ivan. Their eyes were full of longing, envy, and amazement. Of course, there was also jealousy and unwillingness. Oh. Hagrid also noticed this scene. He looked at the lantern that turned golden like a little sun and looked at Ivan gratefully. Did you do it? What kind of magic is this? In fact, Hagrid also noticed the problem with this road. However, only young wizards would walk here and it was once a year, so there was really no need to repair it. In addition, letting young wizards walk in the dark itself was a reason to imitate the original four giants, hoping that they could experience the founder's feeling when he discovered Hogwarts. This magic is called lighting the way forward, sir. Ivan explained, it's a spell I created based on the fluorescent flashing and the appearance of the original form. Create. Hagrid was stunned for a moment. You mean you created a new spell? Not only Hagrid but other young wizards who heard that Ivan could create spells all showed incredible expressions without exception. Incredible. Is he really a little wizard? Ugh. The little wizards were talking about it but Ivan didn't care. Instead, Hermione beside him was proud. Miss Beaver wanted to tell them loudly how good her Ivan was. When it comes to Ivan's bragging, Hermione Granger will never lose to anyone. I heard that walking the path of the Big Four again is a ritual that contains mysterious and powerful protective magic. Ivan took Hermione to Hagrid. There were not many first-year students, so even if Ivan's voice was not loud, everyone could hear it clearly. Yes, you. Ivan Ambrosius? Ivan said and waved his wand again, making the originally bright golden footprints dim, but it still allowed the little wizards to see the road under their feet clearly so that they would not fall. Hagrid was amazed by this scene. I have never seen a little wizard who has such a spellcasting ability before entering school. Hagrid exclaimed, but the opening dinner was about to begin, and he could not delay any longer. He could only thank Ivan and then greet the little wizards. Come on, follow my footsteps and be careful of your steps. The little episode in the forest did not last long. They only knew that this year there was an extraordinary little wizard, a magic genius. Turn this corner and you will see Hogwarts for the first time. Hagrid shouted back. Then, a loud exclamation of "Oh!" broke out from the crowd. Ivan and Hermione held hands and they looked up and saw a black lake suddenly opened at the end of the narrow path. On the high hillside on the other side of the lake stood a towering castle with towers and windows flashing under the starry sky. This dreamlike scene left a deep impression on the freshmen. So beautiful. Hermione excitedly shook Ivan's hand. Is this Hogwarts? I can't believe we will learn magic here in the future. No more than 4 people on each boat. Hagrid pointed to a group of small boats moored on the shore and said loudly. Ivan took Hermione and Neville on the boat as well as a girl with 2 golden braids. When he heard her name was Hannah Abbott, even Ivan couldn't help but stand in awe. As the saying goes, the protagonist changes with time, but Hannah Abbott remains unchanged. I remember that Hannah in the original book seemed to become Neville's wife later. With this in mind, Ivan looked at Hannah and Neville standing shoulder to shoulder. Both of them were shy and introverted, which was indeed suitable. Are you all on board? Hagrid took a boat by himself and he shouted to everyone. Well, let's go. A group of small boats immediately crossed the mirror-like lake and sailed forward. Everyone was silent, staring at the huge castle that reached into the sky. As they approached the cliff where the castle was located, the castle seemed to tower over their heads. Keep your heads down. Hagrid shouted as the first batch of boats approached the cliff. Everyone lowered their heads and the boats carried them through the ivy curtain covering the front of the cliff to the hidden open entrance. They followed a dark tunnel that seemed to come to the bottom of the castle and finally arrived at a place like an underground dock, and then climbed up a ground of gravel and pebbles. Hey look, is this your toad? The students got off the boats one after another and Hagrid stopped Neville while checking the empty boats. Ivan turned around. He didn't know how Hagrid judged that the toad was Neville. However, after Ivan turned on his psychic vision, he saw a very faint thread connecting Neville to the toad. Is it because of this? Hagrid didn't have psychic vision, but he might have some special talents that could sense animals. Thank God! Neville stretched out his arms and shouted ecstatically. He never thought that his own Leif would meet him here again. Wizard, thank God, are you sure? Ivan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Neville's shoulder. Hermione was also happy that the boy could find his pet. To be honest, the two had almost given up on Leif. They all felt that the toad had abandoned its silly little master. Follow me, don't fall behind. After that, they climbed up a tunnel in the rock with the help of the light of Hagrid's lantern and the traces left by lighting the way ahead, and finally reached a flat and wet meadow under the shadow of the castle. Everyone climbed up a stone staircase and gathered in front of a huge oak door. Hagrid raised his huge fist and knocked on the castle door 3 times. Here, Ivan lifted the spell and received gratitude from many little wizards. Especially those little witches. If it weren't for Ivan's protection along the way, they would probably have their wizard robes covered in mud. The door opened, and a tall black-haired witch in an emerald green robe stood in front of the door. It was Professor McGonagall. McGonagall glanced at the freshmen. Her eyes stayed on Ivan and Hermione for a while and finally looked at Harry Potter. The Hogwarts cat lady looked serious, but she actually felt quite sympathetic towards Harry, who had a tragic life. Seeing that he finally came to Hogwarts, she felt relieved. First-year student Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. McGonagall, leave it to me to pick you up here. After that, McGonagall opened the door wide. The entrance hall leading to the Great Hall was extremely tall, with blazing torches around the stone walls, and the ceiling was so high that the top was almost invisible. In front was a luxurious marble staircase leading directly to the upper floors. The young wizards followed Professor McGonagall along the stone floor. Ivan heard the buzzing of hundreds of people coming from the door on the right. Students from other classes in the school must have arrived. But Professor McGonagall took the first-year students to a small empty room at the other end of the hall. Everyone rushed in, rubbing shoulders with each other and nervously stared at everything around them. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The opening banquet is about to begin, but before you take your seats in the hall, you must first confirm which college you will enter. Sorting is a very important ceremony. Because during your time at school, the college is like your home in Hogwarts. You will attend classes with other students in the college, live in the college dormitory together, and spend your spare time in the college common room together," Professor McGonagall said, glancing at Ivan obscurely, and the smart boy really noticed the sight of this elderly cat girl and nodded slightly. For an excellent little wizard like Ivan, no dean of the college would dislike it. As Ivan's guiding teacher, McGonagall is close to the water and gets the moon first. If it was snatched away by another house, she would definitely throw the sorting hat into the furnace and turn this stupid thing into ashes. The names of the 4 colleges are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Of course, on the surface, Professor McGonagall still had to show an equal attitude. Each college has its own glorious history and has cultivated outstanding wizards. During your study at Hogwarts, your outstanding performance will earn extra points for your college, and any violation will cause your college to lose points. At the end of the year, the college with the highest score will receive the College Cup, which is a great honor. Professor McGonagall played the role of the dean very well, and his serious tone made the little wizards quiet. "I hope that no matter which college you are assigned to, you can bring honor to the college." "Okay." In a few minutes, the sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students in the school. "McGonagall, I suggest that you tidy yourself up while waiting and then be more energetic." Her eyes wandered over Neville's cloak and the dirt on Ronald's nose. For a moment, all the little wizards began to tidy up their clothes. Even Hermione asked Ivan in a low voice, and Harry was so nervous that he tried to smooth his hair. "I'll pick you up when it's ready," Professor McGonagall said. "Please keep quiet while you wait." "How can they accurately sort us into which house?" Harry asked Ronald, who also had only a vague idea. "I think we have to pass a test. Fred said it would hurt us a lot, but I think he was joking." "Take a test in front of the whole school?" Ronald's words caused a small commotion because most of the new wizards didn't know any magic. Hermione was better. She wasn't afraid of the test, but she was worried that she would get a bad score. For a moment, everyone seemed so panicked. Ivan could hear Hermione mumbling to herself beside him, reciting the spells she had learned quickly, and she was not sure which one to use. "Ugh." Suddenly, the little wizard screamed. Suddenly, more than 20 ghosts jumped out from the wall behind them. These pearly white, translucent ghosts slid across the room and whispered to each other. Interesting. Ivan ignored the conversation of these ghosts. He focused more on their existence. He turned on his psychic vision and looked carefully at the ghost closest to him. In Ivan's eyes, the ghost was wrapped in a layer of magic field as if it was bound by some kind of power. So, Ivan controlled his psychic vision ability and began to magnify the body of this ghost by tens of millions of times and observe it from a microscopic perspective. What's going on? However, the strange thing is that unlike those strange magical animals in the microscopic world, ghosts have no entity. As Ivan magnified, the composition of the ghost did not appear in front of him. How to say it? Just like you magnify a grain of sand, theoretically you will always see smaller elements that make up the sand. But ghosts are different. When Ivan turned on his psychic vision, the ghost's body disappeared inexplicably in front of his eyes after it became tiny to a certain extent. Yes, it disappeared. This feeling is like the ghost is made up of only the mist wrapped in magic, and there is no smaller component. In other words, the ghosts in the wizarding world do not conform to the physical laws of atoms and molecules. Is this the soul? Ivan felt that he had discovered something very interesting. Souls do not belong to the material world, so the laws of the material world cannot bind them. Move forward now, Professor McGonagall came back. The sorting ceremony is about to begin. The next moment, the ghosts floated and disappeared through the opposite wall. Now line up in a single file. Professor McGonagall said to the first-year students, "Follow me." The young wizards in front began to move forward. Ivan stood behind Hermione, and in front of her were Ronald and Harry. The young wizards walked out of the room, through the entrance hall, and through a double door into the magnificent hall. In the hall, students from other years of the college were already sitting around 4 long tables, and thousands of candles floating in the air above the tables illuminated the hall. The 4 tables were placed with glittering golden plates and high-footed wine glasses, and there was another long table on the platform at the top of the hall, which was the seat for teachers. Professor McGonagall took the first-year students there and asked them to line up facing all the senior students. The candlelight flickered, and the hundreds of faces watching them were like pale lanterns, and the ghosts among the students also shone dimly with silver light. Everyone looked up and saw stars twinkling on the velvety black ceiling. "This place has been enchanted and it looks like the sky outside. I read about this in Hogwarts." "A history." Hermione leaned back slightly and whispered to Ivan what she knew. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year student and then placed a pointed wizard hat on the stool. The hat was patched, worn, and extremely dirty. The hat twisted and split open a wide seam like a mouth. The hat began to sing, "You may think I am not beautiful, but don't judge people by appearance. If you can find a more beautiful hat than mine, I can eat myself. Try it on and I will tell you which house you should be assigned to. You may belong to Gryffindor, where there is courage buried in the heart. Their courage, spirit, and chivalry make Gryffindor outstanding. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where people are upright and loyal. Hufflepuff students are perseverant and honest and are not afraid of hard work if you are smart. Maybe you will enter the wise Ravenclaw. Those wise and knowledgeable people will always meet their peers there. Maybe you will enter Slytherin, where you will make sincere friends. But those cunning and sinister people will do whatever it takes to achieve their goals." After the hat finished singing, the whole audience applauded. "Hualala tilde tilde." The hat bowed to the 4 tables one by one and then stopped moving. "So the sorting ceremony is just to put on a hat?" Hermione said angrily. She expressed some regrets. She had prepared so much for the sorting ceremony. This aroused the dissatisfaction of Harry and Ronald, especially the latter, who was very dissatisfied with Hermione, a top student who didn't understand the suffering of the world. "But how can it determine which school we belong to?" Hermione asked curiously. Harry and Ronald looked at the erudite and steady Ivan, only to hear the latter say, "The hat has very powerful magic, and the 4 giants have given it their will so that it can sort according to the preferences of the 4 people. You can imagine that the moment you put on the hat, the 4 college founders will discuss around you. For those whose blood is not pure enough," Slytherin expressed disdain. "Next is Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, who value the courage and wisdom of the little wizard respectively. As for the rest, the tolerant and gentle Hufflepuff will open his arms to them." Of course, this does not mean that Hufflepuff is inferior to the other 3. Ivan thinks that ambition, wisdom, and courage are all positive things that can support wizards to move towards a higher path. For those children who want to progress, Hufflepuff will not interfere with their choices. But if you desire stability, are willing to work hard and face life steadily, Hufflepuff will give you a warm home. "Where did you see these, Ivan?" "Hermione, I have never read these in books." The little witch will not doubt Ivan's words. In the past half-month of getting along, Hermione has already developed the concept of Ivan Professor Book Other. "This should be considered a talent." Ivan smiled and said, "I can see the magic on the hat and hear the voices left by the 4 giants." "Ugh." Harry and Ronald widened their eyes, obviously not expecting Ivan to have such a skill. "It's not that great, just treat it as my nonsense." "Tusk." Malfoy sneered disdainfully from the front of the team, and he looked back at the 4 people with jealousy. "I have never heard of such ability. You really like to show off, Ivan." Ambrosius. The pretentious and slightly sour provocative tone really fits the saying, "The sky is clear, the rain has stopped," and Malfoy feels that he is good again. Harry and Ronald stared at Malfoy with dissatisfaction. The two of them have a good impression of Ivan, who is humble, knowledgeable, gentle, and steady, especially Harry. Ivan helped him teach the three Malfoys who spoke rudely, and Harry always remembered that he would not allow Malfoy to slander those who are good to him. It's really bizarre. Ivan didn't care about Malfoy's sarcasm. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Then treat it as a joke of mine, don't worry about it." Unlike Malfoy, who was arrogant and like a peacock, the little wizards obviously admired Ivan more and were willing to believe what he said and his unique talent. "Whoever's name I call now, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and wait for the sorting." At this time, Professor McGonagall walked forward a few steps, holding a roll of parchment in her hand, and she shouted, "Hannah Abbott." Hannah is always strong. Even though she was behind her, Hannah was still the first to be sorted. The little witch walked out of the team nervously and then stumbled out of the queue and put on the hat under the gaze of everyone. "Hufflepuff." Ivan muttered softly and only Hermione heard it, "Hufflepuff." Sure enough, with a shout from the hat, the people at the table on the right applauded and cheered for Hannah, welcoming her to sit at their table. "Did you see it again?" Hermione said something that Ronald and Harry couldn't understand, and Ivan smiled helplessly. "You know, Hermione, sometimes I am also troubled." "What about me? Did you see which house I would be sorted into?" "If you tell me, there will be no surprises, right?" Ivan didn't answer but just blinked at Hermione, and the little witch rolled her eyes at him in anger. "What are you talking about?" Harry was puzzled and Ronald was even more stupid, not knowing whether to watch the sorting ceremony or listen to Ivan and Hermione's whispers. "Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Terry Boots. Ravenclaw. Justin Finch Fletchley. Hufflepuff. Ugh." The sorting ceremony continued, and soon came to Hermione. The little witch gave Ivan a cute glare, then quickly ran to the stool and put the hat on her head. "A smart little girl, where should I sort you?" The sorting hat has a certain ability of legilimency and can see some of Hermione's memories, but more of it is the most essential character, heart and will of the little witch. Sometimes, the sorting hat does not simply make the best choice, it also gives a person a chance to change. Just like Neville, who is timid and cowardly, was sorted into Gryffindor by the sorting hat because it felt that Neville did not lack talent but confidence and courage. Similarly, Hermione is smart, but she is lacking in other aspects. For example, Hermione does not know how to deal with people, does not understand people's hearts, pays too much attention to rules and regulations, is superstitious about the so-called truth, and lacks the courage to break the rules. And these things are not lacking in Gryffindor. It's really tangled. For a whole minute, the sorting hat could not make a choice. If it's Ravenclaw, she will definitely like you very much. Ravenclaw. Hermione knows all 4 colleges, and she doesn't want to go to Hufflepuff. Although the little witch didn't say it, she still felt subconsciously that Hufflepuff was a place where only idiots and good-for-nothings would go. As for Slytherin, Hermione somewhat rejected this evil and terrible college. She felt inferior in front of those nobles in the wizarding world. "I know where you should go." The big mouth of the sorting hat slightly tilted up, and then shouted loudly, "Gryffindor." "Pa-pa-pa." Professor McGonagall in the teacher's seat was overjoyed when he saw Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor. Hermione walked off the stage with a smile on her face. Although she didn't know why the sorting hat sorted her into Gryffindor, Hermione could accept it whether it was Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. And now, the little witch only hoped that Ivan could go to the same college with her. She didn't want to be separated from Ivan. Next was Ronald, who was sorted into Gryffindor just like in the original book. Then came Malfoy, Moon, Knott, Parkinson, and the Patil twins. Harry Potter's. Harry was called up, and Ivan noticed that the professors in the teacher's seat and the young wizards in the audience all focused their attention on Harry. At this time, Ivan looked at the white-haired and white-bearded old man sitting in the center. The strongest wizard still alive in the entire Harry Potter world, Albus Dumbledore. Just sitting there, Ivan could see the powerful magic emanating from the old man. Magic is not energy but a supernatural manifestation. The invisible aura possessed by Dumbledore seems ordinary, but in fact it is integrated. Ivan has never seen that feeling of returning to nature in other wizards. Dumbledore seemed to notice Ivan's gaze and also looked at him. The old and the young just stared at each other. Dumbledore recognized Ivan. Just as Ivan could sense Dumbledore's power, the old man could see the boy's extraordinary qualities. A natural-born wizard. Dumbledore smiled kindly. He was amazed at Ivan's talent, but the old man didn't want to do anything. Some people might think that Dumbledore was afraid of the next Voldemort, so he was wary of every ambitious and talented little wizard. However, Ivan had a different view of this idea at the moment. Psychic vision can not only see the microscopic level of the magical world, but also perceive others' kindness and malice towards oneself like a sixth sense. Dumbledore's kindness was very pure, without any conspiracy, and he was completely looking at an amazing junior. However, gradually, Dumbledore's eyes became weird. He first showed doubts, as if he was thinking and as if he was recalling. Finally, as if he had confirmed something, the old man's eyes became more solemn and worried. Has it been noticed? Ivan secretly marveled at Dumbledore's sharpness. The old man saw the power lurking in his body, silently. Gryffindor. Just then, the old and young were awakened by the sound of the Sorting Hat. Dumbledore gave Ivan an apologetic look, then picked up the wine glass and gestured to Harry, congratulating him on entering Gryffindor. "We have Potter, we have Potter." The Weasley twins were celebrating loudly there, and Professor McGonagall was also smiling. She felt that today was definitely her lucky day. First Hermione, then Harry. Now only Ivan is missing, and Professor McGonagall can gather her 3 trump cards to dominate Hogwarts. Ivan Ambrosius. As McGonagall read out Ivan's name, Ivan, Hermione, Ronald, and the new wizards all looked at him. The senior students didn't know Ivan, and among the teachers only Dumbledore and McGonagall knew that Ivan was special. Therefore, Ivan didn't receive much attention. He walked forward calmly and sat on the stool. Professor McGonagall nervously put the hat on Ivan's head. It's funny to say that she, who presided over the sorting ceremony, would feel uneasy about the sorting of a student one day. Except Slytherin. Professor McGonagall prayed secretly. She really didn't want Ivan to be sorted into Slytherin. This is not to say that McGonagall discriminates against Slytherin, but the current atmosphere of the Snake House is really bad. The older cat girl is worried that Ivan will be led astray by the pureblood concept. However, Professor McGonagall obviously thought too much. Ivan is not a believer in pure blood. Compared to that kind of thing, Ivan agrees more with that sentence. For the greater good. Merlin's beard, what's wrong with you? The Sorting Hat exclaimed in a low voice. It has existed for thousands of years, but it has never encountered such a terrible little wizard. Are you sure you are not an old guy over 100 years old who took the Polyjuice potion? This magic, the Sorting Hat can feel the terrifying power in Ivan's body like a stormy wave just by touching it. What's even more embarrassing is that there is another will in Ivan's body which hinders the Sorting Hat from exploring Ivan. It can't see his mind clearly and can only vaguely feel some fragments. When the Sorting Hat tried to perceive more deeply, the will turned into a black storm which scared the Sorting Hat so much that it almost jumped off Ivan's head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hat." Ivan smiled and said, "I am indeed a little wizard." Okay. The Sorting Hat calmed down and found that it had encountered an unprecedented trouble. "What a great little guy, you will definitely become a great wizard in the future." So, Ivan didn't mind chatting with this magical hat. Looking at so many magic items, only the Sorting Hat has creativity, which is a power that ordinary alchemical creations do not have. This shows how powerful magic the 4 giants infused when creating this magic hat. How about Slytherin? The Sorting Hat did not make a choice immediately, but tentatively said, "I can feel that your blood is very pure. Even the 4 who created me are not as good as you. If Slytherin is still alive, seeing a little wizard like Ivan, I'm afraid he will fight directly with Gryffindor. Ambrosius's eternal blood is too excellent. Pure bloodline, this is already the ceiling of the magic world. Sorry." Although Ivan treated the 4 colleges equally, some things were not simply said. "I don't like students from the Serpentine College. How about you reconsider, Mr. Hat? How about Ravenclaw? You are very smart, have enough wisdom, and have extraordinary talent." The Sorting Hat said, "The most suitable colleges for you are Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw represents wisdom. Ivan loves magic so much that he can get better improvement in that learning atmosphere." "Ravenclaw." Ivan still has a good impression of the Eagle College. If there is only one person, Ivan thinks that entering the Eagle College would be a good choice. It seems that this result still cannot satisfy you. Feeling Ivan's hesitation, the Sorting Hat immediately knew what he meant. In fact, the moment Hermione went to Gryffindor, Ivan actually had the answer in his heart. He didn't want to go to Slytherin because it was full of smoke and miasma, and a group of pure-blood supporters were all Malfoy and the like. Some people may say that it is more beneficial for Ivan to win over pure-blood nobles. However, Ivan said, "A group of insects, what qualifications do you have for me to win over? In the wizarding world, magic is power. For Slytherin, you don't need to play any conspiracy and exchange of interests with them. As long as you are strong enough, there are many people who will come to you." Why should Ivan contact and play the emotional card when a group of people who don't need to invest emotions and can be made to bow down by waving a magic wand? Of course, this is not to say that there are no truly excellent students in the Snake Academy. Ivan just thinks that there is no need to spend time making friends with the little wizards in the Snake Academy. The cost-effectiveness is too low. It seems that you have made a decision. Sorting Hat, then Gryffindor. As the Sorting Hat announced the result, Ivan stood up, took off the hat elegantly, and handed it to Professor McGonagall, who was excited and in tears. Dean Cat now only wants to say one thing: Slytherin, crawl away from me. Welcome to Gryffindor, little Ivan. Professor McGonagall congratulated softly. Ivan smiled back and then strode towards the Gryffindor table. At this moment, Gryffindor welcomed their Lion King. Neville, next to Hermione, was shocked this time and quickly gave up his seat to Ivan. "I was so scared just now. I thought you were going to be sorted into another house." As soon as Ivan sat down, the little witch began to express her worries. Fortunately, the two were sorted into the same house. Neville, Harry, and Ronald also welcomed Ivan's arrival. Soon, the sorting ceremony was over. Albus Dumbledore stood up. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that nothing made him happier than seeing the students gathered together. "Welcome, Dumbledore, welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. Before the banquet begins, I want to say a few words, that is, idiot. Crybaby scum twist. Thank you everyone." He sat down again and applause and cheers rang out from the 4 long tables. As Dumbledore finished speaking, all kinds of delicacies appeared on the long table, including roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fried potato chips, Yorkshire puddings, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, ketchup. After traveling through time for so long, Ivan has long been accustomed to the diet of wine. It must be admitted that this country is indeed a food desert. Fortunately, the food at Hogwarts is extremely delicious. Ivan and Hermione and other little wizards were already hungry. Seeing so many delicacies at this time, how could they resist, and immediately started to eat with relish. After everyone had filled their stomachs, the remaining food disappeared from the plates. The plates became clean again. After a while, the puddings came. There were all kinds of ice cream, apple pie, syrup fruit pie, chocolate sponge cake, fried jam donut, wine jam pudding, strawberry jelly rice pudding. Eating desserts, the little wizards began to talk about their families. Harry was the focus of the topic. Everyone wanted to know about his life in the Muggle world, but unfortunately Harry didn't want to talk about his miserable childhood. Soon, everyone turned their attention to Ivan. Hermione was asking Percy, a senior, for help. She could study spells on her own, but she only knew a little about transfiguration. Not only her, but even Ivan didn't try to master the skills of transfiguration before school started. "Ivan, how did you learn so many magics?" Harry looked at Ivan with admiration. He wanted to learn from Ivan so that he could master a few magics. He didn't ask to be as good as Ivan. As long as he had 20% or 30% of Ivan's ability, Harry would be satisfied. Ivan didn't know what to say. He didn't want to discourage Harry, so he casually explained to Harry a few tricks of wand casting. Halfway through, Harry suddenly covered his forehead. He looked at the teacher's seat, and Ivan found that Snape was focusing on this. But unlike Harry, Ivan cast his eyes on Professor Quirrell next to Snape, a ball of gray mist. Ivan saw the gray mist behind Quirrell's head, although it was very light, but it did exist. Is that Voldemort's current state? He didn't know whether Dumbledore had discovered it, but in accordance with the principle of not worrying about things that don't concern him, Ivan didn't want to get involved in Dumbledore's savior training plan. Without thinking anymore, Ivan tasted the delicious dessert by himself. As the pudding disappeared, the dinner officially ended. Dumbledore stood up and the hall returned to silence. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk enough, I want to say a few more words to everyone. Dumbledore's old voice echoed in the hall. At the beginning of the semester, I want to give you a few points of attention. Note to freshmen that no student is allowed to enter the forest area on the school grounds. Some of our old classmates should also remember this. When he said this, Dumbledore's shining eyes swept towards the Weasley twins. In addition, the administrator, Mr. Filch, also asked me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridor during class breaks. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in participating in the college representative team should contact Miss Hooch. Finally, I must tell everyone. Dumbledore's eyes became serious. Anyone who does not want to encounter an accident or a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Hearing this, the newly enrolled wizards were very puzzled. Isn't Hogwarts the safest place in England? Now, before everyone goes to bed, let's sing the school song together. When Ivan heard the school song, he found that the smiles of the professors in the teacher's seats suddenly stiffened a little. Dumbledore flicked his wand lightly, and a long golden ribbon flew out of the wand, twisting and winding like a snake high above the dining table to form lines of text. Everyone chooses a tune they like. Dumbledore said, "Ready, sing." Then all the teachers and students sang loudly. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please teach us knowledge. Whether we are bald old men or children with broken knees, our minds can accept some interesting things. Because now our brains are empty, full of air, dead flies, and trivialities. Teach us some valuable knowledge. Give us back what we have forgotten. You just do your best and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we turn into dust. Everyone finished singing the school song in a scattered manner. Only the Weasley twins continued to sing along with the slow melody of Funeral March. Dumbledore used his wand to conduct the last few bars for the two of them, and when they finished singing, his applause was the loudest. "Music," he said, wiping his eyes, "is more charming than anything we do here. It's time to go to bed, everyone go back to the dormitory." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he said something to McGonagall beside him. The latter showed a puzzled look but still agreed. Ding dong. Complete the hidden achievement, Sorting Dinner. Sorting Dinner. Introduction. Congratulations to the host for completing the sorting ceremony that only happens once in a lifetime. The magical world is officially open to you. Reward, 1 potential point, Mysterious Wardrobe X1. Hidden Achievement. The sudden system prompt sound surprised Ivan. It was the first time he knew about his system. It turned out that there were hidden achievements, and there are hidden achievements for the sorting dinner. Will there be others, for example, the first Christmas, the first year graduation, etc.? Ivan felt that he had another task in Hogwarts, which was to explore the castle and find more hidden achievements. Another potential point was obtained. The role of potential points is self-evident. 5 points of magic attribute makes him a natural great wizard. As long as he grows step by step, he can reach or even surpass Dumbledore's level without external force. However, Ivan did not add points immediately. He still needs to think carefully. In addition, Ivan is very curious about the new reward of the system, Mysterious Wardrobe. I don't know what this wardrobe is for. Mysterious Wardrobe. Introduction: a wardrobe connected to an unknown magic secret realm. Open it and you can go to a mysterious magic kingdom. Status: to be collected. Ask if you want to collect it. Ivan. Hermione and Ivan were following Percy to the Gryffindor dormitory. She asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, I tripped." Ivan answered casually and then focused on the description of the mysterious wardrobe, connecting to an unknown magical secret realm. So this is actually a door to a certain space. Ivan found that once the mysterious wardrobe is collected, it cannot be taken back but exists in this world in the form of a physical entity. Ivan. Before Ivan could think more, Professor McGonagall's voice came from the back of the team. "Percy, I have something to ask Ivan." "Professor McGonagall, take the students back to the dormitory first." "Okay, Professor." Percy left with the little wizards. Ivan gave Hermione a reassuring look and came to McGonagall. "Professor, is there anything? Come with me." Professor McGonagall motioned Ivan to follow. The two walked in the castle with orange candles burning all the way up to the door of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor. "Cockroach pile." Professor McGonagall recited the password and took Ivan up the spiral staircase. During the whole process, Ivan did not speak, just silently followed McGonagall. "Albus." The two walked into the headmaster's office and Professor McGonagall said to Dumbledore, "I brought the child." "Ah, thank you, Minerva." Dumbledore smiled kindly and motioned Professor McGonagall to wait outside the door for a while, and he wanted to talk to Ivan alone. "Please hurry up, Albus." "Professor McGonagall, this kid must be exhausted after a day's journey." I know. Dumbledore said quickly that it would only take a little time. "Okay then." McGonagall walked out of the headmaster's office and closed the door. In this way, only Ivan and Dumbledore were left in the headmaster's office. The paintings of past headmasters on the wall were curiously looking at the little wizard who was summoned by the headmaster as soon as he entered school. "Professor Dumbledore." Ivan politely asked the old man why he called him here, and Dumbledore smiled and nodded. "The following conversation may not be suitable for outsiders to hear, right?" As he said this, Dumbledore raised his hand, and a magic silently enveloped the entire headmaster's office. The paintings that were expecting something to happen fell into silence, which ensured that the conversation between the two would not be leaked. "You asked me to come here because of what's inside me." Ivan didn't mention Obscurus. He raised his hand, palm facing up, and a lot of black mist poured out, spreading in the headmaster's office in an instant. Amazing talent. Dumbledore's eyes were full of surprise, but more of worry and concern. "Child, do you know what this is?" "I didn't know before, but I found something similar in the book I bought recently." Ivan said bluntly, "It's Obscurus, right, Professor?" "Ah yes, Obscurus." Dumbledore seemed to have recalled some bad memories and showed a painful look. Others may not know Dumbledore's attitude towards Obscurus, but Ivan is quite clear. Dumbledore's sister Ariana and nephew Aurelius Credence are Obscurus. It can be said that the Dumbledore family was destroyed by the Obscurus. The Obscurus is a very powerful magical force. It usually appears in young wizards who suppress their magic. Dumbledore could see that Ivan was not abused, which was what surprised him the most. "Your talent is rare in the world, Ivan." Ivan's magic is too strong, which may be the reason why he gave birth to the Obscurus. The magic riot of other young wizards is a huge disaster for Ivan. However, over the years, Dumbledore has never heard of Ivan making a fuss. This shows Ivan's control over the Obscurus and how difficult it is for him to maintain a kind heart while having such power. "My nephew and sister are the same as you." After thinking for a long time, Dumbledore finally told Ivan the most painful past buried deep in his heart. He hoped to dispel Ivan's doubts and let the child trust himself more. "So I won't hurt you, absolutely not." Dumbledore looked at Ivan sincerely, as if he saw his sister and nephew in him. "I believe you." Ivan nodded. He didn't really trust Dumbledore. The reason why he was not worried was that he had already seen some fragments of the future. It must be said that the identity of the Obscurial was simply a nemesis for Dumbledore, and he directly beat the strongest wizard in the world without any chance of fighting back. Thank you for your trust, Ivan." Dumbledore took off his glasses tremblingly. He might have regarded Ivan's answer as forgiveness from his sister and nephew. "Professor, the book says that it is difficult for Obscurials to live beyond the age of 10. Ivan asked, "But I am already 11 years old. Some young wizards with outstanding talents may break this law." But even so, the longest-lived Obscurial, Dumbledore's nephew, still died at the age of 25. "You mean," Ivan asked, "is there no way to stop it?" "Sorry, kid," Dumbledore sighed, "I don't know what to do." Since the Statute of Secrecy came into being, Obscurus has almost disappeared in the entire wizarding world because almost all young wizards will be admitted to magic schools everywhere. "However, if you are willing, Ivan, you can come to me." Dumbledore said that Ivan can come to him at any time to ask questions about magic, and he will do his best to help. Yes, Dumbledore intends to train Ivan and let him grow better. As for Obscurus, Dumbledore asked himself that he could do nothing, but he believed in Ivan's potential. "Thank you for your help, Professor." Ivan thanked him sincerely. With Dumbledore's teaching, his magic level will surely improve by leaps and bounds. And Dumbledore is right. Instead of pinning his hopes on others, Ivan should believe in himself. In short, Dumbledore hopes that Ivan will not give up and live strong and bravely. That's right. Dumbledore said, if possible, I hope you don't reveal this power easily. The Obscurial is a time bomb. Although it has long become a legend, its deterrent power is definitely higher than that of werewolves. If the parents of students knew Ivan's identity, it would definitely cause a big problem. However, Dumbledore was able to protect Lupin and hide his werewolf identity so that he could study at Hogwarts with peace of mind and he could naturally guarantee Ivan. I understand, Professor. Ivan knew the issues involved. The Obscurial is no different from a slap in the face for the magic world of various countries. Because this proves the shortcomings of the Ministry of Magic in education and guidance of young wizards, it will be severely criticized by the International Confederation of Wizards. In addition, young wizards will regard Ivan as a monster and parents of students will worry that their children will be hurt. After all, once the Obscurial breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, Ivan could understand the pressure Dumbledore might face. I will try not to use this power. Just don't hurt the children. Dumbledore took off his glasses and told Ivan that this was not a limitation. If Ivan needed the power of the Obscurus, he would protect him even if his identity was exposed, just like Lupin at the beginning. Okay. Dumbledore smiled and said, rest early. By the way, Professor. Ivan was about to leave, but suddenly he thought of something. He turned around and said casually, I saw something at the banquet. What? The professor sitting in the teacher's seat, Ivan said, the one with a cloth tied on his head. Professor Quirrell, what's wrong with him? I saw a black mist on him. Ivan's clairvoyance can detect things that ordinary people can't detect. Dumbledore seemed to have discovered this, but he didn't expect Ivan to be so sharp. Ivan said this because of Dumbledore's hint just now. Parents will worry about the Silent Ones, but what about Voldemort? You know, letting Voldemort enter Hogwarts and serve as the professor of defense against the dark arts is not a trivial matter. I know. Dumbledore thought for a moment. I will deal with this matter. Well, good night, Professor. Since Dumbledore didn't want to say it, Ivan would naturally not take the initiative to get involved. He was both defensive and trusting of Dumbledore. The precaution is that Dumbledore is too cunning and one could become part of his plan if he is not careful. As for trust, there is a saying in Harry Potter that you can always trust Dumbledore. Think carefully. Except for the unclear Ariana, has Dumbledore ever hurt anyone in his life? Don't think too well of Dumbledore, but don't think too badly of him. There is one thing, Dumbledore did not deceive Ivan. That is, this old man will never hurt him. But what is the reason for not hurting? Ivan's first contact with Dumbledore made him have a deeper impression of the white devil of the wizarding world. For greater interests. He didn't believe that Dumbledore would not know that there was something wrong with Quirrell. Perhaps, Dumbledore did not expect Quirrell to be possessed by Voldemort, but even if Quirrell just degenerated into a dark wizard, letting him enter Hogwarts is still a very irresponsible thing. There are also the protective measures of the Philosopher's Stone and those magical levels that are like playing house. Rather than saying this is protection, it is better to say that it is a bait to lure Voldemort and a test for Harry. However, no matter what Dumbledore's behavior, whether it is luring Voldemort or hiding something as dangerous as the Philosopher's Stone on the 4th floor, is playing with the lives of young wizards. This is Dumbledore. Ivan couldn't guess Dumbledore's thoughts, but there is one thing he can be sure of. That is, between the teachers and students of Hogwarts and a certain plan, Dumbledore chose the latter. The entire Harry Potter 8 books are the price prepared for that moment. Everyone in it, all the crises, all of them. Harry is the savior, he is the center of the story. But what about others? Sirius, Lupin, the Longbottoms, and the Weasleys. These people chose to follow Dumbledore. How much risk did they take and how much did they pay? For the greater good, some people can be sacrificed, even if that person is himself. Thinking of this, Ivan couldn't help but smile. If you come to this world, wouldn't it be a pity if you don't fight with the strongest wizard of the contemporary era? Is this dangerous? Ivan thought it was very interesting. You know, Voldemort killed so many people and Dumbledore didn't take direct action back then. It can be seen from this that Dumbledore's attitude has always been contradictory. It seems that whether Voldemort can open up a new era is the key factor that influences Dumbledore's attitude compared to how many people died. If the Death Eaters hadn't acted more and more crazy later, and Dumbledore realized that Voldemort was not the future of the wizarding world, how could he have formed the Order of the Phoenix and led his followers to fight against him? Just like the Solo with Grindelwald. Until the last moment, he made up his mind to be the enemy of the person he loved. In other words, as long as Ivan does not touch Dumbledore's bottom line, he will never have to worry that Dumbledore will do anything that is not good for him. In short, let's set a small goal first. Ivan felt the faint restlessness in his body, establish my own lion group in Hogwarts and then become the second generation of White Devil. Ivan left the headmaster's office. McGonagall saw him coming out and asked him immediately. Ivan did not hide anything and told Professor McGonagall that Dumbledore allowed him to ask him about magic at will. This surprised the latter and made him happy for Ivan. In terms of magic attainments, if Dumbledore said he was second, no one would dare to say he was first. With the guidance of such a famous teacher, Ivan's growth path will surely be smoother. Professor McGonagall took Ivan to the Gryffindor common room. She read out today's password and asked the fat lady to open the door for the two. Now it has been nearly an hour since the dinner, and most of the young wizards have passed the initial excitement, and the fatigue of the journey has suddenly surged up. Many students almost fell asleep, and only Hermione in the lower grades was still waiting for Ivan's return in the public lounge. Ivan. Hermione got up from the soft sofa. Why did you come back just now? Professor McGonagall. The little witch saw McGonagall beside Ivan and greeted him quickly. Dumbledore wants to see little Ivan. I took him to the principal's office. Professor McGonagall did not stay for long. The older cat lady gave the two little ones a look, indicating that they should not chat too late and go to bed early, and then went to her dormitory. At Hogwarts, most professors have rest rooms in their offices. Only the deans of the 4 colleges will live in their respective colleges to deal with various emergencies. Ivan. Don't worry, it's just that Principal Dumbledore discovered my talent and thought I was a promising talent, so he planned to give me some special guidance. Ivan did not intend to keep it a secret from Hermione about being an obscure. The little witch was his best friend. Just like Lupin told James, Sirius, and others about his werewolf identity, Ivan was willing to believe Hermione. Hermione would not alienate Ivan because of the existence of the Obscurus. On the contrary, with the little witch's empathy, she would probably be more active than Ivan in breaking the deadlock of the Obscurus. There are classes tomorrow. Ivan patted the little witch's head in fear. Good night, Hermione. Good night. The two separated in the common room. Before leaving, Hermione told Ivan's dormitory. Ivan was very curious about how many students there were in Hogwarts in his previous life. At the dinner, Ivan made a special estimate and found that all the students added up to less than 300 people, and there were about 70 to 80 people in each college. Just like Ivan's class, Gryffindor has a total of 11 freshmen this year, including 5 girls and 6 boys. Gryffindor's dormitory is a 5-person room. When Ivan walked into the dormitory, he saw 5 4-poster beds with crimson velvet curtains hanging inside. The students' boxes had already been delivered. Yumi, who was locked in a cage, meowed when she saw Ivan. Ivan! Because of the number of people, Ivan had only one roommate, and that was Neville. Are we the only two? Ivan carried Yumi out and put her on the bed, then asked while changing into pajamas. Only the two of us. Neville was very happy to be Ivan's roommate. That's good. Ivan said with a smile. He looked at the time, and after asking Neville, he chose to turn off the lights and go to bed. It was midnight. In the dim dormitory, Ivan climbed out of bed after confirming that Neville was asleep. The reward for the sorting ceremony, the wardrobe. Ivan turned on the system and saw an option of props at the bottom of the attribute list. Ivan Ambrosius. Age 11. Gender male. Race wizard. Bloodline Ambrosius family. Talents Transfiguration Magus, Prophecy Magus silent. Attributes 1 normal, 2 excellent, 3 outstanding, 4 rare, 5 legendary, 6 apocalypse, 7 miracle. Soul. 4 rare. Magic 5 legendary. Physique 1 ordinary. Thinking 3 excellent. Mind 2 excellent. Will 2 excellent. Current potential point 1. Holding props Mysterious Wardrobe X1. Mysterious Wardrobe. Introduction. A wardrobe connected to an unknown magical secret realm. Open it and you can go to a mysterious magical kingdom. Status: to be collected. Ask if you want to collect it. Get the wardrobe. As Ivan thought, an exquisite double-door wardrobe appeared in front of Ivan. The wardrobe is about 1 person tall and made of precious mahogany. There are 3 full-length mirrors on the cabinet door, reflecting the bedroom and Ivan under the moonlight. Go to mysterious magical kingdom. Ivan stroked the cabinet door. After summoning the mysterious wardrobe, the relevant information of this thing has already appeared in his mind. The mysterious wardrobe is a system prop. Its body is bound to Ivan. What is outside is just a projection of the cabinet. This also means that Ivan can take back the wardrobe. The only problem is that there is a time interval for this ability to summon the wardrobe. That is, after each summoning you need to wait 24 hours before you can summon it again. Of course, there is no limit to taking back the wardrobe. Even if Ivan is standing outside the castle now, he can still cancel the projection of the wardrobe and make it disappear. By the way, I remember that the sorting ceremony gave me 1 potential point. Ivan reopened the system. He looked at his current attributes. After thinking it over, he decided to stick to the original principle of adding points. It's better to specialize in one thing than to be mediocre in everything. System improves soul attributes. Attributes. Soul 4, right art 5, legendary. Magic 5. Constitution 1. Thinking 3. Mind 2. Will 2. Current potential points 0. That's it. Ivan felt the changes in himself after adding points. Unfortunately, Ivan did not feel the benefits of soul improvement. Neither clear-headed nor flexible thinking made Ivan quite strange. When the soul is upgraded to level 4, the psychic vision that can see the microscopic magic world is opened. Ivan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he felt that the whole world had changed differently. First, the wardrobe in front of Ivan was emitting a strange light which was a symbol of magic. Looking around, everything he saw had its own color and rules. What is this? Ivan couldn't figure out the ability he had gained after his soul reached level 5. Magic perspective? Meow tilde tilde. Yumi was startled by the sudden appearance of the wardrobe. It squatted at Ivan's feet, calling softly, and also woke up Ivan, who was meditating. Forget it, there will be plenty of time to explore the mysteries of the soul in the future. As for now, want to have an adventure, Yumi? Ivan took out his wand, glanced at Neville, who was still sleeping, and then cast a floating spell to put the wardrobe in the right place. The benefits of sleeping with Neville are reflected here. Neville is dull and introverted, completely different from those naughty kids who like to mess with other people's things. He is an absolutely good boy. Before that, we have to prepare first. Soundly sleep. Ivan cast a new type of magic on Neville that he had developed from the spell of fainting. The magic of soundly sleep can improve the quality of sleep and even set a good time to wake up, so that Neville will not miss breakfast the next day while having a good dream. Okay, this is foolproof. Ivan picked up Yumi and turned the mechanism on the handle of the wardrobe. With a crisp sound of click, the cabinet originally used to store clothes has become a door to the magical secret realm. The moment he stepped into the cabinet, the system prompt sounded in Ivan's mind. Get the side quest, Magical Secret Realm. Task summary: through the cabinet, you came to a magical secret realm created by magic. Explore here and solve the mystery of the birth of the secret realm. Task reward unknown. Meow tilde tilde. Accompanied by Yumi's cry, Ivan opened his eyes. He recalled the side quest he had just received and looked at the world outside the cabinet. This was an extremely dense forest with various shrubs and ancient trees blocking Ivan's sight. Ivan subconsciously opened the magic eye he had just obtained, the eye that can see magic. Suddenly, Ivan felt that the entire forest had turned into a sea of colors. The sky above his head, the soil under his feet, and every blade of grass and tree here carried strong magic fluctuations. Because it was too dazzling, Ivan had to close the magic eye and then observe this secret realm from a normal person's perspective. This side quest requires me to solve the mystery of the birth of the secret realm. Ivan pushed aside the bushes in front of him, stepped on the soil under his feet, and touched the surrounding trees. Real touch, there is no trace of transformation on it, this is real. Yumi fell to the ground and looked around curiously. Ivan brought the kitten here. One is to travel together and the other is to throw it out to block the knife when encountering danger. Yumi, of course, this was a joke. Ivan had already done divination before entering the closet and he and Yumi appeared in class safe and sound a few days later. This is just like telling your own fortune before doing anything. Ivan will never rush into the unknown world without any preparation. Swish. Just thinking about it, the sudden sound made Ivan's face tense. He almost reflexively held the wand on his sleeve in his hand and then pointed it at the figure that jumped out of the bushes. Hey. What appeared in front of Ivan was a strange-looking blue bird with a thick, short, curved beak which looked like a turkey on the table that came back to life. Dodo. Ivan recognized this bird. It was an extinct bird that he had learned about in the nature class in his previous life. At the same time, the dodo was also startled by Ivan and Yumi. Pie. The next moment there was a crisp sound and the dodo disappeared into the white light. What? Ivan was a little confused, but he soon reacted. That was not a dodo at all, but a magical creature called the ball bird. According to the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, the ball bird is a bird native to Mauritius and is also called the dodo by Muggles. In addition, because the Muggles did not know the teleportation ability of the ball bird, they thought they had made the bird extinct. Where is this place? Ivan was not scared by the sudden appearance of the ball bird. He quickly picked up Yumi and ran quickly following the breath of the ball bird. Before leaving, Ivan looked back and found that there was an ancient door at the connection between the cabinet and the secret realm, which was the exit from the secret realm. Swish. Ivan gave the door a marking spell and then he left with confidence. Hua la tilde, hua la tilde tilde. The bushes were constantly pushed away by Ivan and he held the wand tightly, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. In addition, Ivan never forgot that he was still a silent person. The terrifying silence itself is a symbol of magic power reaching 5. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a top-level black magic. With such power, Ivan is not worried about encountering any danger. What's more, even if he really can't beat it, Ivan can turn into black mist and escape. Gah. Gah. Along the way, ball birds jumped out of the bushes one after another, making Ivan wonder if he had entered the territory of ball birds. Soon, the vision in front of him suddenly became clear. Ivan stopped and looked at the golden beach and the lake in front of him. He felt that the world was extremely clear and even his soul seemed to be purified. He lowered his head and saw the ball birds he had just met, as well as many rare and exotic animals that Ivan could not recognize at all. They were gathering here, either absorbing water or playing in the water, forming a beautiful picture of ancient ecology. This secret place is much larger than I imagined. Ivan looked into the distance and found that the mountains were continuous and there was no end. He also noticed the birds and winged creatures flying in the sky, which showed the reality of the sky in the secret realm. It is hard to imagine what kind of magic can create such a world. Is this really the magic of Harry Potter's world? What can it do? In Ivan's opinion, the upper limit of wizards is at most the level of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. If we push forward, Merlin is the limit, but Merlin, can you cast such magic? Directly open up a space for so many magical animals to survive here and even form a stable food chain and ecosystem. This is much more powerful than Newt's suitcase. No, you can't think like that. Ivan found himself in a misunderstanding. That is, this world from the moment he crossed over has been a real world. Since it is a real world, the history of wizards cannot be just that little. Think about it carefully. Who is the oldest wizard mentioned in the history of magic, or where did he come from? According to the records in the history of magic that Ivan has read, European magic originated in ancient Egypt. If we calculate it this way, the history of wizards is at least more than 3,000 years or even longer. According to Harry Potter's worldview, the prototype of Muggle mythology is the history of wizards. For example, the gods of ancient Greece and ancient Egypt, as well as the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the East, are all wizards in this world. Of course, different languages and cultures may have different names for wizards, but in essence, the power these people possess is still the magic that Ivan knows now, which can move the rules of the world. Suddenly, Ivan's sight fell on the lake in the distance. Ivan felt a trance in front of his eyes, and then scenes reflected by the lake light came into his eyes. At the entrance of the woods on the edge of the Golden Beach, a golden giant beast fell from the sky with thunder, and its target was the little wizard holding the cat. Then the scene changed, the wind was howling in the sky, and the magical animals by the lake fled in all directions. On the ruins of the woods there was only a scarred giant beast roaring angrily. Thunderbird. The appearance of the golden giant beast was very similar to the Thunderbird in the movie, but it was bigger than the one in Fantastic Beasts 1. Oops. Ivan trembled all over. He woke up from the Thunderbird special prophetic state, and then without any hesitation he took Yumi and ran towards the direction of the cabinet. Boom tilde tilde. The next moment, thunder roared and the originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds. Just as the prophecy had said, Ivan heard the cry of a thunderbird in the thunder. No. The speed difference is too big. If this goes on, I will definitely be caught up before I leave the secret realm. Ivan frowned slightly. He could feel that the thunderbird was getting closer and closer to him. Bang! So, Ivan stopped abruptly and clenched the magic wand in his hand. There were faint red lines like flames spreading on it, and the shadow of the sleeping phoenix flew out, as if it had sensed the enemy and wanted to fight side by side with its master. It seems that we have to fight. Ivan was not afraid of fighting. Although he did not master a few spells, the battle of wizards was not that troublesome for him. So, Ivan turned around and aimed the magic wand in his hand at the figure falling from the sky. Swish! Ivan did not chant a spell. He gathered his magic power and fired a red-gold magic bullet from the end of the wand, and the target trajectory was aimed at the attacking beast. Kai tilde tilde. The thunderbird flying in the sky looked extraordinary under the lightning, but even such a powerful magical creature still felt the threat of death after seeing the magic bullet flying towards it. It stopped suddenly in the air and successfully avoided the magic bullet. Bang! There was a loud noise coming from afar and the terrifying energy swept through. It turned out that the magic bullet fell on the cliff in the distance, directly blowing up half of the mountain. This destructive power that shook the world was so great that even the giant thunderbird that dominated the secret realm was stunned. Meow. The ragdoll cat widened his eyes, as if he was stunned by his master's amazing performance. Ivan did not let Yumi escape on his own. He now held the magic wand in his hand, and the phoenix shadow cooperated with him to control the magic power in his body. He no longer had to worry about the problem of losing control of the magic power. Gala la tilde tilde. Seeing the giant beast stunned, Ivan would not stop his attack. Black mist poured out of Ivan's body, and the earth, soil, and surrounding vegetation around him turned into black ashes as if they were burned out. In an instant, a tornado with a radius of tens of meters formed around Ivan. Roar! Ivan waved his magic wand and the black storm turned into evil dragons roaring towards the thunderbird in the sky as if to strangle it directly. For a moment, the forest at the entrance was swept by Ivan's magic power and swept in all directions with a devastating force. However, this amazing offensive was blocked by the thunder released by the thunderbird. Momo Ran's power is indeed very strong, but the magic resistance of this thunderbird is also not weak. After its own storm and thunder are weakened, it is enough to resist the erosion of the black fog. Get out. Seeing the two sides in a stalemate, Ivan roared, Yin tilde tilde. The black fog and thunder continued to collide, and in the dim world, a red and golden light cut through the sky. The phoenix flew into the sky and the boundless black fog merged with its wings and finally condensed into a black bird that was dozens of meters high and burning with black flames. Seeing the black flame phoenix rushing towards it, a chill emerged from the thunderbird's heart, making it want to escape. Kai. But this giant thunderbird has dominated this forest lake for many years, and its pride will never allow it to escape without a fight. No longer hesitating, the thunderbird let out bursts of hisses and rushed straight towards the black flame phoenix. Bang! The black flames and golden thunder collided in the air, and the dazzling white light forced Ivan and Yumi to close their eyes. Ivan could feel the terrifying pressure from the huge thunderbird. He was not panicked but extremely excited. So Ivan pressed the magic wand in his hand down hard, with the tip of the wand pointing directly below. Kai! Gradually, with the support of Ivan's endless magic power, the Black Flame Phoenix finally overwhelmed the Golden Thunderbird and pressed it to the vast lake's surface amid the latter's screams. Boom! The next moment, a shocking sound erupted from the lake's surface, raising endless waves. Ha! Ivan's mind was focused on the gallop, and now that he had temporarily repelled the Thunderbird, he breathed a sigh of relief. The magic power of this Thunderbird is so strong. Let's go. Ivan no longer paid attention to the huge changes in the secret realm, picked up Yumi and ran to the exit. Through magic, Ivan knew that the guy was not dead. But Ivan was sure that the other party would not feel good after taking this blow head-on. In addition, Ivan could feel that there were many powerful magical lights in the air which were gathering from all directions because of the battle just now. Obviously, there were more powerful magical creatures in this secret realm than just the Golden Thunderbird. Bang! A few minutes later, as the wardrobe was closed again, Ivan and Yumi sat on the ground with their backs against the wardrobe. This secret realm feels so dangerous. Ivan tried to calm his breathing as much as possible, but he was still a little scared. That Thunderbird, a magical creature of that level, there are so many. In the movie, Newt's Thunderbird was only about 4 meters at most. However, compared with the one Ivan just encountered, it was like the difference between a baby and an adult. Ivan couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be if he was entangled by several monsters of that level. You know, the flesh and fur of magical creatures are naturally very resistant to magic, which makes them immune to most magic. Otherwise, how could the Obscurus released by Ivan be blocked so easily by the Thunderbird? It seems that before I have enough power, I can't go to the secret realm at will. Thinking so, Ivan put away the wardrobe and then used magic to remove the stains on his body, and then lay down on the bed. After a day's journey, staying up until midnight and exploring the secret realm for a while, Ivan was indeed a little tired. The next day, Ivan woke up from his sleep. He looked at the time and it was 8 o'clock in the morning. The class time for junior wizards in Hogwarts is from Monday to Friday, 09:00 to 12 o'clock in the morning and 14:00 to 15:30 in the afternoon. After washing up, Ivan took out the schedule while feeding Yumi. The schedule was given to him by Hermione last night. The little witch was very serious in her studies and was probably looking forward to the new knowledge she was about to acquire. No class on Monday morning, there is a herbology class in the afternoon and the history of magic in the evening. Ivan saw that Neville had not woken up yet, so he did not wake him up but left the dormitory quietly. Good morning. In the common room, Ivan met many seniors he did not know, including the Weasley twins and Percy, who had just become the head this year. Ivan. The little witch was sitting on a sofa, holding a thick book about the Wizarding Society. When she saw Ivan coming out, she quickly got up and greeted him. Good morning, Hermione. Ivan saw that the little witch had been staring at Yumi in his arms, so he smiled and exchanged with her. A general history of modern wizards. Looking at the name of the book Hermione had just read, Ivan raised his eyebrows. Thinking of the little witch's habits, he couldn't help but ask, "You don't have to memorize this, do you?" "Of course." Hermione stroked Yumi and said, as a matter of course, "We have to live in the wizarding world, we must understand the culture and customs here, otherwise what if we make a fool of ourselves? But memorize it." Ivan's mouth twitched slightly. "Okay, as long as you like it. Ivan, you should memorize it too." Hearing Hermione's words, Ivan quickly changed the subject. "Have you had breakfast?" "No." The little witch was stunned, obviously not expecting the turn to be so sudden. "Let's go." Ivan was afraid that Hermione would say something shocking again, so he took the little witch's hand and walked towards the auditorium. During the trip, they encountered a naughty automatic staircase. Fortunately, the Weasley brothers were there. The two of them arrived at the hall very easily and enjoyed a hearty breakfast here. "There are no classes in the morning. What are you going to do?" "I want to go to the library." "Well, Miss Know-It-All is about to come online." Fortunately, Ivan is also very interested in the collection of books in Hogwarts. The only problem is that with Ivan's current magic strength, the books that can really help him are almost all in the Forbidden Book area. The Forbidden Book area is not only about black magic, but also many white magic and high-end alchemy potion formulas, which will also be classified as forbidden books. The so-called forbidden books generally refer to magic knowledge that young wizards cannot grasp and may hurt themselves by mistake. Of course, Ivan also has Dumbledore. Old Dumbledore promised him that he could go there to ask about magic knowledge at any time. It is worthy of being the oldest magic school in the world. The amount of books is really amazing. When he came to the library, Ivan deeply realized what the world's first knowledge reserve is. Although Hogwarts is not ranked high among the 11 magic schools in the world, it is undoubtedly the first in terms of foundation. In addition, Ivan found that he was wrong about one thing. The open books in the library are not useless as he thought. On the contrary, there are countless precious magic theories in it. Although these theories are not complete spells, the conjectures and cognitions about magic they expound are real treasures. For example, the book called Basic Principles of Spells that Ivan is reading now uses nearly 100 pages to describe the various changes the author experienced in the process of casting 100 spells. The essence of spells is psychological suggestion. Any spells and gestures are to strengthen this impression. Ivan secretly said, "This is the same as I guessed." The next step is the details of casting. To release each spell, you first need to have a clear goal, such as what you want to do and what effect you intend this spell to show. This step is the foundation, and Ivan's understanding of it can be roughly summarized as imagination. To make your wishes come true, you must first think and then heart. Heart, that is, the soul, represents your strong desire to achieve your goals. Finally, solidify it with firm will to cast a complete spell. In addition, there are spells like the vanishing spell and the floating spell. The mind does not enhance the power of these spells but simply realizes the wish. The mind includes emotions and wishes. A strong will can stabilize magic and make it more handy. Ivan, and the power of a magic depends on the emotions contained in the wizard when casting the spell. Seeing this, Ivan finally understood the relationship between the 3 of the 6 attributes: mind, thinking, and will, and magic. In simple terms, the mind is magic power and efficiency. The higher the mind attribute, the higher the upper limit of the magic power. The same magic, such as the blasting spell, its power is related to the user and the emotional state of the user when casting the spell. If the wizard's mind attribute is only 1, then even if he casts the blasting spell in the most angry state, the result is just to destroy a house. Peter Pettigrew in the original book once used a blasting spell to destroy a street. In Ivan's estimation, Peter Pettigrew's mental attribute should be 3 and no more than 4 at most. By analogy, if a wizard with a mental attribute of 5 casts this magic, Ivan thinks the effect it can achieve will be beyond imagination. Maybe a blasting spell will destroy a mountain. Imagine the end of Fantastic Beasts 2, when Credence's suppressed explosion blew up a cliff thousands of meters away with one blow, which shows the horror of this kind of simple destructive magic. Of course, Credence's magic bullet is the result of pure magic release, which has nothing to do with the mind. The influence of the mind is more like a multiplier, which can amplify the original magic by geometric multiples. The love magic mentioned in the original book. Ivan thought of the love magic that Lily released before her death, which is the passive resistance spell. This is a very rare and powerful spell that can resist the killing curse. The magic power requirement of the passive resistance spell is not low, at least it must be above 3 points. After meeting this requirement, the passive resistance spell requires enough love from the caster. The power of love will greatly strengthen the passive resistance spell, thus showing a qualitative change of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Even Voldemort cannot touch Harry because of this spell. In theory, any magic can be infused with the power of the mind. This is Ivan's feeling when practicing spells, but the process is not smooth and even extremely difficult. Ivan's mind attribute is only 2 points. Ivan can't control the 2 points of mind at all, let alone use it. Fortunately, even without the blessing of the mind, the magic composed of magic power is still extremely powerful. This also reflects the importance of magic power and powerful spells. After all, even if you have 5 points of mind for a repulsion spell, its power will never exceed the blasting spell. The thinking attribute is related to the refinement of a magic and various changes. In Ivan's opinion, the best way to embody this attribute is transfiguration. With the improvement of the thinking attribute, the transformed things will be more vivid, and those extremely complex alchemy and potion science all require wizards to have excellent thinking. In addition, the thinking attribute is also closely related to reaction speed, calculation ability, and memory. Of the three basic attributes, thinking has the highest cost performance. This is Ivan's judgment because thinking involves a lot of things. The mind is a hidden attribute because the upper limit is not used most of the time. Especially in learning, the mind attribute is really useless. Then there is will. The role of will is also clearly stated in this book, that is, safety. There are many dangerous magics in the wizard world, among which black magic is the most. In this world, the difference between black magic and white magic lies in the different directions of their exploration. First of all, black magic explores the body and soul, which belongs to the wizard's internal research, while white magic is more about changing the outside world. Wind, rain, thunder and lightning, time and space, material structure, etc., these are the domains of white magic. In contrast, the curses, evil spells, and poisonous curses of black magic are about how to kill a life and how to make the body and soul of a life suffer. In addition, most black magic requires negative emotions, which makes many black wizards eventually go astray. Perhaps some people will say that power is not good or bad and people are good or bad. However, this statement is not universal in the HP world. Black magic is something that really distorts the body and soul. Without a strong enough will, wizards cannot bear that price at all. Wizards with strong wills can be immune to the side effects of black magic, and even directly immune to most black magic. This is something Ivan did not expect. It turns out that the will attribute is also related to magic resistance. The two attributes of mind and will can be said to complement each other. The mind affects the strength of magic, but powerful magic is inevitably accompanied by the disadvantages of being difficult to control and easy to hurt oneself. So at this time, the will needs to meet the standard and never avoid the loss of control of magic. The best example here is animagus transformation. Ivan is a natural metamorphosis, but his transformation is limited to humans and he cannot transform into other creatures. According to the original book, animagus transformation is extremely dangerous. If there is any omission, it will leave permanent damage. The damage includes but is not limited to turning into a monster, being unable to change back from animal form, leaving animal characteristics on the body, leaving the habits of the transformed animal, losing the human mind, etc. If the will is high enough, then any magical transformation, even blood transformation, will become extremely safe. Even if there is a mistake. A strong will can stabilize the magic power and prevent external forces from causing harm to the body. So that's it. Ivan said inwardly, the mind vents outward, the will stabilizes itself, and the role of thinking is to make the two more perfect and delicate. Of course, the basis of all this is still magic. Without magic, no matter how high your three-dimensional attributes are, you can't cast even the simplest lighting spell. Ivan. Soul 5. Magic 5. Physique 1. Thinking 3. Mind 2. Will 2. Current potential points. After raising his soul to 5 points, Ivan began to think about the next attribute improvement. In addition to the unknown role of constitution, Ivan already has a clear idea of how to add points to the 3 dimensions. Mind and will need to be synchronized. When the mind is high, the upper limit of magic power increases, but without enough will to control it, it will harm others and yourself. Ivan looked at the mind that had reached 3 points. According to his advanced point addition theory, if he gets more potential points next, he plans to invest them in thinking. Of course, you can also try to add 1 point of constitution to see what the constitution attribute is useful for. After spending a morning in the library, Ivan and Hermione read a lot of books, but Ivan did not find any books about the concept of constitution in them. This matter made Ivan very confused. Fortunately, Ivan still has old Dumbledore. He plans to go to the principal's office after the history of magic tonight. It was noon. After lunch, Ivan and Hermione returned to the common room and separated here. Yuyumi is so cute, can I take her home? Hermione made such a request, and Yuyumi also liked the little witch, so Ivan asked her to help take care of her, and the advantage was that Hermione could hold Yuyumi to sleep. You mean Crookshanks? As for cats, the more the better. Great, I will take good care of this child. After that, Hermione jumped away. They had a herbology class in the afternoon, which was the first class for the two after they came to Hogwarts, so Ivan also needed to go to the dormitory to prepare. Hiya tilde tilde. At the stairs, Ivan met Ronald and Harry, who were yawning. Morning, Ivan. Morning. Ivan smiled and greeted the two. But soon, Ivan heard the discussion coming from the common room. It's over there, look. Where? Next to the tall red-haired boy. The one with glasses. Did you see his face? Did you see his scar? Hey. Ivan knew that this was the beginning of the school day that Mr. Savior would inevitably encounter, and he patted Harry, who was a little overwhelmed. Get used to it. Ivan didn't care much about Harry's affairs. Voldemort possessed Quirrell and planned to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and Dumbledore planned to use this to give Harry a trial to cultivate his courage and ability. As for whether Dumbledore would include Ivan in the rescue team, he didn't care. After all, if Dumbledore really taught him valuable magical knowledge, it would be natural for Ivan to give him feedback. Maybe others are worried about Voldemort and afraid that he will come back again. But in Ivan's eyes, Voldemort is just like that. Let alone other things, just based on Ivan's current attributes. Even if he doesn't improve, he is confident that he will be invincible when Voldemort comes in the 4th year. Peak 5 magic and soul are not for show. Ivan is not inferior to Voldemort at all. Moreover, living in the wizarding world, Ivan will sooner or later confront Voldemort, an unstable factor. In this case, why does Ivan change the plot? According to the prophecy, let Voldemort die in the hands of Harry and the Gryffindor Swordmaster. Isn't it better? Old B is really scheming. He made a deal with me early on. Yes, a deal. Dumbledore will try his best to train Ivan and save his life, and Ivan will watch this play peacefully. In total, it took only 4 or 5 years, and Ivan felt that he did not suffer any loss. Hey Neville, what are you looking for? Thinking so, Ivan walked into the dormitory but found Neville rummaging through boxes and cabinets looking for something. Ivan. The shy boy looked up and saw Ivan. His eyes moistened instantly. My life, it's gone again. Hey. Ivan shook his head helplessly. He felt that he needed to cast a marking spell on Leif. He comforted Neville and told him that Leif remembered the way and would go home by himself. To Ivan's surprise, Neville actually believed his lies and really calmed down. No, it may also be that he forgot Leif. Ivan silently mourned for Leif in his heart and said, Neville, are you ready for the herbology class in the afternoon? There are classes in the afternoon. Ugh. Ivan was completely speechless. He really didn't know what to say to Neville. Because the child was cursed with forgetfulness when he was a child, his brain is not very good, he is very slow, and his forgetfulness is incredible. But Ivan didn't dislike Neville. Looking at Neville, Ivan was like facing a young, stupid brother. He felt that he had the responsibility to take care of this silly roommate. To prevent accidents, I will help you hold the books for the herbology class. Ivan found 2 books for the herbology class, cast quickly shrink on them, and then stuffed the 2 mahjong-sized books into his pockets. You go to eat first. Harry and Ronald are going too. Remember to go to the herbology classroom with them. If he didn't say this, Ivan felt that the child would probably forget about the herbology class after dinner. I just have a bad memory, Neville said timidly, but I still know that I have to go to class. Should. At the end, Neville added 2 more words unconfidently. Maybe even he doubted the credibility of what he said because he always forgets these things. Alas. Ivan had nothing to say. He sighed and gave up the idea of resting in the dormitory. Forget it, I'll take you to the cafeteria. Ivan, it's just right, I can visit the castle of Hogwarts. Walking in the corridors of Hogwarts, Ivan looked at the ghosts flying by. They greeted the little wizards coming and going, among which the Weasley brothers were the happiest. I have to admit that the Weasley twins are really the pistachios of Hogwarts, providing laughter to the people around them all the time. Hi, Ivan. George saw Ivan wandering alone and stopped him by the neck in a very familiar manner. Where's your girlfriend? Why aren't you with her? Hey, George. Ivan knew he had no ill intentions, but he still reminded him not to say that in front of Hermione. I know, and I'm Fred. That's right. Fred on the other side said, I'm George. Hey. Ivan smiled playfully. He didn't say it clearly but just stared at the twins silently, which made the two of them a little scared. "Okay, I admit I'm George." George raised his hands in surrender and asked, "How did you find us?" It's not the first time that the two have played tricks to confuse their brothers, but this is the first time that they have been seen through so easily. "Because the magic power in you is different," Ivan simply replied, and then walked towards the yard outside the auditorium under the puzzled eyes of the brothers. Next, Ivan visited the entire first floor, including the lobby, the viaduct, and the towers of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, until he felt that the time was almost up, and then he leisurely came to the greenhouse at the edge of the school. Professor Sprout had been waiting here for a long time, and Ivan saw Hermione and Neville, who came with Ronald and Harry. "Neville, your book." Ivan removed the spell on the book and returned it to its original size, then handed the book to Neville. Thank you, thank you." The shy boy held the herb textbook in his arms, while Hermione quickly came to Ivan and shared with him the new knowledge he had gained in the library in the afternoon. "By the way, have you memorized the contents of the herb course?" Ugh. Ivan didn't know how to complain about Hermione, so he could only choose to ignore it. "Are you all here, kids?" Gryffindor's herb course was taken with Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout was a fat, middle-aged witch. She was a very gentle person, and Ivan felt more like a country aunt than a magic teacher. In the herb course, Professor Sprout took out many interesting herbs and explained to the students their uses and the significance of learning this course. Of course, for most students, the content of the herb course can basically be divided into knowing herbs, taking care of herbs, and using herbs. Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students have a good relationship. During the whole class, everyone was very well behaved and followed Professor Sprout's lead to admire the exotic flowers and plants that she carefully cultivated in the greenhouse. Suddenly, Ivan noticed a familiar plant. It looked a bit like cauliflower, with green leaves wrapped around a red mouth with pitted teeth in the mouth, which looked very strange. "Ivan." Hermione noticed Ivan's gaze. This is biting cabbage, right?" Biting cabbage, an important weapon in a Hogwarts game that Ivan played before crossing over, once created a new era of "Don't learn black magic, join Hufflepuff herbology." "This guy is very strong." Ivan couldn't help but make a joke with Hermione, but unfortunately the little witch didn't get his joke at all and instead really began to observe this biting cabbage carefully. I was just joking." Ivan has been using both his spiritual vision and magic eyes since he came in. He said that the biting cabbage was powerful, but that was just a joke. Spiritual vision can sense the state and even the emotions of these plants and magical plants. The magic eye is even more amazing. It observes things from the essence. Therefore, in Ivan's perception, the biting cabbage has almost no secrets. He can see that it is solidified with a variety of magic. Unfortunately, Ivan's current magic attainments are too shallow and he cannot understand the meaning of these magic traces. At this moment, a student stumbled and knocked down a row of flower pots on the side. The next moment, a series of crackling sounds were heard. As the student's face turned pale, Professor Sprout and a group of young wizards turned back. "Wow." But before everyone could react, a piercing scream rang in their ears. Everyone felt dizzy and even the glass on the top of the greenhouse was shattered. Suddenly, the young wizards covered their heads and were in great pain. "Be quiet." Seeing this, Ivan took a step forward and pressed his palm against the thing that made a loud noise on the ground without waiting for Professor Sprout to draw out his wand. He did not cast magic but simply cut off the raging magic. This strange and terrifying sound wave is a kind of magic that Ivan has never seen in a book. It is not a spell but is engraved in the strange plant body on the ground. When the mechanism is in place, it will be triggered. Ivan noticed this and was able to use his magic to interrupt the magic on the plant and force it to stop. It sounds simple, but it is extremely difficult to do in practice. Because normal people will never have an eye that can see the microscopic world and traces of magic. Oh. The scream of the medra grass stopped abruptly, which made Professor Sprout's hand holding the wand pause. The Dean of Hufflepuff checked the student's physical condition as soon as possible. Seeing that everyone was fine but just a little dizzy from the noise, he was relieved. "Child." Sprout noticed Ivan. It was this child who stopped a riot just now. The medra grass in the Hogwarts greenhouse is still in the cultivation stage. Their screams are terrible and can make people faint after a long time, but it is not fatal. But even so, Sprout didn't want to see his students being sent to the school hospital in the first class. My name is Ivan Ambrosius, Professor. Oh, Mr. Ambrosius. Professor Sprout's eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. Thanks to you, the children were not hurt. Gryffindor plus 20 points. Huala tilde tilde. After the voice fell, the little wizards who knew what had just happened applauded Ivan. Professor Sprout did not blame the little wizard who made trouble. She put the inexplicably sleeping Medra grass back into the flower pot. This is Mandrake. You will learn about this magical plant in the 2nd grade. She introduced the habits and dangers of Medra grass to everyone and thanked Ivan again. Ivan, how did you do it? Hermione didn't understand what Ivan did at all. He just stretched out his hand and said a word, and the Medra grass instantly calmed down. Ivan did not hide it from Hermione, but the magic theory he talked about was really difficult for the little witch to understand. In the end, Hermione could only attribute it to Ivan's unique magical talent, which made the little witch quite envious. Sprout and other freshmen also heard the conversation between the two, especially the former. Ivan's magic node theory really shocked her. On the first night of school, Ivan and others came into contact with the history of magic, which is known as the most boring in Hogwarts. It must be said that Professor Spence, the ghost lecturer, really refreshed Ivan's understanding of history class. He had never heard such a boring class. While Ivan and others were taking night classes, Sprout found McGonagall. Minerva. One of them is the headmaster of Hufflepuff and the other is the headmaster of Gryffindor. They have always had a good relationship. Pomona. McGonagall looked at Sprout in confusion and asked, "What's the matter?" "The new student in your college," Sprout said with a little excitement. "I have never seen a little wizard with such talent." "You are talking about McGonagall, Ivan." "Yes, Ivan Ambrosius." Professor Sprout was extremely envious. "He protected the students in my class and I gave him 20 points for this." It was incredible that he could appease the Mandrake with just one sentence. In addition, in the subsequent visit, Sprout found that Ivan had a high affinity with plants, and the flowers and plants in the greenhouse liked this child. Aha tilde tilde. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall's face was full of joy. The older cat lady said in a slightly joyful tone, "That child is a natural-born great wizard." Professor Sprout didn't understand the meaning of this sentence until McGonagall told her about Ivan's life experience. Merlin's beard. Sprout, I always thought that it was just a legend. Professor Sprout felt that McGonagall was so lucky that he just went out to guide 2 freshmen and found talents like Ivan and Hermione. Yes, Hermione also impressed Sprout deeply. No matter what questions Sprout asked, the little witch was the first to raise her hand to answer and she was 100% accurate. Ahem. McGonagall coughed lightly and she suppressed her pride and complacency. You have to understand, Pomona, the Sorting Hat can always find the characteristics of children. Sprout was like eating a lemon. When the Sorting Hat sorted the Weasley twins into Gryffindor last time, didn't McGonagall still feel that the Sorting Hat was deliberately targeting her? Fortunately, this is Sprout and the head of Badger House is just envious. If it was Flitwick who was here, I'm afraid he would drag McGonagall to the Sorting Hat to ask for an explanation on the spot. After the history of magic, Ivan separated from Hermione. He asked the little witch to help feed Yumi and then walked towards the floor where the principal's office was. Sizzle honey candy. After calling the command, the gargoyle statue made way, and Ivan went up the stairs and knocked on the door of the principal's office. Principal. The principal's office was still the same as when Ivan came last time, but the space was a little bigger than before. The old man paced behind the desk. This was his habit every night. He liked to circle around the desk alone. How do you feel about the first day? Dumbledore didn't look like the greatest white wizard in the world in front of Ivan. Instead, he looked like a kind elder, very amiable. Great. Ivan smiled and said, except for the history of magic, you know, Cuthbert Binns's class is really a bit. I don't understand. I mean, the professor of the history of magic is a ghost. I thought about this question when I was in school. Dumbledore. Maybe it's because ghosts don't need to be paid? The old and the young talked half-jokingly for a few words before they began to teach formally. Dumbledore first examined Ivan's current level and found that he had mastered most of the spells in the spell textbook in advance, which amazed him. "When I was your age, I didn't master so much magic." Dumbledore sighed and asked, "So Ivan, what do you think magic is?" What is magic? For this question, if we exclude the idealistic part, Ivan's summary is basically one sentence. It's a wish come true. Yes, a wish come true. Dumbledore did not hide his secrets. He first showed Ivan a silent and wandless spell, turning a candlestick into a lifelike owl. Ivan turned on his magic eye and spiritual vision. He carefully observed the owl and found the magic halo emanating from it and the traces of magic hidden in its body. It was delicate and complete, almost indistinguishable from a real owl. Amazing. Ivan always knew how powerful Dumbledore was. However, when he really met him, Ivan was still shocked by the high level of magic of the old man. This is transfiguration, a magic that requires the combination of thinking, will, and magic. In Ivan's view, transfiguration is a magic system with a very low lower limit but a very high upper limit, and many magics contain the shadow of transfiguration. This is the limit of transfiguration that I can reach. Ivan, can you understand what I mean? Well, Ivan asked, because it is fake after all, right? Yes. Dumbledore smiled and nodded. He was very optimistic about Ivan. In addition, in terms of attitude towards Ivan, Dumbledore adopted a completely different set from Voldemort, that is, trust and sincerity. The old man did not hide his private and said bluntly, "The basis of transfiguration is the change in form. The so-called form is the appearance, but it does not have real functions. Above it, it is the transformation of essence. For example, a stone is turned into a clock, and the latter can be used as a real clock when the magic continues. Higher levels of transfiguration involve the mind. That is, the transformed things have their own thoughts, such as the sorting hat and Ronald's flying car. For example, the paintings here." Dumbledore gestured to Ivan to look at the portraits of the headmaster on the surrounding walls. Magic portraits that can speak and have self-awareness are also the product of transfiguration. In Dumbledore's summary, the above three stages are not difficult for Ivan. The only difference is how much time Ivan needs to spend to master it thoroughly. As for what comes after that. Speaking of this, Dumbledore glanced at Ivan. "Minerva told me that you can change your appearance." Yes, the book says that this is called transfiguration, which is a natural magical ability. Suddenly Ivan reacted. "You mean transfiguration is a higher level of transfiguration? Permanent transfiguration?" Before Dumbledore spoke, Ivan had already understood that the fourth level was different from the previous three levels. "I changed my appearance, which is a real change and does not require magic to maintain. And this also means that as long as Ivan does not change back, he can even live his whole life in the appearance of someone else." "You are really smart, Ivan," Dumbledore praised. "As you think, transfiguration and animagus transfiguration, the former can completely change a person's appearance and it will not be like this owl which has a time limit. Similarly, the animals that animagus transforms into can maintain the form of the animal permanently. Not only that, take Professor McGonagall as an example. After this old cat lady turned into a cat, catnip was also effective for her. Because from a biological point of view, the transformation of animagus is to completely turn into a certain animal. From the inside out, even the genes have changed. Unfortunately, except for animagus, wizards have never been able to master the true meaning of transfiguration. Except... Dumbledore paused, and Ivan immediately thought of what he was going to say. "The Philosopher's Stone." Ugh. Dumbledore was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ivan's thinking to be so astute. According to Dumbledore's original idea, he wanted to arouse Ivan's interest through today's teaching so that he could participate in Harry Potter's adventure. Of course, Dumbledore would not let Ivan really participate. After all, he was too supermodel. The levels arranged on the fourth floor were no different from playing house in front of Ivan. Dumbledore just hoped that Ivan could give Harry a little help or join him and look after him. Unfortunately, the plan was declared over before it even started. The Philosopher's Stone made by Nicholas Flamel has the effect of turning stones into gold and making elixirs of immortality. The Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Philosopher's Stone and the fifth element, is the highest realm of alchemy. Apart from other things, just turning stones into gold is a permanent deformation of the material level, which is something that contemporary wizards cannot do. And following this topic, Dumbledore began to explain the basics of magic to Ivan. Yes, the basics and the most basic part. Ivan did not dislike it but listened very seriously. Because this knowledge came from Dumbledore, it was the valuable experience he summed up over the years. From Dumbledore, Ivan learned the principles of wizard spellcasting, which benefited him a lot and even improved his level of wandless spellcasting. Professor, is there a higher level above permanent transformation? What? Dumbledore thought for a moment but did not answer immediately. Instead, he told Ivan not to go too deep. In the wizarding world, there is an insurmountable problem, and that is magical transformation. Magic transformation. Ivan did not understand the meaning of this word for a while. What is magical transformation? Fox. Dumbledore called over the dozing Phoenix Fox, who landed on the desk singing a sweet song. Ivan, do you know the essential difference between magical animals and wizards? This, Ivan said. The bodies of magical animals can be used as materials for alchemy and potions, and wizards, whether it is their blood, hair, or bones, are no different from muggles. Yes, wizards and muggles are the same. This statement is not suitable for the wizarding world, and Dumbledore would not make such remarks in public. But there are only the two of them here, and Dumbledore believes that Ivan thinks so too. Ivan asked in confusion, but wizards have magic but muggles don't. The key is not magic but understanding magic. Understanding magic. Seeing that Ivan was getting more and more confused, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Yes, Ivan, what do you think magic is like? I mean, what does it consist of and what kind of state is it in?" If this is not the world of Harry Potter but something like Warcraft, D&D, or Otherworld, Ivan would definitely think that magic is a kind of energy or an element or aura floating between heaven and earth. However, the magic in this world is not a kind of energy, and it is even impossible to determine whether it is material, indescribable. Ivan expressed his thoughts. Magic is ethereal, it is invisible, but it can be transformed into the power of wizards, making our wishes come true. Yes, invisible and extremely powerful. Dumbledore nodded and said, "We can only see the manifestation of magic, but we can't explore it itself. This is transfiguration, a higher level than permanent transformation, magic transformation. The so-called magic transformation is to transform magical objects or even creatures. Wizards can't do this, because they can transform metals, plants, and animals, but they can't transform magic. If one day Ivan can transform a stone or even a ball of air into a fire dragon according to his own imagination, and let it exist forever and even reproduce, then Ivan is no longer a wizard but should be called a god. Even Merlin and the four giants 1,000 years ago can't do this. I understand." Ivan remembered Dumbledore's previous warning. "I won't touch those dangerous powers before I get your approval." Magic transformation can be called the creation of new substances and life. This is the realm of God. At Ivan's level, it is enough to just understand that there is such a level. If you really study it in depth, you will cause irreversible damage if you are not careful, which is too dangerous. In addition, Ivan still believes in Dumbledore. Apart from Harry Potter's plan, Dumbledore's character and personality are almost impeccable. Ivan doesn't think that he can do whatever he wants with a system. "Thank you, Professor." It was almost time. Ivan said good night to Dumbledore and then got up and returned to the Gryffindor common room. In the spells class on Tuesday morning, Gryffindor students took it with Ravenclaw. The spells teacher Flitwick has some goblin blood which requires him to stand on a pile of books to reach the desk. Flitwick is very approachable. While calling the roll, he chatted with the students he called and soon became familiar with the little wizards. After that, Professor Flitwick started today's class. He first explained some simple basic and theoretical knowledge about spells. Ivan could hear that Flitwick's teaching level was very high. Many complex theories became easy to understand after he spoke. Throughout the entire class, Flitwick's in-depth and easy-to-understand explanations benefited Ivan a lot, and many of his previous questions were also answered at this moment. In the middle, Flitwick also asked a few questions about basic spell theory. Hermione successfully beat the Eagles next door and got 3 credits for Gryffindor, which made the little witch very happy. As expected of the professor of spells at Hogwarts. During the break, Ivan said to Hermione beside him, "Professor Flitwick's attainments in spells are undoubtedly at the top level." "Yeah." Hermione also nodded repeatedly, and the little witch's eyes were full of thirst for knowledge. "That Ivan." Neville, who was sitting on the other side of Ivan, scratched his head. I didn't understand." Unlike the 2 academic masters, Neville listened to Flitwick's lectures as if he was listening to a heavenly book. "Actually, we are too." Ronald and Harry were the same as him. The 3 of them couldn't understand, not because of Professor Flitwick, but simply because the 3 of them were not suitable for this style of teaching. How to say it? Some people are only good at talking, but when it comes to doing it, they are a mess. Harry is a man of action. After 2 days of observation, Ivan found that Harry is the type who is more interested in hand-feeling than brain. In short, Harry should not listen to any theories, just give him the spell and the wand, and this child's performance will surely surprise everyone. Of course, Ronald and Neville are really not good enough. Ronald is just an ordinary person in the wizarding world, and it is difficult for him to achieve too much in the future. As for Neville, his talent is actually not inferior to Harry. The only problem is that Neville is too unconfident. As we all know, the magic in this world is closely related to thinking, mind, and will. In Ivan's understanding, thinking affects the speed of learning magic, mind affects the strength of magic, and will affects the control of magic. Hermione's thinking is very high, so she can learn most of the magic at once. But because of the lack of mental attributes, Hermione finds it difficult to cast powerful magic, which is her shortcoming. Neville is too slow, and his thinking can almost be called a negative number. So no matter how high Neville's mind and will are, he can't learn it. The first step is difficult, but the rest is much easier. Ivan thought to himself, if Neville can get started with a certain magic, his performance will probably not be worse than Harry's. Harry's mental attribute is very high, and his will is also amazing, but thinking. Each attribute can affect more than one thing. For example, thinking includes memory, calculation, and analysis, and nerve reaction. Therefore, even if it is the same thinking attribute, the performance will be different if the distribution is different. Ivan has observed Hermione, and her ratio of the 3 is about 5, 4, 1. Her reaction speed is faster than that of ordinary people, but not too much. In contrast, Harry's thinking attribute is seriously biased, and all points are on reaction speed, reaching an astonishing 118. In Ivan's words, Harry is a natural combat wizard. In actual combat, 3 Hermiones together may not be able to beat one Harry, even if the latter only mastered a disarming spell. Of course, Ivan's system point addition is to improve any attribute to the extreme, so once he adds some thinking, the performance of the following 3 will reach the best state. In terms of data, it is 10, 10, 10. Yes, the sum of Ivan's data is not 10 but 30, the value of the wall hanging is obvious. Next, let's learn the first spell of the year, the illumination spell. Professor Flitwick's voice was shrill but not unpleasant, but rather playful and cute. When you recite the spell, make sure you pronounce the words clearly. Follow me and recite Lumishine. Seeing that the young wizards from the Lion and Eagle houses were almost familiar with the spell, Professor Flitwick let them practice freely. Lumishine. For a while, the sound of the spell rose and fell. The difficulty of the illumination spell was very low, and the self-suggestion of the spell was not a hardship for the young wizards. The key was to accurately apply a certain degree of magic power. Because they had never used a wand to cast magic, the young wizards could not make their wands light up even if they had a clear goal. Your pronunciation is wrong. Hermione corrected Harry and Neville's pronunciation, while Ivan sat there quietly, thinking about the problems he encountered in the illumination spell. The magic knowledge that Dumbledore taught Ivan was mainly theoretical, laying the foundation for going further in the future. There was nothing wrong with this. After all, Dumbledore was the headmaster. As for the specific subjects, there are corresponding professors in charge. Dumbledore will not take over the work of professors of various subjects, and he does not have so much time. Ivan's current study plan is to study in the library first, and then go to the professors for advice when he encounters something he does not understand. If even the professors cannot answer, then go to Dumbledore. Oh look, Miss Granger did it. At this time, Professor Flitwick obviously noticed the light blooming from the tip of Hermione's wand. He jumped up and down, excitedly praising the little witch's talent for spells. Because of Miss Granger, Gryffindor plus 5 points. In the first class, the first little wizard who successfully casts a spell deserves a reward. After that, several Ravenclaw students cast the illumination spell. The difficulty of the illumination spell is very low. Ivan takes it as the basic unit of 1, which shows that its threshold is that almost any little wizard can quickly master it. In this way, time passed by minute. Ivan estimated that there were about 10 minutes left in the spells class, and there were only 5 young wizards who successfully cast spells. Most of them were Ravenclaws, and Gryffindors only had Hermione and Harry, who received her guidance and correction. It should be about the same. Ivan didn't think it was strange. There were only more than 20 people in the whole class, and a 1/4 success rate was not low. Lumos. 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 Bang. However, just as Ivan was about to raise his hand and ask Professor Flitwick about the illumination spell, his expression suddenly became serious. What happened? All the young wizards in the spells class were startled by the sudden explosion. Even Professor Flitwick didn't expect this to happen. The fairy-like dean of the Eagle Academy took short legs and ran quickly towards the explosion. Flitwick was stunned for a moment. He saw a circle of light golden film with Harry, Ronald, and others as the boundary, surrounding a boy with a black face and hair turned into a ball. He was relieved to see that the student only made himself dirty and was not actually hurt. "Are you okay, Seamus?" Ivan unlocked the magic barrier, waved his wand, and cast 2 spells quietly. Clean up. Restore to the original. In the blink of an eye, the table that was originally cracked and black became brand new, and even Seamus' hair and clothes were restored to their original state. Oh, what beautiful cleaning and repairing spells. Professor Flitwick widened his eyes and looked at Ivan in disbelief. I have never seen a first-year wizard use them so smoothly. Gryffindor plus 10 points. Thank you, Professor. Ivan asked Seamus a few questions, and the boy said he was fine and thanked Ivan for his help. It's okay. Ivan solved this emergency and then asked, Professor, I have a few questions to ask you. Oh, of course. Flitwick was flattered and said, What do you want to know, little Ivan? He likes students with a strong desire for knowledge, not to mention Ivan, a genius with extraordinary talent and politeness. That's right, Ivan smiled slightly, his tone calm with confidence and curiosity. In the process of casting the illumination spell, I found that the spell is not a necessary condition. It is just a psychological suggestion to make us firm in our ideas. Well, yes, the wizard's silent casting is based on this. After Flitwick finished speaking, Ivan put the wand on the table and then extended his index finger. A ball of white light appeared at the fingertips, bright but not dazzling, and instantly attracted the attention of all students. Merlin's beard, Flitwick looked at Ivan in amazement. The little wizard in front of him not only abandoned the spell of the illumination spell but also did not use the wand. What does this mean? Silent and wandless casting, the top casting technique in the wizarding world. How did you do it? Flitwick had seen African wizards casting spells with gestures, but that kind of casting technique was essentially drawing spells in the air. Just like the spell of Avada eating big melon is a lightning symbol, many magics will draw their own trajectories in the air when they are cast with a wand. But Ivan. Flitwick looked very carefully. Ivan did not use his fingers to engrave the runes. He really completed the process of mobilizing magic power with his mind. Some insignificant little tricks. Ivan picked up the wand again. In fact, what I want to ask is not the casting technique, but the same spell because of the different magic power mobilization resulting in the change of magic effect. What? This time not only the group of young wizards did not understand, but even Flitwick could not react. It's like this. Ivan felt that words were not enough and he planned to show the results of his research in the past half-month. Professor, look, this is a fluorescent spell cast with standard magic power. Ivan read the spell accurately this time, and the tip of the wand burst into a bright light. Ivan then began to change the output of magic power and quickly pointed the wand to the top of his head. But if I use 10 times the magic power to cast, it will be like this. Buzz. In an instant, everyone felt that a very dazzling light was lit above their heads. Fortunately, everyone focused their attention on Ivan, otherwise it would have been like what happened with him and Yumi, with his eyes stinging and tears streaming down his face. What happened? Just now it seemed to suddenly become very bright. Ivan ignored the little wizards who were in a mess. He looked at Flitwick and explained. In an instant, a dazzling light that was enough to sting the eyes burst out. Ugh. Flitwick looked at Ivan blankly. He felt that he had met a fake little wizard. Is this something that a little wizard would find? What is magic? It is not a kind of energy, and there is no saying that magic spells can be made stronger by infusing more magic into them. The power of magic spells lies in emotions, that is, the mind. The angrier and more eager you are, the stronger the magic will be. The 10 times magic power proposed by Ivan is more like using 10 times the strength to lift a stone. Because of the excessive strength, the stone flew out uncontrollably. Oh, little Ivan. Flitwick, who understood this and realized what Ivan was researching, was extremely anxious. This is too dangerous, how can you change the magic of a spell at will? No, how did you change the magic? This is something Flitwick couldn't imagine. Most of the wizards in this world can't feel the existence of magic, only a very few. Flitwick couldn't explain what very few meant. He didn't know the importance of the soul attribute to the perception of magic. In short, the wizards in this world cast spells purely based on instinct or intuition. But what about Ivan? Because of his soul far beyond that of ordinary people, Ivan can sense the relationship between this spell and magic when casting. Just like he judged the magic of the illumination spell as one of the standard magic. Based on precise casting again and again, Ivan learned a lot of spells and then compared the differences between them. In this way, Ivan, like practice makes perfect, relied on amazing instinct and intuition to master how to control magic power, thereby changing the manifestation of a magic. Oh my God, you're so brave. Professor Flitwick naturally knew the relationship between magic power and magic, which is a very advanced theory of spells. Wizards in the wizarding world can be simply divided into 4 stages, namely young wizards, adult wizards, magic masters, and great magicians. These 4 stages are just the distinction of magic attainments and have nothing to do with strength, status, etc. For example, Nicholas Flamel, he is a great magician. But because of his old age, Nicholas Flamel's magic power is like that of an old man, and he can no longer move many things. Similarly, most of the magic masters in the world are either professors in various colleges or stay in their own laboratories to explore the mysteries of magic alone. Luna's mother Pandora is a magic master in spells. Pandora likes to study various spells, and what she is doing is exactly what Ivan is touching now, verifying the changes of spells by changing the strength of magic. This kind of research is extremely dangerous, and one careless mistake may cause the magic to get out of control. And Pandora lost her life in a spell experiment. You dare to conduct research without taking any protection. Flitwick felt his whole body trembling, and the rather sentimental short professor almost cried out of worry. I really don't know whether to say that Ivan is bold and reckless or that he is ignorant and fearless, but Ivan succeeded. I'll pay attention to it in the future. In the future. Flitwick was about to say something but was interrupted by Ivan. Professor, why don't you take a look at my research results? Ivan dared to do such research, exploring the changes of the same magic under different magic powers, so he was naturally fully confident. Ivan is a silent one. Even if there is real danger, Ivan can instantly assimilate with the silent one to avoid various dangers. The vitality of the silent one is extremely amazing. In the state of the Black Storm, even if someone blows Ivan into pieces, he can recover as before through part of the remaining body. Even if Ivan can't react, the Silent One will help him resist the damage. This is just like Gaara's sand in Naruto. The Silent One itself is a parasitic life. It has no self-awareness but has independent emotions and can sense danger. With double protection, Ivan is fearless. Flitwick is actually very curious. Seeing this, Ivan smiled slightly and waved his wand, light up the way ahead. Ivan used this magic at the beginning of the school year. Its effect is to light up a ball of golden light in front of him and leave footprints shining with golden light so that people can see the road ahead clearly. Oh, beautiful spell transformation, so beautiful. Although he told Ivan to be careful, Professor Flitwick was still so happy that he wanted to jump up when he saw this magic that was a fusion of multiple spells. Ivan simply explained the principle of this magic to Flitwick. Flitwick's talent is needless to say, and he quickly understood the secret of Ivan's magic. The magic of lighting up the way ahead is not difficult. With Flitwick's spell attainments, it only takes a few days to fully master this spell, even better than Ivan's control. There is nothing strange about this. The experience of the Hogwarts professor is far beyond that of Ivan today. Ivan's advantage lies in his 5 points of magic and soul, which is the basis for his creativity. If you adjust the magic power and keep it at about 3 and think about more efficient utilization, it will become like this. Firefly glimmered. As Ivan finished speaking, the students felt that there was no change around them. The class was actually over at this time, but none of the little wizards chose to leave. The little lion looked at Ivan with admiration. Now that the Lion King was there, how could they leave? As for the little eagles, it was purely a desire for knowledge, and they wanted to see the birth of more new magic from Ivan. Professor, can you help me? Seeing that Flitwick was also confused, Ivan said, help me make the classroom darker. Oh, okay. Flitwick waved his wand lightly, and in an instant, all the windows in the classroom closed automatically to ensure that they were tightly closed. However, in the classroom that should have been dark, the tables, chairs, floors, and decorations were emitting a little blue light. This light was soft and mysterious, and the little witches exclaimed, feeling that they were in a fairy tale world. Even Professor Flitwick couldn't help but be aroused by the effect of this magic. Amazing transformation. Although the magic power required has increased, it has been distributed. How did you come up with this idea, Ivan? This is the inspiration I got from the Muggle amusement park. Amusement park. Professor Flitwick tilted his head, obviously not knowing what an amusement park is. But this did not prevent him from admiring Ivan. Including the initial flashing charm, this is the third new spell that Ivan has developed from the illumination charm. With such talent, Flitwick was a little impatient and said, Ivan, are you willing to share the secrets of these spells with others? Flitwick's teacher ethics is absolutely fine. If Ivan thinks this is his exclusive spell, Flitwick will never spy on it unless Ivan is willing to point out the key to casting the spell for him and acquiesce that he has mastered this magic. Of course. Ivan's answer was beyond Flitwick's expectation. He said casually, these magics are not dangerous, they are no different from other spells except that they are new. Maybe the firefly magic is a little difficult to learn. Ivan looked at other students, especially Hermione. But if any one of you is interested, you can ask me privately. I want to learn. Firefly is so beautiful. Ivan, how did you come up with it? It's amazing. For a while, several girls from Ravenclaw squeezed in front of Ivan. For beautiful things, even a spell can attract girls' attention. Especially a genius like Ivan, who is like a light in the dark, is so charming that it attracts these girls to explore. Tilde. Only Hermione, who was squeezed aside, looked at them angrily with dissatisfaction in her eyes. I was here first, get out of here, stay away from my Ivan. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick cleared the scene in time, leaving Ivan alone, who seemed to have something to discuss with him. Ivan, do you know the Wizard magazine, The Future of Spells? Ivan remembered that he seemed to have seen it in a bookstore. I have seen it, but I haven't read it. This is a publication specially created for people around the world who like to study magic, just like the status of transfiguration today in the field of transfiguration. The future of spells is the authority in the field of spells. Flitwick hopes that Ivan can publish the research results of these 3 spells. Of course, this is just my suggestion. I do. Ivan is not a person who cherishes his own magic. Unless these magics are extremely important to him, they need to be kept secret. But these 3 spells are obviously not among them. It is better to share them generously than to hold them in your hands. Firstly, this can enhance Ivan's reputation, and secondly, he can also get a reward from the future of spells. Most importantly, this was of great help to Ivan in expanding his network and building good relationships with a group of world-leading magic masters. After all, who would hate a talented and generous little wizard? In the following period of time, Flitwick invited Ivan to the auditorium. While eating lunch, they talked about the 3 spells and the various details of publishing them. This scene really attracted the attention of many students. The senior students did not remember Ivan but only knew that he was a new little wizard who was assigned to Gryffindor. On the contrary, the first-year little wizards of the 3 colleges, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, learned about another great achievement of Ivan after sharing with each other. "I know him, Ivan Ambrosius." On the long table of Hufflepuff, a little wizard was telling senior students about Ivan's performance in the herbology class. "He protected us." Just raised his hand and said quiet to the mandrake and it stopped crying. "I heard that he used 3 self-created spells in the spell class, including the one that led us when we entered school. Too amazing, is he really a little wizard?" At the same time, the little eagles of Ravenclaw were also excitedly telling what happened in the spell class. "He can create new spells just after entering school, look over there." I have never seen Dean Flitwick talk to the little wizard during lunchtime. Compared with other colleges, the students of Ravenclaw admire wise men the most. They claim to be smart people and Professor Flitwick is the best among them. But now, looking at Flitwick's expression when talking to Ivan, the excitement that makes him want to tap dance on the table shows how amazing Ivan is. On the Gryffindor side, everyone gathered together. Neville was very silent at this time. He became the focus of questioning because he was Ivan's roommate, but Neville, how could he know anything? Even if he really knew, with his introverted personality, he couldn't say anything. "Humph, that's Ivan, he is." Hermione sat there, and when she saw that everyone let Neville go, she said with a little dissatisfaction, "Just what?" When everyone saw that Hermione seemed to know something, the seniors immediately came up to her, wanting to get some useful information from her. Gryffindor likes heroic deeds the most. Ivan performed so well, how could the little lions not be happy? Hermione thought for a moment and she remembered Ivan's identity. Ambrose, the eternal family, the immortal descendant, the heir of Merlin. These titles were too dazzling. Hermione didn't want Ivan to be too prominent, so she said a few words to avoid the main point and didn't reveal Ivan's identity. Tusk. However, compared to the other 3 colleges full of envy and praise, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table was extremely quiet. The flattery was particularly harsh in their ears. A mudblood from the Muggle world actually created and improved several spells as soon as he entered school. Why, although the senior students of Slytherin didn't say anything, they felt very unhappy. On weekdays, the little snakes boasted that they were superior, but now a mudblood has taken away all the limelight. Ivan's excellent performance was like a slap in the face of these purebloods who regarded family and inheritance as their beliefs. "Ambrosius, have you heard of such a family in the wizarding world?" Malfoy has not forgotten the lesson Ivan taught him on the train. He dared not provoke Ivan in person, but he could not help belittling him in private. However, Malfoy must admit that Ivan is really amazing. Malfoy is arrogant, delicate, likes to show off and be in the limelight, but he is not blind to the gap between the two. In the original book, Malfoy and Harry love and hate each other. In addition to the initial grudge, the most important point is that Harry is not as good as the rumors say. Compared with the reputation of the savior after personal contact, Harry is just a lucky scarred man in Malfoy's eyes. The same is true for Ivan. Master Long, who has not received more social beatings, will never admit that he is not as good as Ivan. No. Never heard of it. The senior Slytherin was also curious about Ivan's life experience. At least in the past 200 or 300 years, there has been no powerful wizard named Ambrosius in the wizarding world. The pureblood concept does have a certain rationality. Even for a little witch like Hermione, it is very likely that her ancestors were wizards and then their blood appeared in her. Of course, this is just a guess. Muggles don't know the existence of wizards and wizards don't study this issue. But according to the mainstream cognition of the wizarding world, Ivan's extraordinary magical talent undoubtedly implies that the wizard blood he inherited is extraordinary. Then he is nothing great. Malfoy expressed disdain for this. His father is a school director, and the Malfoy family is even more wealthy. Even the Dark Lord of the Year regarded his father as his right-hand man. Ivan, even if he has some magical talent, will only be able to teach at Hogwarts at best in the future. Dumbledore, Malfoy was disdainful of this. If you have the ability, kick Dumbledore down. Anyway, if you, Ivan, can become the headmaster of Hogwarts, I, Malfoy, will be afraid of you. As for now, haha. Malfoy shifted his attention away from Ivan, stood up and walked towards the long table of Gryffindor. Young Master Long didn't bother with Ivan, he was going to find trouble with Scarhead. Ivan noticed something strange behind him. He glanced at Malfoy, who was beginning to move closer to Harry, and vaguely guessed that friction was about to break out there. In response, Ivan smiled and thought to himself that Malfoy was indeed Harry's true love. Any other questions? No more. Ivan, thank you, Professor. Flitwick said that he didn't need to be so polite, he was a professor, and it was his duty to help students solve their doubts. And in the conversation just now, Flitwick deeply realized Ivan's talent. Although he was just a young wizard who had been exposed to magic for less than a month, the questions and conjectures raised by Ivan surprised even a spell master like Flitwick. Professor Flitwick did not feel any trouble at all, but just told Ivan to be careful and then happily answered many of his questions. Leave the matter of the spells being published in the magazine to me, Ivan, you don't have to worry about it. Flitwick couldn't wait to see Ivan appear in the magazine as a freshman at Hogwarts. There was no way. Hogwarts was not ranked high among the 11 magic schools in the world. Thinking of the annual academic exchange meeting and talking with old friends from other countries, there was an excellent student like Ivan as a topic of conversation. Flitwick suddenly felt excited, and even his little fists couldn't help shaking slightly. Then I'll leave it to you, Professor. Ivan couldn't help laughing at Flitwick's little movements. There is also a transfiguration class this afternoon. Ivan has been looking forward to the transfiguration class of the older cat girl for a long time. Before school started, Ivan had studied transfiguration on his own, but there were too many obscure parts in it. Transfiguration is different from ordinary spells. It does not have a fixed magic base, which makes Ivan unable to analyze it in detail like improving and creating spells. How to say it? If the illumination spell is still set to 1 scale magic, then transfiguration is a spell with a lower limit of 0 and an upper limit of infinity. This spell contains the mind, will, and thinking, and through different proportions of the three, it produces a variety of effects. As for the specific principle, 2 words idealism, yes, it is idealism. This is the conclusion Ivan drew after studying all the transfiguration textbooks at Hogwarts. The basis of transfiguration is idealism. What do you want it to be, what attributes do you want it to have, and your subconscious definition of it. Then the transformation was successful, F***K. Ivan initially had the scientific thinking of his previous life, but he soon found that it was too naive to talk about science in the world of magic. To learn transfiguration, one must first abandon the materialism of the previous life. Transfiguration is the most buggy magic in this world. The more Ivan understood transfiguration, the more unfathomable it seemed to him. It is no exaggeration to say that once you have mastered the secret of transfiguration, the so-called wish will come true soon. Whether it is a tangible animal or plant, or a non-living thing like stone or metal. Even elements such as earth, water, wind, and fire, as well as physical rules such as temperature, air pressure, gravity, and even space and time, wizards can use a transfiguration to handle it. Nothing can escape the word change, and transfiguration is to change everything in the world according to your own wishes. It is no exaggeration to say that compared with the real bosses in the wizarding world who teach transfiguration, black magic is simply weak. And now, the cat boss of Hogwarts is standing on the desk, scanning the little wizards in the classroom. Is this animagus transfiguration? Ivan sat in the first row and next to him was Hermione. The little witch was flipping through the textbook seriously. Through the magic eye and spiritual vision, Ivan discovered the difference between animagus transformation and metamorphosis. The advanced stage of transfiguration that old Dumbledore mentioned is indeed fundamentally different from temporary transformation. Ivan narrowed his eyes slightly, and he thought of the flowers and trees in the wardrobe world. Interestingly, the traces of magic on the cat that Professor McGonagall turned into are very similar to the plants and animals in the wardrobe world. Why is this so? Ivan had his own guess in his mind. Could it be that the world was created by the permanent transformation that old Dumbledore said? Permanent transformation and animagus. Seemingly having figured something out, Ivan closed the magic perspective and stopped thinking about it. Sharp child. Professor McGonagall noticed Ivan looking at her, but she didn't find it strange at all. I wonder how talented Ivan is in transfiguration. Thinking of Sprout and Professor Flitwick praising and envying Ivan in front of her, the corners of the cat's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Looking back, what kind of little wizards did the Sorting Hat throw into her academy? Bad boy, naughty bullet, mischievous ghost, troublemaker. McGonagall have suffered from the Weasley brothers for a long time. Catsize.jpg, huh. Professor McGonagall thought proudly. The Sorting Hat finally did a good thing and knew whose hat it was. Eyes converged, Ivan smiled and nodded. McGonagall knew that Ivan had discovered her identity. But McGonagall did not respond to Ivan. She still waited quietly, wanting to see the real reaction of this class of students. Hurry! Just as a group of students were quietly preparing, Harry and Ronald hurried into the classroom, caught up. Ronald saw that there was no one behind the desk and panted. If you are late, McGonagall's face will be scary. Hearing this, Ivan glanced at the cat on the table and shook his head. Swish. Then the next moment, Professor McGonagall turned back to his original form, which really scared many young wizards present. Especially Harry and Ronald, who were completely stunned. That's amazing. Thank you for your evaluation, Mr. Weasley. Professor McGonagall, maybe I should turn Mr. Potter and you into a pocket watch so that at least one of you can keep time. We are lost, Professor. Harry was embarrassed. After all, he was late for the first transfiguration class and he was worried that he would leave a bad impression on McGonagall, then turn into a map. Professor McGonagall did not really blame the two. Find your seat, you don't need a map, right? After that, McGonagall walked back to the desk and started the formal class. Everyone opened the textbook. McGonagall explained the basic principles of transfiguration to everyone, as well as some precautions, such as following Gamp's basic laws of transfiguration and the 5 major exceptions. Does anyone know what the 5 exceptions are? After the words fell, a little hand was raised. Without a doubt, it was Hermione. Miss Granger, you answer it. There are 5 exceptions to Gamp's basic law of transfiguration. Namely, the limit of food transfiguration, the inability to permanently transform living and dead things, the inability to produce magical items by transfiguration, the inability to change the number of transfiguration, and the inability to create something out of nothing by transfiguration. Very good. Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. Because of Miss Granger's excellent answer, Gryffindor will get 5 points. The little witch was very happy to get the extra points. After sitting down, she couldn't help but raise her head to Ivan as if to say, look, I can get extra points too. Wizards can't conjure up delicacies out of thin air, nor can they turn other things into food. Even if you eat it, you can't absorb the nutrients but will suffer from indigestion. Professor McGonagall ignored the 2 little ones flirting and continued, but if you already have some food, you can transform it and make it bigger. Just like at the matriculation dinner, the reason why there is food on the plate is not because it is conjured, but because the house elves cooked it and then transferred it to the container on the table through the relocation spell. Even Hermione didn't know this, which solved a little doubt in her heart. As for what house elves are, Hermione only thought they were employees and chefs hired by Hogwarts and didn't think of them as servants at all. Secondly, there is no permanent transformation between living things and dead things. McGonagall, we can turn a button into a scarab, but it cannot move forever. Once the attached magic power dissipates, it will return to a button. In addition, even if the transformed scarab has a breath of life, its essence is still a button. If you feed it to a bird, it will not fill its stomach, but will choke to death. This also involves the problem of food transformation. Transfiguration cannot create magical items such as automatic feather pens, variable temperature crucibles, and even gold galleons. The currency circulating among wizards has been enchanted by goblins. It will not oxidize, is not easily destroyed, and has the ability to automatically identify and count. After saying so much in a row, Professor McGonagall cleared his throat and continued. Fourth, transfiguration cannot change the quantity, that is, you can't turn a table into 2 deer or turn 3 feather pens into a shovel. But there is an exception. If the connected objects become a whole, they can be changed by total transfiguration, and even if they are turned back, it will not affect the arrangement and attachment of the original objects. That is to say, if I turn Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, who are wearing clothes, into a wild deer now and then change him back, his clothes will still not stick to his body like fur. Harry and Ronald, whose names were called, instantly felt the malice from the older cat girl. They were so scared that they couldn't help shrinking their heads and secretly said that they must never be late for the transfiguration class in the future. Finally, and most importantly, transfiguration cannot create something out of nothing. Perhaps you have seen senior students use their wands to conjure up a flock of flying birds or a bouquet of flowers. But these are definitely not transfiguration, McGonagall said. Those things may just be limited-time entity projections summoned by spells. Or they may have been changed and hidden in the palm of their hands. Ivan listened very carefully and summarized his doubts about the 5 exceptions. Does anyone have any questions? After McGonagall finished speaking, there was silence in the classroom and even Hermione didn't have anything to ask. Sure enough, I still have to rely on you. Looking at the expectant eyes of Dean Cat, Ivan knew it was time for him to take action. Professor, I have a question. When the little wizards saw that it was Ivan, their surprised eyes immediately became relieved. It has only been 2 days since the start of school and the first-year wizards have already known Ivan's talent. This is a genius, different from their style of painting. What's the question? You just said that it's about the transformation between living things and dead things. Ivan asked, what I want to know is, if a beetle is transformed into a button, how does the beetle maintain its life state during the transformation? Not to mention eating and drinking, just breathing, a beetle that has turned into a button should suffocate to death. However, according to the principle of transfiguration, the beetle can be restored by casting a counterspell on the button. Interestingly, even after 1 or 2 hours, the beetle is still alive. So the question is, why is the beetle still alive? Yes, doesn't the beetle that has turned into a button need to breathe? The little wizards seem to have never thought about this question, even if their parents have performed similar transformations between dead and living things in front of them. Good question. Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. She appreciated Ivan's perspective on the problem. Magic is the power of the mind, and advanced transfiguration can give emotions to dead things. Although turning a beetle into a button is something that will be learned in the future, McGonagall still gave Ivan an answer in advance. The answer is simple, because of thoughts. During the transformation process, the wizard's idea was to turn the beetle into a button, not to kill it. Magic can read the wizard's subconscious thoughts and maintain the life of the creature when it turns into a dead object. They don't need to breathe or eat. Even after 3 days, when the button turns back into a beetle, the latter's life state still remains at the moment of transformation. Of course, it is almost impossible for a transfiguration to last for several days. I see. Ivan understood. Magic power and mind, the latter makes demands, the former satisfies wishes. The reverse is also true. When a dead object becomes a living thing, where does the emotion and vitality of the living thing come from? Since magic power can give life to dead objects, it can naturally maintain life so that it will not suffocate or starve to death. Then, Professor, under what circumstances will the transformed things become ineffective? Ivan, I mean a transformed product, we smash it, burn it, or melt it, where is the boundary here? McGonagall thought for a moment and she said, the boundary between living things and dead things is not quite the same. Professor Cat waved her wand and turned a piece of paper on the desk into a vivid owl. She was not annoyed by Ivan's question. On the contrary, Ivan's question also triggered McGonagall's thinking. It must be said that these are 2 questions worth exploring. Even a master of transfiguration like Professor McGonagall can get a lot of insights from it. Look, this is an owl made of paper. McGonagall cast a repulsive spell at the owl, causing it to stagger in the air and drop a large piece of down feathers. The owl screamed in panic and then fell to the ground. But soon the owl stood up again and took off again. Interesting. Ivan understood the details that McGonagall wanted to show. The down feathers on the owl should be a hole with it, but it can fall off and it does not affect the transformation. Just like turning a glass of water into wine, it will not turn the wine back into water because a few drops of wine are spilled. This is different from the Gamp transfiguration law that the number of objects cannot be changed. The inability to change the number is a rule restriction during transformation. But after the transformation, because the state of things has changed, the paper has become an owl and the owl can naturally breathe, eat, and drop feathers. Yes. McGonagall nodded in appreciation and then cast a crushing spell from his wand, turning the owl in the air into a pile of confetti. As for the down feathers that had originally fallen, they disappeared at the moment the owl was crushed. This scene completely shocked all the little wizards present. They understood one thing, that is, never offend Professor McGonagall. Look at this decisive spell. Even if it is an owl that he transformed, it is killed at will. The courage and majesty of the Gryffindor lioness can be seen. The little lions trembled in front of the lioness. What? Ivan frowned slightly, thinking about the difference between crushing and repelling. Professor, can you turn into a plant again?
Yes.
McGonagall smiled. She knew that Ivan had noticed the key to the boundary of the transformation of living things. A piece of paper on the desk changed, and in the blink of an eye it turned from a bud into a vine that continued to grow towards the ceiling. This magical transformation was eye-opening.
Bang!
Ivan was surprised for a moment, then raised his hand and cast a repulsive spell on the vine. Along with the scattering of green leaves, the whole vine was broken into 2 sections by Ivan, and the students could even see the light green juice flowing out of the broken part.
Smashed to pieces.
Ivan smashed half of the vine into pieces, turning it into countless pieces of paper. But what's interesting is that the remaining vine still maintained its transformation and did not exit the transformation state because the other half was destroyed. Ivan's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at McGonagall in disbelief and was even more shocked by Professor Cat's attainments in transfiguration. Is it because of the state of life, Professor? Ivan said. The owl was smashed, and in cognition it was dead. The vines were cut off and even part of them were destroyed, but the rest can still survive. The survival here is not to linger, but to maintain the original state unchanged. The owl dropped feathers, but the feathers will grow back. So this damage will not break the state of transfiguration. But if the owl's wings are cut off, although the owl can still survive because it has lost the state of flying, the transfiguration will fail. Of course, this also depends on the transfiguration attainments of the wizard who casts the spell. Like Professor McGonagall, she has given the owl many states at the beginning of the transformation, which makes the owl's transformation extremely stable. Even if you chop the owl with a knife, it will reveal the internal flesh and blood organs, because the target of Professor McGonagall's transfiguration is a real creature. In contrast, in the hands of the little wizard, the owl they transformed may be turned back to its original form with just a casual touch. The attainment of transfiguration will affect the stability of the transformation.
Ivan.
In addition, as long as the state of the transformed product is changed, the transfiguration can no longer be maintained. You cut off the transformed vines, but as long as part of them still exists, they can grow back. To put it bluntly, it can still be understood as the embodiment of mind in transfiguration. Because you need it, your transformation can be successful. But when the transformed thing loses its proper function, the transfiguration will naturally be lifted. Just like a chair is for sitting, bread is for eating, and water is for drinking. Make the chair unable to sit, the bread that has been eaten cannot be eaten again, and the water that has been drunk has been drunk. At the moment of losing its function, the magic has fulfilled the wizard's wish. Then, Professor, what if the chair I conjured up is not a chair in my opinion, but a piece of wood that grows like that?
Of course it is possible,
McGonagall said. Since the needs of the two are different, the methods of cracking are naturally different. If what you need is a chair, then just saw off one leg and the deformation of the chair will be destroyed. On the contrary, if what you need is just a piece of wood that looks like a chair, to remove the deformation, unless you cast a spell to stop immediately, wait for the magic power to maintain the chair to be exhausted, and cast a counterspell, it is almost impossible to destroy its stability. To conjure up a stone wall for defense, our needs can be a wall, a complete stone, and the stone itself. The first two are relatively easy to crack, but if the wizard's needs are materials such as stone, then its stability is amazing. Since it is a stone, as a non-life, you can smash it into pieces. As long as the magic power is not exhausted, it will still be a stone after being crushed. Life transformation can be divided into animal transformation and plant transformation, and non-life transformation can be divided into consumable transformation and demand transformation. The sophistication of life transformation depends on the wizard's magical attainments. The higher the attainment of transfiguration, the more real and stable the life is. As for the transformation of non-living things, it is to meet the needs of wizards such as drinks, food, tools, materials, etc. Once the consumables are consumed and the demand cannot meet the demand, the transformation will end. Do you understand, Ivan?
Yes.
Ivan said gratefully, "Thank you for the answer, Professor." Any other questions? 2 more questions. Ivan said, "Transfiguration can give material functions. To what extent can it do that? For example, turn a stone into a watch. If this is possible, then can wizards turn stones into a TV, a refrigerator, and a computer?" Professor McGonagall does not understand TVs, refrigerators, and computers, but she knows about telephones. Transfiguration can make a phone. McGonagall said, "And the phone that is made has the functions of power supply and communication." Good guy, Ivan once again confirmed the view that transfiguration is a universal magic. This even involves electrical signals. This is the part involved in demand transformation, and wizards call it subjective transformation. McGonagall, and if there is subjective transformation, there will naturally be objective transformation. Subjective transformation is easier to understand. When performing transfiguration, magic is used to analyze the structure of things. McGonagall, the more you know about something, the higher the success rate and efficiency of the transformation. Theoretically, if a wizard can understand the structure and material composition of nuclear weapons, he can even turn a nuclear bomb into a giant mushroom. You said the other way around, to make a nuclear bomb. This is impossible. Transfiguration cannot change the substance itself. This is the basic rule of transfiguration. Even if you can make a nuclear bomb or a bullet, they are still fake. In the words of Professor McGonagall, transfiguration can only change the state, not the nature of the substance. This rule cannot limit higher-level transfiguration. Ivan silently added in his heart, "According to old Dumbledore, permanent transformation can achieve real changes." The defect of permanent transformation is that it cannot be transformed by magic. But this shortcoming is nothing in the Muggle world, because airplanes, tanks, rockets, nuclear bombs, these things do not have magic and meet the standards of permanent transformation. So what is objective deformation? Objective deformation is limited by the outside world's cognition of things. In simple terms, it is how others judge that what you have transformed is that thing. For example, Ivan transformed an apple. How can outsiders believe that it is an apple? First, the appearance, then the touch and the smell and taste. If these are the same as the feeling of a real apple, then outsiders will naturally think that this is a real apple. Similarly, suppose a stone is turned into a nuclear bomb. How do you judge whether it is a fake nuclear bomb? You certainly can't detonate it to see. This is impossible. And other various detection methods, whether it is metal detection, radiation detection, or other various particle collisions, you can conclude that it is real. Objective deformation is the deformation of various phenomena. Soon, Ivan extracted key information from the concept of objective deformation mentioned by McGonagall. To put it bluntly, objective deformation is a kind of sensory deception. Apples deceive people's 5 senses, and nuclear bombs deceive various detection instruments, making these dead objects mistakenly believe that they have received corresponding signals. However, these signals are all false and are just mental and statistical misleading. Subjective transformation starts from the wizard, using his own thinking to analyze things and make them change according to the wizard's ideas. Objective transformation is based on the wizard's understanding, giving the transformed object the ability to interact with the outside world. For example, Ivan has eaten a certain kind of ice cream and knows its taste, and then turns water into this kind of ice cream. In this process, the higher the wizard's thinking attribute, the larger the space he can operate, and the higher the precision of the transformation. The same is true for deceiving machine detection. Only by understanding the principles can wizards perform lifelike transformations. Just like McGonagall, she doesn't understand the various electronic devices of muggles. So McGonagall can turn electronic devices into small animals, plants, and substances, but she can't turn stones into TVs. Even if she performs such a transformation, it is just an empty shell with the appearance of a TV, and the inside is similar to the Schrödinger state.
Thinking.
At this moment, Ivan fully understood the role of the thinking attribute. The greatest manifestation of this attribute in magic is in the transformation. The thinking attribute is a tool for exploring the world, calculating, analyzing, and understanding. If one day Ivan mastered magic deformation and permanent deformation coupled with a high enough level of thinking, he might really become a god who created everything.
I have one last question, Professor.
Ivan and McGonagall ignored the confused little wizard, and the only one who could barely hear was Hermione. However, Hermione could only understand what the two meant. But when it comes to magic, Hermione is completely confused. Can air be deformed?
Ugh.
Professor McGonagall frowned slightly. She found that Ivan's question was indeed a little special, tricky. That can't be said because every question involves the foundation of transfiguration. Including this air deformation, it is also very important. No.
McGonagall shook his head and said, "Transfiguration cannot transform air. What is wind?"
In Ivan's cognition, there are magics in the wizarding world that can summon wind, create clouds, fog, and storms. If air cannot be deformed, then what are they?
Ivan, what you said is not transfiguration.
McGonagall said,
transfiguration is not a change of appearance but a change of essence.
If what Ivan needs is to change the shape of the gas, then it is not transfiguration, but magic similar to controlling elements such as fire and water flow. The real air transformation should be to turn air into water, food, plants, and animals. However, these things, perhaps only gods can do it. I just said that transfiguration cannot change the number of objects, so how to distinguish this number? Have you ever thought about it?
McGonagall looked into Ivan's eyes and said seriously,
"We can't turn two apples that visit separately into one thing. Apples and apples, is there really nothing between them? No, there is something, that is air. Some people may think that the thing that separates matter is space. But in fact, the so-called separation of transfiguration has not reached the level of space. Just the separation of air has reached the limit. In addition, this also means that the wizard's transfiguration cannot transform a single molecule, such as an oxygen molecule or a water molecule." Ivan didn't know what the upper limit of transfiguration was. But the lower limit, bacteria and viruses aside, molecules and atoms are absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary wizard's transfiguration. After the transfiguration class, Ivan stood up and left. The little wizards around him made way and watched Ivan and Hermione leave. What's wrong?
Ivan was stunned.
He was not a lonesome person, but the little wizards were full of admiration. Especially the little lions in the lion house. They almost regarded Ivan as the leader of the lion group and instinctively guarded him. Even the little wizards in the eagle house were impressed by the knowledge Ivan showed because of the questions and answers between Ivan and Professor McGonagall in class. So cool. Ronald and Harry also followed Ivan. Ronald was very envious and he also wanted to be as majestic as Ivan. Harry hoped that Ivan could teach him a few spells. He didn't ask to be like Ivan. As long as he could cast one or two, Harry would be satisfied. "Ivan, you are so amazing." Following Ivan, Hermione excitedly talked about his conversation with McGonagall just now with admiration in her eyes. The little witch, who was only 12 years old, regarded Ivan as her idol. "It's okay," Ivan said a few humble words. He saw Neville, who was a little timid, so he asked Hermione to come to their dormitory at night. He would continue to teach Hermione magic and at the same time hoped that she could teach Neville a few tricks. Although Neville was dull, he was born in the Longbottom family and his wizard bloodline was definitely not weak. What he lacked was confidence and a head damaged by the forgotten curse. But this was not a big problem. Ivan valued Neville's simplicity and loyalty. Since he decided to become the White Devil, his own strength was needless to say, and the helpers and followers around him were also indispensable. Hermione and Neville were undoubtedly the two closest people to Ivan at Hogwarts. Can I do it too? Neville was a little unconfident. Hermione quickly encouraged him. Ivan is very good, Neville. You have to believe in Ivan's teaching level. Hermione felt that asking Neville to work harder was a bit too much, but he could be unconfident, but he couldn't distrust Ivan. Yeah. Sure enough, Neville understood what Hermione meant and admired Ivan even more. At night, the three of them had dinner in the hall and went to Ivan and Neville's dormitory as agreed to exchange magic. According to the school rules of Hogwarts, girls can enter the boys' dormitory but not vice versa. In addition, there are only 2 people in Ivan and Neville's dormitory, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Meow tilde tilde. On the dormitory floor, Yumi and Crookshanks were playing and fighting while Leif was hiding aside, staring at the door. However, with 2 big cats and raccoons by his side, the poor, weak and helpless toad had no chance to play its disappearing game. Ivan placed 3 sofas and a table in the open space in the dormitory, and placed the textbooks for transfiguration, charms, herbology and potions on top. Neville, don't be nervous. Seeing that Neville was a little embarrassed, Ivan comforted him. Hermione and I have held many study sessions. This is no big deal. Yes, Neville. Hermione had a good impression of the shy boy, and with her and Ivan here, there was no reason that Neville couldn't be taught. Let's get started, Neville. Your goal is to master the first spell taught by Professor Flitwick in class, the illumination spell. Ivan picked out the basic spells in the textbook, and he carefully split them up, and explained the principles of these magics and the tricks of casting spells to Hermione and Neville with his own understanding. The little witch was really smart. She wrote down every word Ivan said and occasionally asked immediately if she didn't understand something. Ivan found that Hermione's control of magic was very delicate. This was not will but the embodiment of high thinking. However, compared with Hermione, who understood it at once, Neville's situation was much more cruel than the two thought. It must be admitted that Neville really made Ivan feel the pressure of teaching. Yes, I'm sorry, Ivan. Neville lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes. I'm really too stupid. 237. Ivan looked at the time. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. For 3 hours, except for the initial guidance of Hermione, Ivan spent almost all the rest of the time on Neville. Although this process also helped Ivan to find out the gaps. But not seeing the results for a long time still gave Ivan a headache. There's no reason. Ivan was not upset. He was very patient and did not dislike Neville's stupidity at all. The transparent light shield emitting faint light enveloped the 3 people, isolating them from the damage they might cause to the dormitory during the practice of spells. This was specially prepared by Ivan for Neville. Its prototype is the spell of Safeguard, and Ivan mixed it with the casting techniques of Armor Spell and Universal Protection. It is the most difficult self-created spell that Ivan has mastered now. He called it the Body Protection spell, also known as Exorcism and Body Protection. The upper limit of the Body Protection.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.